Is that what I thought? Let's hear it. I'm a sir. I'm a sir.
Who now?
What?
Never mind.
We want to use her mechanics to blow up as many barrels as we can, especially the larger ones.
Des, I don't know if you heard the tip or you told it to me, but as the tank, stacking her on the spawns is awesome. You may have told me that tip, but it's very useful.
What now?
You stack the big guy on the spawns, so when he does his first charge, he auto blows up, hopefully 2 of them.
Yeah, we're in the Cinderbrit.
I have absolutely no idea what I'm talking about. Just ignore the man behind the curtain.
That was awesome, Ellie. I thought the same thing until I heard more context.
I'm a sir.
So how does this...
Emissary coming out. Emissary.
Damn.
I would ignore the emissary.
I don't know.
You can release. It's not that far of a thing. You just run, click the B, and there you go.
Oh, there are fireballs everywhere.
Say
If you
again.
don't need those shoulders, I'll take them.
Sure.
I know hunters are mobile, but there were fireballs everywhere.
Star, it might have a neck for you, maybe.
Yeah, I got a haste neck.
That is what I'm looking for.
That's nice.
For the last year, I've been using the blue compass mic
I'm
arm
saying
for
it
my
will
streams.
be better than your.
It's a great mic arm, but it
yet.
does block the view of my second monitor, and that's kind of annoying. So I picked up Elgato's new Wave mic arm LP. LP meaning of the low profile variety. Some assembly is required, but it's very easy to put together. I just used the included adapter to fit my Shure SM7B to the end of the mic arm, installed the desk.
Did you want to roll on it too, Mel Beast?
No, I don't need anything, I'm sure.
That's very nice.
Sorry we didn't time it. I died several times.
So what's next?
I need 7s and above, but if you guys want to do a 6, I can.
I could swap to a better DPS that we could time a 7. I just wanted one in for Volt, one choice. If somebody else needs in, that'd be cool to step out too.
Allie, if you were looking to do a dungeon, there's a few things I could stand to do around the house tonight.
I'm really just filling in some weekly stuff right now that I haven't gotten to.
Okay.
So I wasn't too worried about it.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I could take a break too. You don't
Testing?
There you go.
Yes.
Now you're-
Sorry, I meant to say, Des, I'll cover for you. I was just setting up my mic arm, and I realized that my mic was unplugged, and I was like, wait, you can't hear what I'm saying.
All right.
How am I coming out, by the way?
There's always a point where you're like, are they just ignoring me? Or is that just me?
You are coming through really clear. Okay. In that case, good hunting to you all. I might hop back on a little later to do what Allie's doing, knock out some weeklies.
Yeah, I got off tomorrow, so I figured I'd do those then.
Later.
Were you on Diablo?
My paladin. I'm just logging in now.
Yeah, and we're only doing like 7s, just so you know.
Yeah, but I don't have any other tanks, so...
Oh, no, that's fine. Well, actually, it looks like we're going to get a 6 first to boost to 7.
Unless you guys want to do my 11.
No, let me drop my rookery to a 7. It's easy, and we can time. Should be able to time it.
You don't
you
have
got
to...
a new microphone, Diablo?
Yeah.
That's really clear.
I decided to splurge a little bit and get a proper mic and everything, because I'm trying to get back into making videos and stuff. And I don't want to turn my camera on because I'm an ugly bastard. So I decided to have a proper mic and everything. The only thing I'm worried about is that my P's and S's might come through a little strong.
So do you have like a... Did you buy an arm to come over your monitor and stuff like that, or...
Yep, that's what I just installed.
Like a boom arm?
Yeah, I can. It's close to my mouth right now, and I can move it really far away. And it's probably a lot quieter now.
Yeah, I bought a boom mic or boom arm with a mic. Probably not as nice as yours though.
But yeah, again, I'm just worried about my P's might come through a little bit because I'm blowing a lot of air into the mic when you say a P. But then again, mics have gotten a lot better, so I don't know. I'll have to check the recording later. Just so you know, guys, for the emissary, which is awesome, for the last boss, you don't have to worry about it. He won't buff the boss.
He does what, the boss?
The emissary won't buff the boss, the last boss.
Really?
On Rookery, yeah.
You are here. The storm perch has been breached, and the storm riders corrupted.
If you want another DPS, I'll step out. I've not read anything higher than like a 2 or a 3 this season.
No, you did fine, Mel. Your DPS is up there. You're good.
You should try out.
I know I have outstanding fire.
You should try out Marksman.
Right.
I've seen Explosive Shot do some crazy damage.
Yeah, switching specs takes a learning curve.
Plus,
How long-
with these, you're getting gilded, which will help the guild out too, because you'll just increase your DPS.
How long you been a hunter now? You should be able to know it inside and out. If I came to you for hunter questions, you should be able to answer them.
I just always do beast mastery. I don't care what the flavor of the month is, I prefer it.
Can we get some more Hellstones, please? And Diablo, your lead.
Oh.
Four more seconds.
3, 2, 1. That works.
Be on the... No. Mel, move. Of course I die too.
Wow, sorry.
You don't want to be on
Coming
the
out
spots
somewhere.
where there's holes in the ground there when he's doing that. That's where you always will send it. Where the ground is not see-through, that's where you want to stand.
I knew they were coming out, just couldn't find it. Didn't realize that was the trick.
I know, I was trying to tell you and then I moved. That was okay. Like, yeah, we're flat right now. That's where you want to be, is any of the flat sides.
Shall I release?
I wouldn't. I'm raising you. What the hell? Never had that happen before.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
my hero on this one?
No, we don't have
It's
hero.
too
We used it
cooldown
on.
yet.
We used it on the first boss.
This one, if you get a purple arrow, make sure you stand by somebody to pass it away. Give it away. It'll just do it automatically. But you don't have to give it to the same person constantly. Give it to the tank if you can. You just gotta be close to the person to give it.
Ad coming in. Ad. Oh, hey, Ultimata.
The lift is out. If we want to keep going, we will have to go down the Storm Rider way. Follow me. What is
I don't know if you're still there.
it going through here? Have to take it down.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Demi, Starry, you guys are going to be on circle, just so you know. Mel, you can stay here at box. Make sure we stand on, when we get the circles, to stand on the spikes. Or make the circles cover the spikes, whatever you want to do.
Careful, the boss.
You want me at square?
Yep. In that area, you could be where we need, but when the spike comes up, make sure you put your circle on the spike.
And ignore ad when it comes in.
So there should be a spike over there somewhere. Yep.
Get a hero. Hero, please. Spikes will be coming up after this, I think. Good job, everyone. Plus 2'd that. And when I want a hero ring, crit mastery, more crit than mastery.
Well, crit is great for me. Let me see if I have that ring already.
We're saying, Mel?
Was that really that much easier than the brewery?
Yeah, Rookery is one of the easiest dungeons of the season.
People tend to mess up on that last one, especially when you get melee a lot, because they won't drop their the dot outside on the last boss, like away from the boss, so it fills up the melee a lot with a bunch of crap. And then as a tank, I gotta move, which of course causes that Oblivion wave to possibly hit someone random, which is annoying. Anyone want the ring? Anyone else?
Nah, it looks like just Starry.
I think Demi has the exact ring. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
No problem. Hey, Omin, you know the Signet of the Priory? Is that a good trinket for you?
Signet of the Priory.
A lot of main stat, and then it's your raises. I assume it is for everyone because of course it just raises your.
Oh, I have it. It's not. Yes, it's a good trinket, but it's not the best trinket.
Well, anyway, I got it in my vault as a myth, which was awesome.
Yeah, oh yeah, then it would be an upgraded
I'm up to 667 eye level. I'm doing good.
Yeah, that's where I'm at too. But the sea thorium peacemaker or peace, and then the eye. If you get that from Gallywag, those are the two guys for me.
I got it as a hero. I don't have it. I think I'll never get it as a myth. The eye.
Right, same. I'm hoping to get that someday.
I think I was lucky and got it from a chest for doing 4 dungeons or something like that. All right, where are we going?
I'm looking.
11 Cinder Brew. Let's go.
Where are we going to?
We couldn't do the 7. Maybe I'll die one last time if we did it again.
Saber had like a good term for. I'm not from there. It's like some kind of like
Actually,
Midwest. What do they call it? As a Midwestern I can verify it's true.
Right?
Yeah, it's kind of based on that area.
See the reply stuff. The reply stuff, just bringing this up, and see the types who are supporting leaving messaging like this in a game. Brings out the worst of the anonymous racist cowards who think being 47, anonymous, and edgy is cool. The quote tweets go on and on. I think I need to take back what I said earlier, actually. There's definitely more than 5 upset people. There might actually be dozens of them. Finally, back at the Gamer, they say, the creator of Schedule 1 has yet to speak on the Steam achievement, but we at the Gamer have reached out for comment. Yes, this is a very serious
I would have told them to go pound sand.
activism in the current year, but I also mentioned that there are also upset people over on Reddit. That takes us to this post from 3 days ago on our Pat Films, saying, little heads up about Schedule 1. Just saw a post from Mousy about there being some racist/transphobic jokes in the game. Some seem to be achievement names and pretty small references. I'm not sure how far in advance the sessions have been recorded, but I might be worth mentioning in case that's
out.
You know what the problem is
but he's gonna drop his key to a 7.
He's not in the call. Is he still here?
He's one channel down. He's gonna come up.
Allie's key is the mother load.
Yep. He said, yeah, he's gonna drop it to a 7, and you guys can knock that out. I know it's early, but I'm trying to freaking
A good evening. Thank you, Omi.
I don't know. Thanks, Diablo, for tanking and you guys healing and so on.
No problem. I guess I'm leader. I got to invite Ali.
Why?
I have not run the mother load, so
We have a
mechanic and a boss.
We have a co-GM in here. Freaking narc.
Ah. Okay, we're doing my mother load, right? I'll bump it to 7.
I don't even know where it is.
You'll need to go into the portal and go to Zoldazar?
Yep. Or you can just use your teleport to get there.
This is where I'd use my teleport. If I had one.
That sounds like a skill issue.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I am not going to deny that.
These people, they need something to fight against. They need some kind of conflict to fight against.
Interestingly enough,
So they find,
the
like, things that
only
don't really
portal
matter,
I
nobody cares
have
about, and then they do that.
this season is Floodgate. I got drug along in a guild group that did a 10. Yeah. It was like Omi and Ruby and Dre or something.
Yeah, Dre already has his KSL. He's yoked.
Yeah. It still astounds me that it's Floodgate is the one I got drugged through. I would consider that probably the hardest. Or top 2.
It's either that or Priory. It's one of those two, in my opinion.
Yeah. Like I said, top 1 or 2, difficulty-wise. Priory I definitely put right there, too. Okay, let me change specs. I'll be in a sec here.
Any chance for a summon, I'm not sure the best way to get this place.
Yeah, Demi, put up a portal.
Oh yeah.
Love me some Fellstones.
Interesting. I know this mic had a mute button, but apparently it's like almost like a touch thing where you just have to put your finger there for a second and it will mute. It's not even a button to push down.
Yeah, it's just a little sensor. I've worked with some of those at my work. Or some of the conference rooms and stuff that they have stations set up for video conferencing or whatever.
Any one-shot boss mechanics I need to know about?
First boss kicked things into him. It's not really the bosses that suck. It's this beginning trash that sucks. The peace makers, keepers throw down tear gas, which suck.
Yeah, dropping a feast. Yeah, I was gonna say this first street of trash before the first boss really sort of sucks.
The second boss. Oh, go ahead.
Allie, you need to repair.
Okay.
The second boss has 2 ads, but we always want to try to keep one ad up because he'll always try to make sure there's at least 2 ads up at a time. So if we kill both ads, he'll just resummon them both anyway.
Well, one gets empowered and we'll just focus it down and then move back to the boss.
He'll empower the one with the most health every single time. So the one that's going to be most likely chasing you, Mel, or Demi, one of the two, you're going to have to keep kiting it for the entire fight, which sucks. Everything else you guys probably already know. You'll figure it out.
Yeah, first boss, big key is the soccer balls. He'll shoot out balls. We got to kick them back into him. So just move next to them and you'll see the arrow appear and then you can click on the ball and shoot it back into him to blow it up. We don't kill enough of them, they'll wipe us.
I try to be careful on this first pull. Usually I pull like 4 groups or something, but I'll just do like 2 at a time.
Okay, are we ready then?
Yeah, everyone's ready.
We need to solve it.
prepare.
Emissary.
Oh shit.
My ancestors brings you power. Take it. My ancestors brings you power. Take it.
Add up.
Did we want hero?
Yeah, it's a little late now, but yeah. Next time we kick balls into it, okay, that's fine. Just release, you spawn really close.
Yeah, I moved to one side of him, and then that side got fully filled, and I had nowhere to go except back. Didn't end well.
A willing sacrifice.
Do you have trench shot on your bar there, Mel?
Yeah, we got some enraged stuff.
Yeah, the Taskmaster. One ad will fixate throughout the entire fight. The other one will get empowered most of the time and is tankable.
My innocence brings you
Now switch to Bob.
Nope, nope, just keep on boss now. Ignore the other ad. Occasionally stun it or whatever, help the person kiting.
Skull.
Yeah. Either be very careful running down the track or just you gotta, it's a minefield. You gotta click on the card or just run down the track. Mine card if you're not as good as some people.
I always take the card.
Stand over here. Oh, my bad. I thought she always did that side first.
This will sneak in. If she targets you with the cone, you gotta spray off the stuff.
Try to put the catalyze when you're targeted over near here. Good job. That's her whole fight.
How do you handle this area? Period.
I just do the same thing I did back when this was current. I just hugged the right side.
Okay. There's been some crazy ideas or stuff. Just curious.
Watch the mine. Watch the mines. They're coming up. I usually skip that one, Mel Beast. Try to stay on top of the boss for this one. I'll move him to where it's safe.
Yeah, he has a cone that you'll have to move around him.
We want hero?
Sure.
Wonderful.
Yeah, it's best to stay on top of the tank, Bree.
Just try to get the homing rocket out, then you get back as best you can. Careful, Demi. Focus on the sky
If he
spore
targets
trees.
you-
Yeah, and if he targets you, try to stand on the plugs.
Got an.
Gotta get out of the way after dropping.
I started running as soon as the light happened. It was a tragic thing.
Oh, sorry, I was busy trying to res people. I didn't get over there in time.
Oh, I failed again. Go, you guys have it. Woo!
Do you want me to just keep going or no?
Should we reset?
Reset. We have time to do it for reset.
Now that I've seen it, a little better idea.
Yeah, the reason, you know where those, when it starts filling with all the little red circles, the tank is moving to a safe area because he's watching some helicopters. If you look at the side, you'll see two little helicopters. Whatever direction they're pointing is where they're going to start filling those red circles. So if you're following them, you can sort of follow that, but it is tricky. Even as the tank, it's difficult. Generally, well, I'm Malay, so it's easy. I stay with the tank. The tank normally moves to the safe spots. And you want to be close to him, but watch out for that rocket. You've got to pull out a little bit when you get targeted by the rocket and try to hide it away from everybody.
Okay. My bad. The second he finishes the cast, you can start moving.
Move, Demi. He's coming here.
Move, move.
Everybody head to this other corner. Oh, it's me again. Ah.
Yeah, once the mark's on the ground, it's too late. You can't get out.
Yeah, that's why you got to do it when you watch his cast and do it when he stops casting. Once he stops casting, you can move. Right here, okay.
Sir.
Diablo!
Behind book.
Thanks for the carry.
He's not dead. This is the expansion of it jumps out of the mech and you still have to kill it. Or season, I guess.
Of course, you didn't kill the pilot. You just killed the machine.
Well, there's like 3 different ones. You have this one, you've got Mechagon, you've got
the the drillers earlier. You got to kill the drillers that pop out.
Yep. But they have that element in all of them. It's almost always goblins. Well, it is always goblin.
Well, they have that emergency eject button.
Should have sprung for the premium package.
I love that. I've earned the maximum amount of gilded crests, and now they're giving me weathered.
Yeah. You
The
get very last
ones. I'm maxed out on carved. I'm maxed out on ruined. It's just weathered's left.
Oh, congrats,
Debbie. Doing more?
I have a Mechagon 8 if we wanted to try that at a 7. If people are still interested.
I'm still interested.
I'm just here to help.
If everyone's in, let's do it.
Alrighty.
I'll bump it down to a 7. We'll do Mechagon 7.
the quick way back to the entrance?
Yeah, go over here. Where am I going to?
Mechagon.
I think that's the only one I don't have a portal for yet. Dang it.
Unfortunately, the key only started at 8.
My bad.
It is now 7. Nice.
I don't know where it is again. Wow.
The portal says Mechagon.
It's in BFA. It's when you teleport into BFA, you can fly over normally. But there's also a teleport to it in the same place as you did to teleport to Mechagon. Time waits.
Demi, clicky, clicky.
I'm on more mode. Whoops.
It's all good. We'll get summons that to you too.
Oh, I'm already there.
Oh, Starry I don't see in range, so I'm summoning her too in case she needs it.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember this one a little bit.
Assaulting it head-on would be ill-advised, but disabling its remote power node should render it vulnerable.
Apart from having to go through the steam vents, this one isn't too bad.
Repair.
If you're already in, you can talk to the guy to get out.
There's also a vendor. When you teleport in like that, there's the guy shows up for a little bit and you can still repair.
Yeah, I can come in.
I repaired when you came in with it. I was able to repair off of him.
I got another repair guy coming in.
Mine's also gonna pop in if you need it.
Because I am that lazy.
Anything changed much? Just a new starting place?
Do you remember this place?
Now that I'm here, I do, but we didn't start here before.
We did when
This
there
is
was
when
a.
they broke it into 2 pieces.
Yeah, when they made it into a Mythic Plus. The first boss is a little bit different, but mechanic is, or the thing is kind of the same. It's just the one guy, the pummeler, has more health and no mercy, so try to kill him first. Or you have to kill him at the same time, but try to do more damage to him. Dog is the same. The boss after that's the same, and the last boss is the same. It's just the trash has kind of been fiddled around a little bit.
Yeah. The first boss is the only difference. Before you'd focus down the flipper car thing. Now you just work on them at the same time.
And he doesn't do flame vents anymore, so you don't have to worry about that. I tank both of them. They'll throw up mines on the ground from the first boss. You just got to stay out of them. It's basically the only biggest change I can think of.
Yeah.
Instead of flame vents, it's mines. That's about it. I guess I'm lead, so yeah.
I don't need a countdown unless somebody else does, because it takes too long to get to that first pack.
Okay, well, whenever you're ready. Once the star is ready, I should say.
Oh, I need a health stone. Every time you go into a new dungeon, it resets and you lose everything.
Well, come on, Demi. Just help your mother out.
'Cause
Help your mother out.
I don't have enough.
Help your mother out. 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 Hel
Oh, thank you.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Oh, on this trash, bomb ads need to be interrupted.
For more on the public.
Yeah, he just has more and hit one. But even this.
The hero?
Sure. Careful standing near those hammers.
Picking up speed.
I'm all looped up now. Ali, get over here. put the cheese on this on Cujo, Mel, but it does still work.
No, I vaguely remember you run behind the clocks, and I'm forgetting a lot.
I wouldn't recommend it, but there's like a 1 to 2 yard area around the crate when it falls down that you can stand in, and you won't get hit by the flame vent, but you can still hit the boss.
I've seen it done, but I don't risk it.
Oh, you don't benefit it from too much, Ali. It's more for ranged.
Yeah, they'd have to be right on the box for me, but I've seen it done.
I'm gonna let Starry get some mana first, then we'll pull.
Do we bait the box?
Just to be enough from the old one, far away enough from the old ones, mostly, and that's about it. Get behind the crate.
Nice.
I've gotten pretty good at it. Cleanse me, Starry.
Don't be too bad. Get away from the box. Away from the box.
Away
Away from the box.
Yeah, don't let that get near the box. The old ones are fine. The new one, no. Get behind the box. Cleanse me again, Starry. Thank you. Cleanse.
Stay away from the big box. Oh, and you can't charge through it either. So 3 circles should be on one side. Hi.
Cleanse me. Cleanse me. Cleanse me. Poor Ali.
I live! Flamethrowers are rough.
My emissary brings me power.
Guards are currently en route to quell the disturbance.
Any quick tips?
No boss yet. Stay out of stuff.
Get an overhead view. You'll need to be in a quarter that's not getting shut in just a second.
Looking from above.
The next boss is just avoiding a lot of stuff. It's like there's an entire achievement based around avoiding shit.
This is the real challenge.
Don't follow me. I know some tricks that are not the smartest things. I'm already through. That was quick. Probably one of my quickest ones.
How did you do that?
That was probably one of my quickest ones. That was awesome. You want me to send you a clip of it?
I wouldn't mind seeing what you did. I just got hit on the stupid wave.
As long as Demi gets through and then someone else, we can start summoning.
I know. Demi usually gets through when we're running it. I'm screwing up everywhere.
You drop a stone, hopefully we'll get someone else through it. Don't stand too far up there, Demi. You can pull them pretty easily.
I don't think you can summon in the mist.
Yes, you
can. You have to. Really?
Oh, in the mist? I don't know if you can. I don't know.
Oh, I was almost there.
Yeah, you have to jump in this steam vent right here.
Yeah, you can make it through there, Starry, but you got to be very quick.
Yeah, I do it about 50% of the time.
Yeah, the second it stops moving, you just got to start moving. All right. Here we go. Wow, that sucked. I used my bell and no shields came out. Oh, my bad. Alright, kill the ads that are around the room that occasionally will spawn in. Avoid the red lasers that spawn in from the center. Little gears, like right here. Those gears you gotta avoid. And these inconspicuous plants you gotta kill. Here comes the flame cannon, you gotta avoid that. And those gears that come through the room, there'll be more and more that get added as the fight goes on.
You want hero?
Sure. This fight gets worse as the time goes on. Comes a flame cannon.
Nice.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
We can commandeer that transport to access Mentagon's tower.
Rad. I was wondering why I couldn't click it either.
Tips for this boss?
First bit, he will fixate on someone with a laser, and you gotta stay away from him. It's kind of just an intermission, or a beginning of the actual fight sort of thing. It's nothing crazy. A lot of circles around the room that keep getting moved.
The circles will go from one place to another, and you got to get out of where they're traveling across.
You stand in the shield generators, so that way that short out doesn't hurt you as much.
I cannot cast in those. Which I think is bogus.
I've always been able to do damage while inside of them. Hey, Demi, do you have your Warlock gate?
Never worked.
Okay.
Always seems to pull them. And we get all of them. Yeah, my use of the gate, as you fly past the first group that you're trying to pass, it grabs them and grabs the other ones.
So, and then in his second phase, after we kill this thing, he'll be in like a thing called an Omnibuster, and it will do a magnetic arm that'll pull those orbs that were making those circles. And you gotta stay away from that because it'll do a lot of damage. And it'll be constantly pulling you. That Mega Zap he just did, and his other phase he'll do it 3 times over and you can't get hit multiple times. He won't target you twice, but you can get in the line of fire. Target someone. As long as you're not in his red circle, you should be fine. Oh, and the ad won't affect his second phase.
So you could ignore it?
Yeah, you can. Still gives us a buff, but yeah, you can ignore it. Here comes the pull. He's going to pull the balls as well, so be careful. Use the defensive.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
If he gets laser, try not to move left or right too much. Let everyone else get out of it.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
The Void Emissary will affect Mechagon himself, though.
You won't be so lucky next time.
Ali, do you need that design?
Which one is it?
Elusive Blasphemy Knight.
I am almost positive I've got it.
Gratitude, heroes. Know that King Mechagon's vision of the world
Does it
is
say you already own it?
one my people.
Yeah, I already got it.
We must now focus on rebuilding. But if you ever require our assistance,
Well, thanks for taking the newbie, guys. I think that's it for me.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thanks all.
Thanks for tanking, Diablo.
No problem. Ali, I don't know if you've gotten it yet, but that you can use that cloak, I'm pretty sure, to get a appearance for the Royal Snapdragon, I think it's called. Not the Royal Snapdragon, whatever it's called, Prismatic.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, there's a guy around the outside of the island that is collecting garbage, and if you just wear that and say, well, I am the master of trash, you'd be like, oh, you're sorry, your highness, sir? Here, take,
Okay, cool.
take this, and it's like a piece of meat or something.
And you feed it to the Snapdragon to give him his, or you just use it for the appearance or whatever. Okay,
Something like that. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't care to go farm it, but I just knew about it.
okay, cool. I will go grab that actually.
Might have to look it up and everything. Look up the exact details, but yeah.
It's the prismatic Snapdragon, right?
Yeah.
Is that a
Yeah,
mount, the prismatic snapdragon?
What was that story?
Is it a mount, the prismatic snapdragon?
Yeah, it's a quest you do on the Saren Isle to like feed it a bunch over the course of a bunch of weeks or days. And then you can also get some treats to get him to change color.
Yeah, it looks like he's just trolling around the basic area where the thing is,
Yeah,
the base.
Do you have to be wearing the Trash Master cloak?
That's just to get an appearance to make him change color. You don't have to get it to get the mount.
Well, I've had it, but I don't know whether I still do.
I don't know, honestly, if you mount up and he changes color, or if you have to talk to someone to change his color.
Have fun, guys.
Good night.
Thanks, you too.
Hi, Millies.
Love you.
Good night.
We need to make sure it works, of course.
I gotta find this dork. Yep, Inky Snapdragon treat.
There you go.
So do you buy an inky snapdragon treat?
Now you have to get that cloak, you equip it, you talk to the guy, and you get a new talk option that says, I am the Trash Master. And then he will give you the Inky treat. So that your Snapdragon, if you've already earned it by doing 1 billion quests on the island, you now have another thing, another color.
When you
Is
said
it a pretty color or a stupid color?
Inky black? Depends.
When you said I'm the Master Ali, it just reminded me of the meme of I'm the captain now.
How do you change to the other colors of the Snapdragon? I don't even remember how to do that.
I don't know. It's like when you buy maybe one from a random drop. I don't know. It's something like that. If I were to guess, I don't know, Mo.
Well, now he's inky, but how do I change into the other color or two that I have? I don't even remember how to do that.
Maybe you have to refit
Is
him
it-
with treats or something. I don't know.
Do you go to that place where you change dungeon color?
I wonder if he's in the place where you do the dragon riding stuff. Dragon riding accessories, not accessories, but different stuff with the dragons. The prismatic snapdragon should just do something like give you swim speed.
Yeah.
Just saying. They really made you work to get him. It took like 40 days or something.
No, I was only like 14.
Only 14.
Considering other mounts that I've farmed, yeah, only 14 is quite
Hey.
nice.
Good point. I'm not a mount farmer, but yes, you are correct. There are much worse ones.
Speaking of which, I don't know if you ever went and farmed for the Avowed rep, but with the buff we're getting here soon, we'll get 200% increased rep gains, so you can probably go easily farm that.
The Avowed.
Yeah, they're like a reputation over in Revendreth. You have to go kill like those guys over and over and over. Took me a while, but I eventually got them to Exalted, but now they have 200% increase, so it's like would only take like, I don't know, actively farming it like 3 hours over, I guess. And you might find other people doing it, and as long as you have like other people doing it, it kind of can be like, it's just, because you have to farm up like sinful fragments and then you can do it, but you get a good amount of sinful fragments from those guys when you kill them. So, and it only takes one person to break their shield. So if you get like 2 or 3 people doing it together, you can keep doing the farm over and over. I probably didn't sell it at all, and you're probably like, no, that sounds way too gross. I'm not doing that.
Well, you don't change the Snapdragon at like the Dragon place or anything, so I'm not sure how you change his colors once you've got one going, but...
Like I said, you probably refeed him the treat if I were to guess. Go get a different treat, feed it to him.
I'm guessing you go back to the island, you talk to the person who gave you the original treat color, and they'll just give you another one.
Probably look it up online, I got no clue. Alright, well, if I'm done here, I'm going to go and farm more Gallywicks.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks.
Have a good night, Diablo.
Good night.
hate constantly being swarmed by ads? You need a download Pi. It's a free Chrome extension that blocks ads on all your favorites.
Alright, let's just, how do I play the game? Love. Let's start with love. Achievement! Let's go! Alright, we're 20% done the game. Make a story with this title. Adam starts alone, finds love, and dies happy. Right, Adam, he's alone. He's gonna find Eve, and then he's gonna die. Let's go! Alright, good start. Now we're on Haunt. Isabel is haunted by her husband. Alright.
No boss yet.
This is the real challenge.
Don't follow me. I know some tricks that are not the smartest things. I'm already through. That was quick. Probably one of my quickest ones.
How did you do that?
That was probably one of my quickest ones. That was awesome. You want me to send you a clip of it? That was quick. Probably one of my quickest ones.
How did you do that?
That was probably one of my quickest ones. That was awesome.
This is...
That was quick. Probably one of my quickest
How
ones.
did you do that?
That was probably one of my quickest ones. That was awesome.
This is the real challenge.
Don't follow me.
This is the real challenge.
Don't follow me. I know some tricks that are not the smartest things. I'm already through. That was quick. Probably one of my quickest ones.
How did you do that?
That was probably one of my quickest ones. That was awesome.
This is the real challenge.
Don't follow me.
This is the real challenge.
Don't follow me. I know some tricks that are not the smartest things. I'm already through. That was quick. Probably one of my quickest ones.
How did you do that?
That was probably one of my quickest ones. That was awesome.
This is the real challenge.
Don't follow me. I know some tricks that are not the smartest things. I'm already through. That was quick. Probably one of my quickest
How
ones.
did you do that?
That was probably one of my quickest ones. That was all.
They're gonna get married.
Like, become rebels with causes.
Want to edit out. So yeah, I'm not familiar with these YouTubers at all, hat films, and I went to look for that post that they allegedly made, but I couldn't find it. Maybe they deleted it or something, or I just couldn't find it. I checked on like Twitter, YouTube community post, and also Blue Sky. And then we got some responses here. Let's see. I mean, one of the very first customers you can get his name Peter File. Lowbrow humor seems to be almost the whole game's premise. OP saying lowbrow is one thing, and I don't have an issue with it at all. It's just when it drifts into harmful tropes that it feels a bit off. We live in the most progressive era of all time. It's about time people start to realize that intent and context is all that matters. Hat films are not transphobic, so no jokes they share have ill intent. And the OP
Wait, what's a hat film?
My post absolutely wasn't meant as a dig at the boys. One of the things that I really appreciate about them is how inclusive they are. It was merely meant to make them aware of stuff in the game that they might not be aware of, that could put out the wrong kind of vibe. I know if I was putting stuff out there that I didn't realize included some iffy stuff, I'd want someone to let me know. We'll take a look at 2 more comments here. This one reading.
Oh, I see.
Is that for the achievement Indian dealer? Sell something to a customer, then pickpocket it back? Isn't that referencing Indian giving? Wikipedia says it is based on cultural misunderstandings that took place between the early European colonists and the indigenous people with whom they traded. Personally, I have heard the term Indian giver, but never realized it has pejorative connotations. The OP saying that was one of the examples I saw in that thread. Yeah. Okay, so it's a Reddit thread. Maybe I can find that then. We'll take a look after this if I can find it. And this response saying, who cares? It's all in jest. But the OP,
yeah, basically.
The people being joked about in demeaning ways might care. While intent does matter, excusing stuff is just in jest. There's
going to be some people that are offended by it, and then there's going to be some people that are of that racial makeup that don't care either. It's just a joke.
The idea is being normal.
Jokes are going to offend people. That's how it is. If you stop telling jokes every time someone got offended by it, then there would be no jokes
in the long run. And then we got this exchange, which also explains why they're accusing it of being transphobic. Reads, I noticed while watching YouTube shorts that there was an effect on one of the strains of butt that said generalizing, and of course it changed the smoker's gender, because apparently, of course, Caitlyn Jenner is the first thing people think of when they think of anything trans.
Yeah, because so the reason behind that is that Caitlyn Jenner was like the first like kind of big celebrity trans person that came onto the scene, and that's why South Park had Caitlyn Jenner in there, and there was like a bunch of jokes about Caitlyn Jenner in South Park because Caitlyn Jenner was culturally relevant. Caitlyn Jenner was already like pretty famous because of what was that show? I don't watch TV. There was a show that like everyone watched. Buckle Up Buckaroo. Yeah, there was a show that like everybody watched, and like they were like pretty famous. Yeah, Kardashians. Yeah. So they were already like kind of famous because of that. So like the whole thing of them being trans was a huge deal in like the Hollywood like circles and stuff. And they even had didn't they have Caitlyn Jenner on Time magazine? I'm pretty sure they did something like that, and it was a big deal. So culturally relevant person. So they went with generalizing because it's something that everybody can understand.
It left a bad taste in my mouth after that, and I won't be looking to engage with this other than watching some YouTubers play it. The OP saying, yeah, that was one of the ones that I saw referenced. Maybe I'm just particularly vigilant about it because of how scary things are for the trans community at the moment, but I still think it's something worth highlighting so it doesn't get too normal.
The trans community is honestly its own worst enemy, to be honest. And you can disagree with me on that if you want, but I'm just right. I'm right.
Normalized. This response saying, or it's poking fun at gender because of the fact they transition.
About every community is its own worst enemy. Not every community, but yes, I mean there's a lot of communities that are their own worst enemies. True. But I do think that the trans community, not individual trans people. Obviously, there's individual trans people who have their own thoughts on things. In fact, Caitlyn Jenner is one of them. Caitlyn Jenner is like kind of more on the conservative side of trans stuff. Anyway, what I'm saying is like the community, as in the people who have cultural control of the trans community, they have done more damage to trans rights than literally anyone could possibly hope to create out of all of the other groups. Basically, the other groups that hate trans people didn't have to do anything because they basically did it a lot to themselves, and I think that's a bad thing. I really do. I feel really bad about it. But what can you do?
Then turned on others who transition. And lastly, this exchange where this comment says, I mean,
there was a lot of goodwill from the center. So the center of there's always going to be people that like don't like trans people. And there's always going to be people that are like trans zealots. Obviously, there's going to be all on both sides. But the center is really the important thing because that's the bulk of like where you have to sway. You have to sway point of views. And the trans community, again, they're not a monolith, but the people with the cultural power, they did so much damage to the perception of trans people to the average person by being like super radical that the average person was like, okay, like no more of this, fuck this, like get the shit out of here. And that became like more popular. And then that's kind of what caused the whole thing to slide backwards. And it's probably going to slide for quite some time before the brakes get hit on it because a lot of them are just doubling down.
Plus, it's also mocked everyone. It's more of a celebrity reference than an outright transphobic one. Though I suppose it is highlighting the gender change specifically. Though it's not a negative. Caitlyn Jenner is simply the most well-known transgender person. The same way Tropic Thunder is so obviously the choice for a skin color change. But the OP says mocking/joking about everyone equally only really works if everyone's on equal footing to begin with, really, which sadly isn't the case right now.
Absolutely not.
The caster bit illustrates it pretty nicely. Oh, but look, there's actually one more.
I don't believe people are immune from having humor applied to them. In fact, I think that's kind of fucked up. I think it's fucked up to the people who have those problems by saying that their troubles cannot be made light of with humor because humor is how you feel those kind of things. I mean, that's how I deal with a lot of like the negative things in my life is I make fun of them and I just have a good time just joking about them. And it's funny when people joke about it like in general, like comedians. So it's a disservice to people actually that are going through like hard times and like they can't even like have any comedy about like their situation. So I think yeah.
Once this one got -7 downloads and reads lol seriously. So ultimately I couldn't find the thread that was being referenced here. Took a look for it, couldn't find it.
Wasn't that Ben Shapiro making a movie about the women's sports thing? They did. The movie was kind of mid, to be honest. It wasn't really that funny. It was okay. I watched it with people. It was okay. I give that movie like a 4 out of 10. Wasn't the worst movie I've ever seen. Wasn't the best movie I've ever seen. It was just okay.
Don't know what that's all about, but I suppose the OP explained everything in this thread anyways. We'll close by going back to the gamer. Once again, the article, it's incredibly racist. Schedule 1 comes under fire for one of his achievements. Let me know what you think about the article. Let me know what you think about all this stuff in the comments. And I hope you enjoyed this segment. Hope you enjoyed the and all that. And if
I like it, Hiroe.
Liking and or subscribe to the channel. Appreciate you.
What do you guys think? I like it. I like the model. Like it really looks exactly how I would have pictured them. So I think it fits really well. I think it needs a little bit of tuning with it, like some technical tuning because setting up the cameras and all that is like not really like as easy as plug and play. You kind of have to like tune it and then you also have to learn how to move with it. It's like puppetry. So yeah.
little fishy. Do I hope they get banned for this? No, but maybe we can eye this person. We can eye on them.
Okay, fair, valid.
It's okay. About as standard of Singapore as you can get. And
I wouldn't guess that. It is really clean though. They have really clean streets.
it says Singapore on the sign right here. So this is a 700 rated moving player with Marina Central in Singapore.
So it's close to the water.
I guess.
So it's close to the water.
Fair play.
If it's at a marina.
It's in Salesforce, literally any city ever. Lots of not moving with a sign in front of our eyes.
Yeah.
Just move your camera a little bit.
No, it's not.
Why would you cheat on Singapore? Like of all the things to cheat on, that's like the easiest one to actually get right.
Yeah, I would have guessed along like the ocean maybe, or like close to a river. Like, why did you have to cheat on that?
No, actually, like if you're gonna cheat, like use it on like a bigger country, bro. If you're going to, that is. Like there's no need.
So
Like,
stupid!
Let's see how long he looks at the sign without moving the screen. Wait, do you guys see that? What if this movement right here was him like moving his mouse to open another tab, or his phone? He accidentally used his mouse. Wait, okay, wait, let me do this again.
Oh shit, oh shit. Oh, there's a timer. Look, there's a timer. He's really slow at Googling.
12 seconds. 12.33. There's no need to like thinking that much about a sign for 12 seconds. Unless you like really thinking about it. I'm gonna say guilty on that one, but don't ban that guy yet. Okay, because kind of cringe that you're Googling in Singapore when there's a sign to Singapore like the other direction. Let's do one more.
Ooh. Okay. I'm locked in. Europe, definitely. There's a border. Or is this not a border? Maybe Austria? This looks like Switzerland or Austria to me. I don't know. Ooh, wait. Yeah, maybe Austria.
Good one. Okay, Poland, pretty obviously.
Fuck. Obviously, you dumb bitch.
All here.
All right.
Poland's a pretty hard country to guess, notoriously, so.
Okay, that's fair. Well, okay, if I turned around, I would have guessed Poland. I was at my first glance.
These are at the
common knowledge. How did you know, Alana?
It
was obvious. Why would you say Austria? Okay, in my defense. Okay, I don't have a defense. Okay, hold on. He said it's notoriously hard to guess Poland. Okay.
Player 800 900. He doesn't. He decides to not use that. Okay, that's good. Oh, did he remember what the sign was? And now he's doing it, or is he opening up tab to script? Okay.
It does look Eastern European. I would have definitely guessed it after the sign.
Nope. Okay. Just taking in the image, maybe. Oh, going back. Ooh. Okay.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh.
Yep. Polish. Nothing of value to him there. Going back to the start. Is he looking for? Oh.
No.
Don't do it. Don't do it. It's right there. I know you see it. Just click it. Just click it. Just click it. Just click it. Oh no, he can't find it. It's on your other tab, bro. Just look. Check your other tab real quick. Yep. Yep. And then go down again. Yep. Yep. There you go. Sure,
oh, you rat. No.
Oh no.
Oh.
Mine's looking at the ground. Like the compass is gonna help you. Everybody just click. This should have the train track right there, bro. You got this. You got this. He could be Polish. But
that's such horseshit.
I have a feeling that
this guy's such a rat. He's such a little cheater.
He's not scripting though. He really just clicked the.
Bro.
Well, I think this person just said, let me just turn on all the stops. I mean, there is a bin in the road right there that does make sense for that guess. And I think if he was scripting, it would have gotten a lot easier. And the curvature in the road, he is actually looking at the ground here to line the road up because it gives you the compass direction. Yeah, I mean, that one's just scanning on in the village for where there's.
That is so cringe. You can't even pretend to like fake it or something.
Way too long. If he was scripting, I think he would have gotten there sooner. But when you look back, how long did he have to look at the sign in the beginning?
Why cheating the game with 0 rewards? We used to have a word game that we would play on stream like a long time ago, probably like a year ago, and people actually cheated in that too. Like it's so cringe.
Okay, see, he makes it nondescript and he keeps going. And then when he's doing it here, he's definitely just like switching tabs to look it up, But he doesn't want to look obvious in the recording. That's probably what it is, right?
Maybe.
But like in hindsight, seeing still is maybe more obvious. I would love to see like a live camera on like what was actually happening in this moment. It's so funny. So the first time I saw
the CIA needs to get in on this.
But the second time I saw it, he's like, oh wait, I know exactly where that is. That's like northeast Warsaw suburbs. I just can't find it on the map immediately. I just know it's somewhere over here. Could be the case, but I'm gonna say probably not on that one. And with that,
I feel like organically speaking, even if you are Polish and you'd be like, oh well, this looks like a suburb, then I would guess you wouldn't get it that exactly. Like you have to be insane like Rainbow and like Rainbow has everything reasoned down to a science and being like, okay, so this is like a train track, like I've seen this before, blah blah blah. Like it's not.
I'll submit my verdict, and I think my work here is done for the day.
It's just like
this is super fun.
It's ridiculous.
I have more to go through, but maybe I save them for another video. Did you guys enjoy this?
Yeah, that was fun.
But yeah, don't cheat on GSer, please. But yeah, let me know if you guys agreed with all my decisions there or disagreed or if I was too harsh. My direct input there. Cheating on GSer is easy, unfortunately. Why, you may ask? Well, 2 reasons. GSer is easy. So easy, in fact. 2 years ago, I said, I found my life purpose. And I said that because I got this DM from a follower that said, can you find my package, bro? And they delivered it to the wrong place. And so as one would, I found the exact door. And he went to that door and got his shoes back. And this is by far the most common DM I get. It seems like maybe 15 to 20 times a day, people are DMing me asking if I can help find their package. So I'll teach you. I got this DM from a follower yesterday that said this. I need your help. My boyfriend told me to go to you, so I'm hoping you can help me. So basically, I got my boyfriend's little sister as a Sephora gift for her all-state performance this Sunday. So I ordered it to my university, but turns out Sephora's same-day delivery uses DoorDash. So this driver did not know how to deliver it to university post office. They left it at a random doorstep. But I just need the address so I can call the owner and hopefully get my package. Legit $100 worth of makeup. Please let me know if you can help. And so of course I replied on it. Listen, this will probably take only 5 or 10 minutes maximum, but I'm hoping this more so helps people if maybe one day this happens to you. Guarantee you, someone watching this will one day happen to you, and you want to go find a package, and maybe I don't see it, maybe I don't reply. You can use this as help. Timer starts now. Okay, so we know it's going to be in New Jersey because, well, she lives in New Jersey, and of course, to confirm that this photo is actually in New Jersey, not anywhere else, we can also confirm that there's a New Jersey plate on this tablet right here. So it should be somewhere within where she was going to get it actually delivered. And just looking at this photo real quick, obviously the most useful thing to use here that we do have, that won't always be the case, but in this scenario it is we have a house number. Of course, house numbers are extremely important if you're going to find something because, well, it's super searchable. And by searchable, I mean searchable through OpenStreetMap public source data, which is basically just an open source map that people can submit and add to. So this photo I'm using right now is a geocode around New York, which is around the university that she's trying to deliver at. We can see there's a parking lot. So I don't think it's going to be residential. It could be, but it looks more commercial. But the problem about user submitting data or data that's relied on users is that where I want to search with this house number has nothing added by the public. So this is unfortunately not going to work. At least the first method I usually do when looking for house numbers. This is nothing that I've come across before. Sometimes you can't always rely on public data because it's not always complete. And this is one of those cases where there's literally nothing in New Brunswick labeled 219. So what we're going to do instead is the second best option I like to do. Before I do that, let me tell you guys about today's sponsor of the video, Saley. As an APP you guys here, what it looks like, we're in Poland. We'll take it. If you guys don't know what Saley is an eSIM service app that has coverage in almost every country in the world. That's a great guess. Including France. Great guess. Including Thailand. This is northern Thailand. Nice. Including Romania. Nice. And yes, even Cambodia. We'll take that. And all with the benefit of avoiding unexpected fees. I personally love these things. Let's say I'm traveling somewhere like Brazil, right? You know how many times you get to the airport in a country and you have to buy a SIM card, a physical SIM card, and you have to avoid the airport hassle and all that? That is strictly why I only use eSIMs now, specifically Saley. I even use the Saley eSIM in South Africa, actually. It's really the best. Once the eSIM is installed once, you don't have to install it again for every single country. Also, is this? I think it is. This Cocos. Okay, you can install the eSIM before you go to the country, and you can land and have service as you land. That's why I always use it. This looks like this Northern Road in Ghana, which also has Saley coverage. And you guys can actually get 15% discount on Saley eSIM data plans right now. By scanning the QR code on screen right now, or using code RAINBOW at checkout for 15% off. Let's get back to the video. So I found the most reliable source for house numbers is going to be this method right here. It's basically using Google search query and just like maximizing. So what we're going to do is we're going to start by doing this. We're going to do site and then realtor.com. And basically what this does is this will only give me results from realtor.com. You can put this for any website. You can put it for Zillow. Usually I have Zillow in the past for this, but I think realtor.com has more historic backlog and has more options and more addresses in store. And this is really the only way I've found to consistently find addresses online, at least with house numbers. So we're going to do realtor.com and we're going to do 219 in quotation. So it only shows me 219 on realtor.com in New Brunswick and J. So this is going to search all of realtor.com with house number 219 in New Brunswick, New Jersey. And if I search this, we now have only addresses with 219 in New Brunswick. So now what I do is I open up all the first page tabs and we're going to go and see if we can find her package for her. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through, and if it obviously doesn't look like location, we're going to just skip it. So it's like this, it's residential, doesn't have parking lots on either side, does not look like it's going to get. This could be it. And they have a street view option here. And this is not it. Next one. Nope. What I like about realtor.com too is it actually has super easy street view access. So I can just click through and go through super easily. And just like you see there's parking lot right there, there's not. There it is. There we go. It's that easy. What time is that? I think that was sub 10 minutes to a 9. There it is. This is not something I ever thought was going to be super difficult, but I just wanted, that was going to get showcased to show you guys. So maybe if you ever get caught in a problem like that, you guys can find your package. Yeah, this is a very basic tutorial. Someone out there might benefit from this at one point. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to center the location. I say, found it, and center the link. And so the delivery driver left it at I's door for law office. All right. Hopefully that someone at this office was able to get her package for her. If not, I also told her that I will pay the cost of whatever in the package because she only uses this for video. So that's only fair, you know. So yeah, this was that was fun. Maybe a little anticlimactic and super to the point, but not everything has to be rocket science. Sometimes things are right there in front of your eyes, and maybe you guys learned something about Google search query. If you guys want to find more packages, maybe I can do one video like find like 5 or something for people that vary levels of difficulty, where it's maybe just a door frame or something. No, it's not all the time that you get something like a house number. And this is where you do it's very helpful. But I have a little bit of an update for you guys. She just replied. It's earlier in the day. She said, "Hey, Raybolt, I called up the place and they said they took it inside and I was able to pick it up today. Thank you so much." W's only. That's a W. If you ever have a package that is lost, send it my way. I would love to try and find it. And yes, like I said, guys, I know this was a little bit of a way easier process. Most of you guys also probably could have done this, but I thought it was just a fun quick video to show you guys kind of a thought process because it's never the same. And maybe it taught someone something out there that they can use in their day. So if you guys enjoyed this video, don't forget to like, subscribe, or don't. I'll see you guys next time. Goodbye.
On the tree branches of the sakura tree and shaking off the sakura flowers. People are going to be happy about that, but I don't know all of the specific details. I think that Rev has probably got us, so we are going to watch Rev Says Death today, and we are going to be reacting to the video entitled Ms. Kiff's Cringe Tourist Behavior Infuriates Japan. Let's go ahead and get into it.
Hey, what's up, guys? We're here.
All right.
So today we're looking at more tourists causing issues overseas in the pursuit of streaming for content. Now we're looking at 2 different streamers causing issues. We're going to give an update on the Vitaly situation and some very satisfying news involving him. But first, we're going to begin with another streamer who's not your typical nuisance streamer like Johnny Somali. It's someone completely different, and it's Ms. Kiff, of all people, who is someone who's not only a large content creator, but someone who spent the last couple of months in Japan making a lot of content based on that, and someone who's also called out kick streamers for misbehaving in places like Japan. Now, he's facing a lot of controversy right now because of a recent clip going around on the internet. You can see the caption here. Ms. Kiff is catching heat in Japan from popular content creators like Kaho Shibuya for doing pull-ups in gymnastic tricks on a cherry blossom tree. Now, here is the clip. You can see Ms. Kiff and the people he's with doing chin-ups and gymnastic routines on cherry blossom trees. Now, I don't think you have to be like a seasoned veteran over at Japan to understand this wrong. Like, this is like a day one thing. I don't think you should be doing this stuff on a cherry blossom tree. I think,
oh yeah, absolutely. And here's the thing. I will say, I don't necessarily, I don't watch Ms. Kiff a lot. I've probably watched him literally once in my entire life, so I don't really know what his typical content is, but I don't think he was doing this in fairness to be a nuisance streamer. Like, I don't think his thought process was, oh, let me do something really obnoxious for content. You know, I don't think there was a conscious awareness of the fact that you shouldn't do this. So like, I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt there. I'm also pretty sure that some of the people with Ms. Kiff were also Japanese, so this might have made him think that what he was doing was okay, which I can understand. I still think that when you visit another country, it's your job to educate yourself on respectful behavior and what is expected in that country, but I do understand how he may have thought it wasn't a big deal if other people, especially Japanese people, were doing the same thing or weren't stopping him from doing that. Not saying that makes it okay, by the way. This is something that will pull up if you just Google search what not to do during cherry blossom season in Japan, so not an excuse, but I don't think he had bad intentions in doing this. But yeah, you don't do this. You just don't do this. You know, Japan is a very respectful society. People kind of like to keep to themselves. No one really does anything obnoxious. So it's like, if you are ever in Japan and you're thinking about doing something, ask yourself for a second, is this obnoxious? Is what I'm about to do obnoxious behavior that's gonna like draw attention to myself? And if the answer is yes, probably just don't do it, you know? Respect the culture. You are going to a place that is not your culture, you respect the culture, or you just don't go. Again, I don't think he had like malicious intentions here, but I can understand why people are upset about it because again, like this tree has a lot of cultural significance for the Japanese people.
Day one tourist knows this is probably a disrespectful move
and you can
to
see
make. A lot of people say, well, it's
off.
just a tree, Rev. What's the big deal? We'll explain why it's so culturally significant and why this is so disrespectful, but let's look at some of the posts that are calling this out. You can see the person in question here is a content creator by the name of Shibuya Kaho. So,
and really quickly, I just want to say this, it doesn't matter if it's just a tree. It doesn't matter if you think it is just a tree, because again, you're going into essentially someone else's home. And when you go to someone else's home, you don't get to just disrespect their rules because, oh, it's just a tree. If I go to your house and you say, hey, could you please take off your shoes so the carpet doesn't get dirty? I don't say, oh, well, what do you mean it's just a carpet, man? That's so dumb. I take off my freaking shoes because it's your home and I'm gonna respect your rules. The same applies when you're visiting another country, when you're going to a different culture. You need to respect their rules, and if you don't like it, don't go. That's simple.
You can see this is her tweet that was pointed out earlier saying, I saw a video of content creators I've met before doing pull-ups and gymnastic tricks on a sakura tree's branches and inevitably shaking cherry blossom petals off. It just broke my heart to see someone I actually know doing such things in Japan. It's always been unknown people on social media. Fortunately, the post was gone the next day, so they probably regretted and deleted it. But please, if you ever want to flex your muscles to show how much testosterone you got, go touch your own wood. Amazing. Leave ephemeral cherry blossoms with flowers living for only 2 weeks alone. And that is the point. So every person defending Ms. Kiff in this situation, they ignore stuff like this. They ignore the cultural significance of these trees and the petals that are blooming. And it might just be a tree to you, but when you're overseas, you need to respect the culture. It's amazing that this has become a very hot take to make on social media. If you're going to travel somewhere, you have to respect the culture.
And again, it literally does not matter if it's just a tree. I could have something in my backyard that's just a tree. But if you're in my home and I say don't climb on that because I worked really hard to grow that tree, you don't climb on the tree because it's my home, and you should respect the person when you're in their home. It's the same thing. You go to Japan, you're in the Japanese people's home. If that tree is important to them, doesn't matter if it's just a tree to you, you respect it. But yes, this is part of the reason, again, like why sakura are so important for the Japanese people. Again, it encompasses this like sort of philosophical idea on beauty that I really like. As I said earlier, this idea that there's beauty in things that are fleeting, that are ephemeral, that are transient. And the blossoms they are beautiful in and of themselves, but they're especially beautiful because of that, because you can only witness that beauty for a short amount of time. There's something about that just makes it all the more profound of an experience for a lot of people. And it doesn't matter if you don't get that. It doesn't matter if you don't understand that. It doesn't matter if you don't like think it matters, because it matters to them, and you're in their home, so you respect the rules. It's really just that simple.
It might just be a tree to you, but just like many other things, that tree has more cultural significance than you may realize. And here's an example of that. So even on this official guide to Japan, it's mentioned here, sacred cherry blossom trees in Japan. When you travel throughout Japan, you may hear of sacred trees, which often appear in Shinto and Buddhist folktales. Spirits are said to inhabit kodama, old or beautiful trees. Hundreds of these trees exist in Japan, and you can tell them apart from regular trees by the shimenawa, large twisted ropes that encircle these sacred trees. The people believe misfortune will come to anyone who mistreats or cuts down these sacred trees. Several of these sacred trees are cherry blossom trees. That's what we're talking about with the clip that we looked at just a few moments ago. So again, it might just be a tree to you, but it has clearly a lot of cultural significance in Japan. And if you're going to be a tourist there, you should respect their culture. It's not exactly a big ask if you're asking me, but of course here's some further comments from Shibuya.
Just like they should be aware that some tourists, especially live streamers, have been getting a lot of bad attention. Maybe because big streamers, but then you're gonna say about we don't really talk shit about big streamers anymore after behaving like that. Just very disappointing.
Yeah, obviously Johnny Somali versus Mizkif. It's not exactly the same, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
The CX crew, all that stuff. Clearly they're a lot worse than Mizkif. But with Mizkif's case, he's called out these kick streamers before for their behavior in places like Japan, and I feel like he loses a lot of credibility when he goes out and does stuff like this himself. And a lot of people in the replies to the original thread you're looking at here, they're pointing out a very obvious downside of what Mizkif is doing here, where it makes a lot of tourists, and in particular Americans, look bad by association.
And again, it's just basic human decency. Again, it's about respect. It's really annoying when people say it's just a tree, because you could say that about literally anything. Saying it's just a tree implies that people shouldn't care, but the thing is, different people are going to care about different things. You could say it's just XYZ about, for example, I'm sure some of you have heard this before, it's just a game, right? You shouldn't get upset, you're not allowed to have feelings because it's just a game. Oh, someone deleted your Minecraft world? Oh, well, it's just a game, man. It's just a game. It doesn't matter. That person cares about that. That person cares about that game. Oh, it's just carpet. Oh, carpet can you watch? Oh, it's just XYZ. It's just this. It's just that. Oh, you're crying because of a movie? Come on, man. It's just a movie. It doesn't matter if it's just XYZ to you when it matters to other people in their home. Whether or not you get something, you should be able to respect that it is important to the people who live in that country, and you should be able to take that information and say, hey man, maybe I don't quite get it, but I'm here in someone else's home, so I'm going to respect that they care about this tree, and I will therefore, not do anything to harm the tree. It doesn't matter if you don't think that it's a big deal. It matters to the people who matter, whose home this is. An example that I think really drives the point home is, imagine you're at church, and there is like a wooden statue of, let's say, Jesus on the cross, and you see a bunch of grown-ass people walk in and start climbing on the statue and hanging off of the statue, and little pieces of wood are falling off, and they're laughing and filming. You're probably going to think that's pretty damn rude and disrespectful, right? These people are coming into a space where you are practicing your faith and ruining something that represents an important part of that faith. It may be just a statue in their eyes, but screw that, because they're coming into a community of people who see it as a lot more than just a statue. The same thing applies here. You respect the culture, you respect the spaces that you are choosing voluntarily to enter. And you know what? I actually saw, it wasn't exactly this, I don't remember the exact words, but this was like the gist of the interaction that I saw on Twitter between a couple people regarding the situation. Someone said, oh my gosh, everyone's blowing this out of proportion, it's not like it's illegal. And someone replied, it actually is illegal. To which that person replied, well, that's just stupid. And this is the kind of people that we're dealing with here, man. At first it's not like it's illegal. When someone tells them actually it is illegal, they say, oh, well then that's stupid. It shouldn't be illegal. Like, that's just so dumb. It's just a tree, man. Again, that's really cool that you think that, bro, but your opinion doesn't matter. Respectfully, your opinion does not freaking matter to the people who actually live in Japan. Pretty much everyone in Japan, is cool with the way that things are and want the sakura trees to be protected, so that's a cool opinion, bro, but it doesn't actually matter, And these are the kind of people that are defending this. So it's like, says a lot. Says a lot. The people defending this, it says a lot about them as people, is all I'm saying.
No secret at this point that people in places like Japan are already very on edge when it comes to tourists because of people like those on kicks.
It's annoying. It's upsetting.
Okay, so now you have people like Mizkif under a bigger microscope, and it just makes people look bad by association. Americans and tourists are going to have a very bad reputation in Japan thanks to a lot of different people.
Oh yeah, I'm concerned they're just going to completely close the country off to tourism, which would that would suck, man. That would just absolutely suck. They already have closed down one spot. I don't know if you guys saw this when it happened. I'll try to see if I can find a clip. But they closed down the geisha district in Japan because too many people, tourists, dumbass tourists, not even necessarily Americans, just like tourists in general, were going to the geisha district and they were taking pictures of the geisha walking around like they were zoo animals or something. Like this woman is just trying to get to her job, you know? These women, these people, they're just trying to go to their jobs. They're just trying to live their lives, go about their day, and you have all these stupid tourists with their cameras out. Oh my god, it's a geisha, taking pictures, you know? And it's just infuriating. Like, I can't believe that people don't realize that that behavior is obnoxious. Like, how would you feel if you're just trying to go to work and there's people gawking at you and taking pictures of you like, oh my god, wow. So annoying and so upsetting that parts of Japan is now closed off to tourists. I think it was the right move, but it obviously sucks for people who wanted to go there and were planning on behaving respectfully, like myself. So yeah, it does make me nervous that they're just going to close the entire freaking country someday because they're sick of obnoxious tourists. And I will say too, because people do things like this, I think there definitely is not necessarily like a negative perception of Westerners. I'm sure that among some Japanese people there is a negative perception, but I think we are perceived as kind of loud and obnoxious. And I actually experienced this at a job that I had in Japan. Basically, my job was just to talk to people in English. I would have conversations with people to help them improve their English speaking skills. And one thing I remember one of my students saying to me once is like, "Wow, you're really quiet for an American." Because I'm very shy in person. I'm very shy. I'm very quiet. I'm not super loud. You know, I don't like to draw attention to myself. I don't like being perceived. It's very different on YouTube when it's just like me and my camera. And obviously, I know that a lot of people are going to see the video. But generally speaking, when I'm like out in society, I don't like attention. I don't like being perceived. So I was very different actually from what they were expecting. They were like, "Wow, you're really kind of quiet and unassuming for an American. I didn't think that you'd be that way." So yeah, I think that unfortunately, because of the way that people behave, especially Westerners, when they go to Japan, people have this perception of us that we're like always loud and obnoxious and like to draw attention to ourselves. So yeah, this is something that was like observable in my own personal experience when I used to live in Japan.
Just again makes it bad for the people who just want to go visit
I know,
Japan and respect the culture and not go out and do these ridiculous things. And again, with Mizkif in particular, he's been in Japan long enough. He should know that doing all that stuff with the cherry blossom tree was in very bad taste and was disrespectful. Again, just a tree to some, but clearly not in Japan. Has a lot more significance than just being a tree. But now we're gonna do the other half of this video, which is an update on the
Okay, we don't have to watch the Vitaly situation. I don't actually know what's going on with it. I've seen it in my YouTube feed, but I haven't had time to look into it. So update, I don't even know what the situation is in general, so we're not gonna watch that. But yeah, anyways, the point is, I definitely think, like I said, I don't think Mizkif necessarily had like bad or malicious intentions. I don't think that he's a Johnny Somali or anything like that. However, it was definitely not a great thing to do. I don't know if he's apologized for it. I hope that he will apologize for it if he has not done so. And I wish people would stop pretending like, oh, it's just a tree. Why are people upset about this? Like blah 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 blah. This is the thing about respect. Is like to you it might be just XYZ. But if you have any type of respect for a person, you should be able to respect their feelings about something. You know, like let's say you make a joke and it hurts someone's feelings. You don't say, oh man, like it was just a joke. Why are you so sensitive? You say, oh my bad. Like I'm sorry about that. I won't make that joke again. You know, some people, yeah, they might just take that as a joke. Other people, you might hit like a sore spot for them, and it might not be just a joke. And part of respecting another person as a human being is being able to say like, oh okay, damn, yeah, my bad. All right, I won't make that joke anymore. Obviously, I'm talking about more like personal relationships in this case. Like if I'm with my friend and I make a joke and it upsets her, I'm just gonna apologize and say my bad. I won't make that joke anymore. And if I really feel like that person is like just too sensitive for who I am as a person, then I just won't be friends with them anymore. You know. But like generally speaking, you know, that's how respect is. Like it's a two-way street. You know, people in Japan will treat you with respect and kindness so long as you're not like disrespecting them and their culture. Generally speaking, obviously there are, you know, it's not like racists don't exist in Japan. Like there are people who just don't like foreigners. Period. But like generally speaking, Japanese people are going to respect you and treat you with kindness if you give them mutual respects and, you know, treat their culture with respect and kindness. And I do think that there is some degree of personal responsibility when you are visiting a country to do a bit of research into the culture. You know, like there are so many YouTube videos on like what not to do in Japan. There are so many. Like literally you can just watch like 3 of them and you'll have a pretty good idea of the culture and like what you should and shouldn't do. And if you feel like, damn, that's really strict, I don't like that, then it's like just don't go. Find somewhere else to go. You know? But yeah, anyways, I think the only way to really stop this type of behavior from happening is to stop glorifying it, call it out when it happens. Again, I don't think Mizkif had bad intentions here. I don't think that he was trying to be malicious. Like I can give him the benefit of the doubt in this situation. I think he was just being kind of stupid and immature. But people like Johnny Somali, for example, if you don't know who that is, there's so much. There's so much, but there's plenty of content out there that covers the Johnny Somali situation. But people like Johnny Somali, like thank goodness he's facing some consequences for his actions. Thank goodness so many people are calling him out. From my understanding, he doesn't have a lot of viewers, which is great. Like that's how it should be. You know, people who do obnoxious shit in other countries for the sake of getting views should not have an audience. So that's great. And I hope that trend continues. I hope that people who consistently, again, I don't think Mizkif deserves to be like completely canceled or like lose his whole entire audience base over this. It's a mistake that he will hopefully learn from. I agree that he should have known better. But as I said, I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt here. I don't think he was intentionally malicious. I don't think he did this. I don't think he like had a conscious thought process of like, oh, I'm gonna do this really obnoxious thing and disrespect the Sakura trees to get views because F the Sakura. You know, I don't think that was his thought process. But people who consistently do really obnoxious crap in other countries and bother the people who live there and harass them, like these are the people who don't deserve to have a viewer base. These are the people who deserve to get canceled. I'm glad Johnny Somali is getting canceled and doesn't seem to have much of a viewer base, and hopefully that trend will continue. Like let's keep doing that. That to me is acceptable cancel culture. Let's keep canceling people who do this obnoxious crap in other countries for the sake of views. Don't give them that. Don't give them the satisfaction. Keep calling out stuff like that. Again, Mizkif, like I think we can move past this. Hopefully he's learned his lesson and won't do anything like this ever again in Japan. But yeah, it was definitely bad. If he hasn't apologized, I hope that he will apologize for it because again, even if you don't get it, even if you think it's just a tree, like that's very important to the people of Japan, and those are the people who left their home. So anyways, that's my take on this. I'm curious to see what you guys think of it. Let me know your thoughts down in the comment section below. Next week, I think probably it's gonna be a Shoe on Head video. If not next week, then the week after. It's coming. Don't worry, it's coming. We're gonna be reacting to the Shoe on Head video. We're gonna do her like response video to the male loneliness epidemic. Is the next thing on the list in terms of Shoe on Head. I don't know exactly when it's coming, but it is coming. So look forward to that. Like I said, let me know your thoughts down in the comment section below. Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel if you do enjoy this type of content, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye.
Did I watch this one already?
Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. I hope that everybody is doing well. Today we are going to be reacting to another home math video. It looks like this is a new one of his, entitled It Should, and then it says, you actually can't make people feel things. So I don't really know like what this video is going to talk about, but I guess we will find out together. Let's go.
Like people should care about your past dating history if I'm on a date with you now?
Why do you guys care so much about body counts?
That's a good question. I don't have a clue.
Me neither.
Yeah, he does.
Okay.
We all do. All of these things matter in different ways to everybody, but they all matter. And this one matters a lot, and too many women don't get that.
We get to talking, and your past comes up. You know, I promise you I will listen, and I won't say nothing to you.
but I swear to God, I'm judging. Oh, I'm judging. I can't look past you telling me that you got in high school. I'm sorry, I can't. I won't say anything to you. We can continue the date. But as far as you getting cuffed, oh, you're cooked, baby. That's it. No, what? The fact that I know it happened now, I still think that it can happen again. You can still come over, like I'm telling you, but that's your next contract. You're not getting a signing bonus. You're not getting an extension. That's it. I'm judging, and I'm judging every word. Like, what?
That's probably what I would do too. Some women seem to think we shouldn't do this.
It's just a weird thing to ask, and I don't feel like people should care about your past dating history if I'm on a date with you now. Well, and here's the interesting thing is, it's actually, I think should is actually a very good title for the video, because what's happening is when that woman who's being interviewed, when she says, I don't think people should feel this way about, someone's past dating history, I don't think people should care about people's past dating history. The thing is, what we should do in this type of situation doesn't really matter, because if you feel a certain way about something, you're just gonna feel that way about something. It doesn't matter whether or not you should feel that way about something. The fact of the matter is that you do. And a lot of times we can't really do anything to change how we feel about something. So talking about like how we should feel is sort of like a moot point, because in the end it actually doesn't even matter, because again, you can't change how you do feel about things. So she may actually have somewhat of a point. Like in an ideal world, it would be nice if people didn't care about things, like for example, somebody's past dating history. But the fact of the matter is that we do, and it's that's something that's sort of like an involuntary response. It's like, for example, like let's say you're out on a first date with somebody and they tell you, oh, just so you know, I like to get this out of the way on the first date. I actually used to have homicidal tendencies back in high school, but don't worry, like everything's good now. I'm on a medication regime. I'm seeing a psychologist and a psychiatrist, and I haven't had those feelings in like 10 years. Yeah, that could all be true. It could be true that this person is completely stable now. Everything they say could be 100% true. They might be like a totally normal person now, but you're still gonna feel a certain type of way about somebody telling you that they are homicidal. So yeah, or like that they have been homicidal, even if they aren't currently. So yeah, again, like in an ideal world, it would be nice if we could look past somebody's like past actions, because the fact of the matter is like people do have the capacity to change, and somebody who used to be that way might not currently be that way now, but it doesn't mean that you're realistically going to actually be able to look past that. So this is actually a super fitting video title. I get what he's getting at.
Here's why that's really, 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 really dumb. This is the ick indicator. It's a tool for understanding why women get the ick, which is when you do something that shows weakness and then she doesn't like you anymore. There are two types of icks. Type 1 is not manly enough, and type 2 is too girly, too feminine, too affected by your environment. For example, not spending enough on a date is not enough of a man, and too cold is, oh, poor baby, is the environment hurting you? They're arranged in order of these are your fault and these are her fault. She's unsalvageable, get rid of her. I saw this one happen in real life. A guy clipped bear spray to his belt and his girlfriend said, you're such a baby. And there were bears. I saw 4 of them. The reason
Really quickly, sorry to pause already, but if you meet a woman and she has an issue with you carrying bear spray for protection when there are actually bears, if she has an issue with you being too cold, if she has an issue with you not spending enough, or like for example showing emotion, if she has an issue with you crying, then she's not the woman for you. I just want to make that clear. No one should have to like suppress parts of themselves in order to make a relationship work. You're never going to be happy in a relationship like that. So if you meet a woman who feels this way, then she's not the one for you. She's just not the one for you, fellas.
Bring it up is that an ick is not a judgment, it's a feeling. Women don't get out a pen and paper and go, should I feel gross right now? They just do. And when you are lacking purity, that is a male ick. We don't think about it, we just feel it the same way that you do. We might think of you as a keeper, and then we go, oh, you did what in college? By the way, if you want to learn about men or women fast, you should try short form. It's just the best parts of books. Link in the comments. So this attitude...
One thing I will say is that this is definitely not applicable, across the board for every woman. Like, I don't get an ick for some of the things that he's listed. For any of the things he's listed, actually. I don't get an ick when my fiance is too cold. I don't get an ick when he doesn't, like, spend money on me. Like, I don't get an ick if he's emotional, or, like, if he's not, like, super hit. Like, none of these things, like, give me an ick. So I will say, like, this is definitely not something that's true across the board for women. That being said, it's interesting because he mentions purity. And actually, that is something, I can't speak for every woman, but I think a lot of women would get the ick. Like, that's not something that's exclusive to men, actually. That would give me the ick, as a matter of fact. For example, if I'm on a date with a guy and he says, like, yeah, I slept with 50 girls back in college, no big deal, I'm definitely going to have feelings about that, and none of them are going to be positive. That would give me the ick. And the reason why that would give me the ick, I think there's a subconscious reason for that reaction, and I think there are a multitude of factors contributing to this. So first, I would question whether or not this guy, like, values the sanctity of a monogamous relationship and can commit to me long term. I would wonder if he is like an adrenaline seeker or a thrill seeker, or one of those people who is always chasing the next best thing, which would then cause me to feel concerned about whether or not he would cheat on me or get bored. And I don't feel like people should care about your past dating history.
Doesn't matter. Let this poor bastard explain it to you.
I'm in a predicament here. I'm talking to this chick and talking with her. 3 of them in the room are like, oh, we already hit. That's brutal. I'm a fraternity. I know these guys. They aren't the nicest dudes. And it's not 3, bro. She's 7 of my friends. Every time I look at her, I just get this feeling of like utterable disgust. And I immediately feel like, oh, 7 of the bros have been in there, which is not chill. She's literally like everything I want in a woman. And I would probably marry her if she had 7 of my bros.
Did you hear that? He wants to like her, but when he knows what she did, he can't. Just like you can't like a guy when he does something icky. This has happened to me several times. I will meet a girl, she waits a while for me to get attached, and then she says, by the way, I did all this, and I go, oh, now I need a reason to end it. And then I do. Oh, I just don't know where I'm gonna be in 3 weeks. It's crazy. It's not a conscious process. It's just a feeling. I just don't want that. You may have been lied to, probably by someone who looks like this, about these feelings being a social construction, but this is what that sounds like to us. You don't actually like this guy instead of me. That's a social construction. Doesn't change your mind, does it? I once let a girl stay with me because she was having a hard time, and I found stripper clothes laying around, and I said, what is this? And she said, oh, I make those for strippers. And I said, why do you know so many strippers? And she said, I used to work at a strip club, not as a dancer, just selling drinks. And I was like, So just the probability that she was lying was enough. Don't just let people move in with you, by the way. So you can yap and yap all you want about what you think men should feel, but we're not gonna stop feeling it. We're just gonna lie to you.
Exactly, it's an involuntary feeling. I think a good example to really drive the point home is like, imagine someone is having a panic attack in the middle of a store. It's like, you can't just walk up to them and go, no, stop it, everything is fine, so you should feel safe and not be reacting like this right now. That doesn't work because it's involuntary. They're not making any type of like conscious decision to feel what they're feeling. They're not choosing to have a panic attack, it's just happening. And no amount of telling them to stop or telling them how they should feel is going to change how they actually feel. I will say, I do think like perhaps to an extent, there may be a social aspect to some of these like quote unquote icks. I think there is a nurture component because like I said, I couldn't read his whole list, but like everything that he at least listed out verbally that should be like quote unquote icks for women, like those aren't icks for me. And I think that partially might have to do with like how I was raised and the experiences that I've had and the way that I think about things. So I think he's right. I'm sure there is like a nature component, but I don't know if it's like all 100% nature. But regardless, the point he's making is still true. You can tell people that they should feel a certain way until you're blue in the face, but it doesn't matter if that's like not how they actually feel. And I'm also not saying that anybody's wrong to feel this way. I'm not saying that if you feel this way that you need to unfeel it or like learn how to unfeel it or anything like that. I'm just trying to say that I think there could be some sort of nurture component there because as I said, at least the things that he listed verbally, those are not things that like give me personally the ick. But actually, like ironically, the thing about purity, like that actually does give me the ick. Interestingly enough, so I wonder if there is like some sort of nurture component there. It might be sort of a combination of both nature and nurture that leads us to have like certain types of icks. And I think that makes sense because I feel like if you have certain types of life experiences, there could be something about someone that gives you the ick that like wouldn't normally give someone else the ick. Like maybe you just like always had bad experiences with blondes for whatever reason, and so now anytime someone's blonde, you just get the ick. So I do think that there probably is some sort of nurture component. But regardless, again, just want to emphasize, I'm not saying that you should that you need to change how you feel or that you should change how you feel or that that's wrong or that you need to unlearn it. I'm just saying I do think there is somewhat of a nature component because for me personally, at least when you listen verbally, those are not things that give me like the ick. Anyways, let's continue.
Anything to you, and we can continue the date. You can still come over, like I'm telling you, but that's your max contract. You're not getting a signing bonus, you're not getting an extension. That's it.
Maybe you'd rather hear it from a woman. Listen to her. So as women, we need to be very careful about who we entertain. Trust and believe, if you meet a respectable man and he finds out that you linked, dated, entertained a fuckboy, he is going to silently judge you. There are a lot of men who will meet you, think you're beautiful, think you're smart, think you have a lot going for yourself, and then they will find out that you entertained that guy, and it's an immediate turn off. He is not going to respect you. At the time, it's all fun and games, but these things do follow us in our dating history. No man wants to be walking around hand in hand with a girl, and other men are talking about her love and her. Fun is fun, but you still have to use brain when you're entertaining men, because don't let today's enjoyment mess up tomorrow's prospects.
Guess who never learned that lesson? Let's let her talk a little more. Lowest amount of money a guy should spend on a wedding ring for you.
Oh, it should be like for sure 30-40K. Standards here.
Would you be
Oh my god, what? That's so expensive, Jesus Christ. Oh, I'm sorry, that's like, that, do they even make rings that cost that much? Dude, no way, that's actually bonkers, man. Holy crap, 30 to 40K, bro, I can't.
Would you have been a little upset if it was 10K?
Yeah, probably.
How do you come to that number?
Well, I was trying to be polite. You know how there's the typical, supposed to be like 3 months of their salary? I did what 3 months of his was, and then I lowered it a bit and left some cushion. So I was like,
dude, no! That like 3 months worth of salary crap is like so outdated. Like, I mean, if you plan to propose to a woman, I think that you guys should decide on a budget together. Like for me and my fiance, we went ring shopping together. We already had a budget in mind, something that would be like a reasonable amount for him, something that wouldn't be like breaking his bank or anything like that. We decided on like a good sort of ballpark budget, and we just went and we looked at things together that were in our budget, and we just decided from there. And actually, like, really cool thing, in case anybody is ever like, in a relationship and wanting to propose, and maybe your fiance like isn't finding, or like your soon-to-be fiance, like maybe you're not finding something that you quite like. It's actually not very expensive to have a ring custom made. My ring is actually custom made. It sounds like, oh my god, that's gonna be like thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. It's really not that expensive. It's not. So, pro tip: if you ever are wanting to like have like a really unique ring or something, or your fiance or fiance to be like isn't finding something that's quite your style, you can ask about getting a custom ring. It's really not as expensive as you would expect. Obviously, it depends on like the type of diamond. Like for example, like a natural diamond is so much more expensive for a lab-grown diamond. And it's like for what? For what? They look the exact same. The only appeal of a natural diamond is being able to say, dude, look, I have a natural diamond. But lab-grown, so beautiful and so much cheaper. And I think it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy to me that any woman would like want her husband to like go broke to buy her like a 30 to 40K ring. Like that is insane to me, man. Even just spending that much, like even if you were in like a really financially stable position, I still can't imagine asking someone to spend that much money on you. That's crazy to me. That is insane. Like let's spend it on life experiences. Let's spend it traveling. Let's spend it going on vacation. Let's spend it like taking a class together. Crazy. It's insane to me.
to be sufficient.
What's the worst question you can ask on a first date?
What's your number?
Like body count?
Yeah, it's just a weird thing to ask.
Why do you think guys care so much about body counts?
It's a good question. I don't know.
And you don't know. You don't have any idea at all.
When people recommend them, they're usually pretty popular. Do you understand why this one was popular? This girl wants a $40,000 ring, but you're not allowed to ask about her past.
Good standards here.
And by we, she means just her.
Oh,
no standards for men, especially this one, not allowed. Except that we're going to have them anyway. We just won't tell you about them. And then you'll never figure out the reason that the answer to what are we is always, oh, we're just friends.
Yeah. Yep. Good video. Good video. Another good one by Home Math. Yeah. I mean, I agree. Like at the end of the day, you can't make people feel any type of way. You know.
And everything that was like after that. And since the first part didn't even pass, then it didn't really matter. But in the specific case of if we should remove that Medusa, then it did kind of matter. Yeah, 20 equals 0, but really good. I mean, like technically, kind of, but like not really. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, kind of, but not really. Yeah.
Take just bring back asylums. Well, that's a good start. Very popular take. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Larry Elder, the black face of white supremacy, that guy. Yeah. The one that said that not me. Because anytime you basically that is the most retarded ass take though too. You say something against like quote unquote democracy, it makes people really angry. Yeah, I mean this is basically the reason we're not a pure democracy. Or not. It's because of this reason. The tyranny. It's the tyranny of the retarded majority basically. With people that have no skin in the game, they don't care. They just whatever. They don't care about.
Why is this hoe pretending as if she doesn't live in a luxury mansion in a luxury room on her gaming chair?
True. I do have a nice house now. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Hiding behind a fucking.
I don't have a gamer chair though. I don't want to be accused of having a gamer chair. I have a regular office chair. I think that gamer chairs suck ass, and they're for suckers basically. So I don't have one of those. So like I just want to be clear. VTuber avatar, probably living off of her parents' inheritance. My parents are still alive.
Well, why is this motherfucker not acting as if that's the case for her?
I do have a nice living situation now. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, God bless.
Bitch, as a VTuber, you're probably more with an active audience by the way. You're much more well off than like 99% of society.
That's true. Fuck anything. Yeah, it's really fucking true. God bless. Thank you, God.
Let's keep up in those numbers. We can keep going, right? And how do you not have ID?
That is the perfect video for this. Everyone knows my story and how I used to be really poor. I don't have to go into it. You guys aren't retarded.
Because democracy basically means government.
Bro, dude, I love this guy. Apple babies. Yeah, I mean, that's okay. Yeah, something drastic. Well, drastic.
Of the people, for the people, but the people are retarded.
But the people are retarded. That's my favorite quote. I love that clip. That clip is so good. Diana, thank you so much for 5 gifts. Thank you for feeding this Nepo baby. I really appreciate it. Also, thank you so much for your contribution to the PSYOP as well. Thank you.
If you cannot manage your ID, you can't manage your identification, you can't update your government information, you are probably so cognitively impaired. I don't think that not only should you not be making decisions for other people, you should be in other circumstance is that you're lazy. And if you're so lazy that you can't figure out how to get...
This is why I want only in-person voting, with the exception of like maybe like our overseas troops who literally can't vote. And of course, like we can have like some kind of lecture people that are like, oh, you know, if you actually did your research, the Republicans don't even support overseas military people voting. Okay, so I'm pretty sure in when is that true? The elections going on right now, the Republicans are literally making a case for overseas military people that that their vote should not count essentially. So it looks like in 2024 that there were Republicans-led lawsuits in looks like Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Michigan, challenging the validity of overseas ballots, which included military members. They were challenging the verification processes of like overseas ballots because they were worried about fraud basically. And so what happened was people took that and said that, oh, they don't want overseas troops to vote. That's what happened. I just looked it up. I remember reading about this, right? Where the Republicans are literally talking about not letting military people overseas vote, literally disabled people that are literally unable to like go to the polling office. But if I want a mail-in ballot because I'm too lazy to go to the polling office. By the way, pro-military, by the way, pro-veteran, by the way, pro-VTuber, by the way. Oh wait, no. Yeah. That's why there's like a caveat for people that like can't move, right? Like if you literally can't move and like you can prove that you can't move, or that you would have issues, you'd be significantly burdened. That's what the caveat is about. That's what caveat means, by the way. Like that there's there's a little carve out there basically. That's the reason you shouldn't be able to vote, in my opinion.
Your government ID set up. And now we're supposed to expect that you're not lazy enough to figure out the way the country should go? What do you think the odds of that are? Oh, that's right, 0. Thank God they did this. Why do they defend being stupid like you shouldn't be voting? Why do they defend being stupid? Because they require
pro-VTuber? Yeah, I'm pretty pro-VTuber. Like I think VTubers are cool.
Hire stupid people to
That's
win.
true. Epic, leaflet, evil food shops, epic, so epic,
Sound.
Yeah.
I like that show fucking true. Oh my god, so real. Ability for America. He's not wrong. Across the country, having sounding the alarm about how disaster.
I think that people are fucking fatigued from a bunch of screeching Karens complaining about sounding the alarm. When you sound the alarm every fucking month because something bad might happen, people stop listening to the alarm.
It's a bipartisan issue that people are too late. Wait, Julio, did you?
People stop listening to the alarm.
It's a bipartisan issue that people are too lazy to go to the polling. I mean, I agree. I don't care whose side they're on. If they're too lazy to go to the polling office, then yeah. For me, it's never about what side. It's like, what do you mean it's too lazy? See, this is how I know this person is privileged as fuck. Yeah, stupid, fucking retarded Nepo baby that sucks on her mom's tits. A lot of people would really love that art. In fact, I think that art probably does exist, but that's just not me. I'm not really into that, to be honest. Now, if I had an older brother, then, all right, keep sucking in your mom's tits because you're gonna need that milk. All right, because I'm gonna tell you this. I don't drink milk, by the way, unless it's from Hokkaido, and my mom's not from Hokkaido. So the reason why you are able to go to the polling place is because you're not working at 9 to 5, and you're not pressed for time. You're not working overtime. You don't need to feed your family. You don't have any kids at home. You don't have any of these things. You don't need to pay mortgage for a house. You don't need to pay taxes. You don't need because it was your property. I don't have to pay taxes. I did it, guys. I did it. I made it. You don't have to pay taxes. You don't need because it was your property. Fucking dependent on your fucking parents. No, I was before. Not anymore though. I think I make too much money for that. You fucking retarded loser. Yeah, true. Yeah. I'm retarded. That's true. Loser. If you're enough, fair enough. If Leaf was a dependent, she would have to pay more taxes. That's right.
Oh my God. These caterpillars? No, this is not a caterpillar Karen. A caterpillar Karen is a young girl that complains about social issues for clout because she's still in high school or what do you call it? Still in college maybe. This is a fully mature.
Wait, what is it? There's a categorizations of Karens. Wait, what?
Butterfly. This is a fully grown Karen.
Oh, I didn't know about the life cycle of Karens. I didn't know about
This is leveled up. Level 60 Karen here. Okay.
Oh,
this is them all.
That's really high level.
Right.
This bill would be for American citizens. The bill will now be taken up by the Senate, where it's
level 60 is really high level.
Filibuster. And while it is extremely unlikely, advocates are concerned that members of Congress could try and use special procedural rules, especially
do it, whatever it takes.
To force this bill through with a simple majority vote.
Do it.
While that might seem a bit far-fetched, last month President Trump even signed an executive order trying to.
Wait, what? Does sound like free chops? Like, okay, hold on. Wait, what? Okay, wait, hold on. Let me listen back to it. I do think it's the typical voice. Look, oh shit! People were right about me. Cycle of Karens. I didn't know about this.
This is leveled up.
Isn't that transphobic? Yeah, actually, I'm against that because that's really transphobic. That's really mean to trans people. True. I wouldn't want to say that trans people sound like me because that'd be awful. You know? Yeah, that's unfair. That's really unfair. Yeah.
Level 60 Karen here. Okay.
Oh,
just head them off. That's right.
This bill would be for American citizens. The bill will now be taken up by the Senate, where it's going to need 60 votes to overcome the filibuster. And while it's extremely unlikely,
the rumors are true. All VTubers are men.
So Congress could try and use special procedural rules.
Yeah, that is true.
Whatever it takes. How the SAVE Act would disenfranchise millions of citizens. Gentlemen, today is a very beautiful day.
Yep.
Because it seems as though, let me see if I can find it. Yeah, here we go. The SAVE Act officially passes in the House to require.
This is the funny thing is I've also heard Jasmine say this that it's weird because they use this as an insult, but I'm not really offended by that because I don't hate trans people. So when somebody says that, I'm just like okay, I don't really care. You can think whatever you want about me. It doesn't matter to me. Yeah.
Of citizenship in order to vote.
No mercy. We will bury the rebellion.
100, and this is of no surprise, 208 Democrats have voted against using ID.
That's so fucking badass. That's really badass. Holy shit. Or really ghetto.
Fucking W.
Or really
fired me. He said why? I said because I'm black.
Well, you can't have it both ways, and Jasmine and I just don't see the world the same way. I don't want to walk in a room and get a job because I'm black. I want to walk in a room and get a job because I'm qualified, because I'm educated, because that's hard work, because I believe in this country. That's why I'm a United States Congressman.
God, his skull is shaped differently, just like how. Oh yeah, I can sense a Rwandan. I'm kidding. Fuck. Anyways, I'm sorry.
In the white majority district, President Trump would have won by 20 points, and I just won by 27 points. And the reason is because of this.
Well, guys, seems like we have the blackface of white supremacy here, right?
Yep. I am literally living up to point.
You are a token. You are a token. You're not special. You're a token. Wait, she literally said what I said. But like, actually, I was joking. I say right after this, I was joking. Once they're done, they're gonna come after you next, bro. Okay, Mr. Uncle Tom. Okay, Uncle Tom. I don't even know what to say. I have no jokes.
I like my skin by the content of my character.
That's what they said, by the way. When Larry Elder ran against Gavin Newsom, this guy isn't Larry Elder, but what I'm saying is Larry Elder was another black man, and when he ran against them, he said the same things. They basically said he's the blackface of white supremacy, which is like insanely racist. Oh, shouldn't have paused there. Shouldn't have paused there.
Don't see
Uh-oh.
reason.
Yeah, and racism, flip-based. It's your token, I am a token. All right, well, guys, we have to stoop to their level. We have to be racist.
Why people want to get judged for immutable characteristics is because they can't stand on their own merit. If you can stand on your own merit, why the fuck would you need to have an advantage for something that you can't even control to the best of their ability, regardless of what they look like? I never want to be demeaned for what I have done, and the way I look. I want to be. This is a really popular thing that a lot of guys are bringing up, and like you see this a lot. It's kind of sad to see this happen, but there's been a growing amount of people that have been apprehensive and worried about like getting medical treatment from doctors that are parts of minority groups because they're worried that these doctors and people that are part of these minority groups could have been beneficiaries of a system.
Bitch, this is the first time I've heard of it. You are an actual fucking moron. What? Okay, all right, listen. Okay, no more leaflet. Okay, no more leaflet. I do not sound like this person. This person is not my evil clone. This person, I don't recognize this person. This person is not my long lost sister. Okay. Damn, that's really mean to trans people. The way they're saying that. Using it as an insult, really. Yeah. I don't think poorly of trans people actually. You know what? Though? You know what? Good video. Good video. Let's look at the comments. Yeah. Listen to everything you had to say here. Not a single counterpoint of fruitful substance was made. Just mainly wild assumptions and personal attacks based on assumptions. The only attempt at a counterpoint was people are too busy to get proof of ID because they're working 9 to 5, house payments, tax, etc. So out of the 8,760 hours that there are in a year, you couldn't even find 1 or 2 hours to get proper ID. If that's true, then you have far bigger issues to be concerned with your personal life than voting. Well, not only that, you only really need to get an ID like one time, right? You might have to do some updates, like address updates, but I believe you can do those online. You can do updates online, especially for like driver's licenses and stuff. You can do them online. But I know because I moved a lot before. But yeah, you only need it one time. The ID. Yeah. Yo, Anonymous, thanks for the gift stuff to food shops. I really appreciate it. Thank you for gifting them more of my content. I really appreciate it. Anonymous, you're the best. Thank you. As someone who's relatively uninterested in politics, I feel like you didn't really do much this video except a few insults. The only point I can give you is at 7, but until you ended it with an insult. You didn't add anything to refute her points or put in personal beliefs on why Leaflet was wrong for thinking in the manner that she was. Honestly, isn't that big a manner? I don't know about that. I understand that you are playing the game live and likely not thinking too much on the matter. However, I would have preferred more actual criticism over simply calling her a bitch and independent, otherwise good gameplay. Reaching, not everything is about you, says Blah. The clout chasing. I mean, it worked. I mean, we're watching it right now. VTuber fight, let's go. I'm not fighting anybody. I'm not really interested in getting into fights with people. I was just watching the video. I didn't say anything bad, I think. I'm pretty sure I didn't. I didn't have to, really. If you were white like her, then maybe the uncanny connection would be made. You're not technically wrong, because they do believe that Asians are white adjacent, so fair enough, you know, fair enough. She's sucking up to Asmongold for real. I found her channel. She stutters when she talks. Do I stutter when I talk? I stutter, right? I think I do. I'm pretty sure I do, all the time. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, actually leave a comment. Sister, dearest, thanks for covering my content. I appreciate that. You have a great day. Looking forward to seeing more content, more of your content, Yeah, I'm just supporting people. I'm a sub too, actually. I subbed. Same voice, opposite views. Found it. Dearest, thanks for covering my content. I appreciate that. You have a great day. Looking forward to seeing more content, more of your content, Yeah, I'm just supporting people. I'm a sub too, actually. I subbed.
I'm really low, please. What? Yeah! I'm really low, please. What? Yeah!
In this video, I try to speedrun beat Minecraft before 8 of my friends try to stop me from doing so. What makes this harder is the fact that all of these hunters are incredibly skilled at the game, with some of them doing manhunts of their own. The score is currently 2-2, meaning it's anyone's game. Whoever wins this manhunt wins the entire series. This is Minecraft Speedrunner versus 8 Hunters, the grand finale. Enjoy the video.
Guys, this is maybe like the least straight line I've ever seen.
It's like a bracket, bro.
Oh, is this a
Oh, no, we're getting screwed with him. Oh, that's not true. I can't anyway. I thought it was working. He's gone now. I see.
What?
Oh, you get a second flip? Yeah, I got it. I didn't even see the first. What did he say? I don't know. What? What the hell? Oh, God. Okay. Bro, I'm gonna go right now. That was good. He's nice. He got mushrooms. Yeah. Oh my God, everyone's just swarming everywhere. Good buddy. Let's get in line. No, what? No! We got more mushrooms. Oh my God. What do we do?
Push me, please.
No! Crack, what the hell? I'm such a droid. Oh, wait. Oh, he's dead. Wait. He's dead. Never mind, he's blocked.
No blocking.
I want to block. Wait, that's blocked.
He's in the freaking message.
Oh my God. I'm in. Yo, what the frick? Yo, you're attacking. Go. There's two. Come here. Go back. No. What is going on out there? What the hell is going on out there?
I'm beating him.
You're not gonna get photos, bro.
Oh, he's crafting in the freaking...
All these hexes, man. Oh my God. What is there? 2? Oh my God. Oh wait, oh my God. What the hell was that? Holy crap. I'm making a little base camp. No! Oh my God. What? That's all these hexes and vindicators and everything.
He just fixed hard.
Oh my God. What? Why are you fixing here? What? Wait, bro, no one is saying the effect. I'm saying! Right, guys? Yes! Oh my God. I just killed Chomp Sand, he dropped the totem. Bro, did not offhand the totem. Oh my boy, you gotta think, bro. How are we supposed to counter totem?
If we like rush him off the start, we can pop him easier like early game than we can pop him late game.
Bro, even that was like mansion, I was getting chased by like Vexes and I got scared. Oh bro. Oh really? What you really? What you really?
I just shouldn't be a thing.
Yeah, bro. I got shield. Yeah, I just had a shield.
We
have one more.
What?
I go first, because I don't care.
Oh my god, you guys are going niche. Oh my god, this is some sweaty Astra. Oh my god.
Okay, like, whenever we jump on him, whenever we jump on him, after I stun him, you go for it. Easy.
Alright, let's get the reference.
No, I'm sorry. I feel like he hasn't looted it, considering he was like...
Okay.
Good, I got it. Be sure. Yeah, I'm going to aim on the way, do forever.
You're not looking at that.
Doesn't matter if you have any gadgets.
Okay, so I just got on.
Yes, it's fine, but why, bro?
He's underneath us. That's not fair, bro.
He's a pop us, he's not underneath us, he's a pop us. Yeah, look at this kid. What? He's running past insanity, bro.
What? Static?
Literally.
Yo, what the hell? That was just not a bolt.
Where is he?
He's running. He kept running, he's no longer in here. My gamer strat is not gamer strat.
Gamer strat.
I heard that. I'm hearing that. I love the locating.
No, I know what you guys are trying to do.
What are we trying to do?
Hey! Oh my god.
No way!
How am I alive?
Yeah, no, I'll be honest with you.
What am I doing? What am I doing? What? No! Run, no! I jumped out!
Don't touch me, bro.
I jumped out! No! Die! Come here! Please, guys, come here!
Someone
What?
I see you.
How many kills do you have? Oh, my crosshair lit up, I just didn't like it. Okay. That's me. Oh my god. My voice. I'm gonna check up
Chat, what is non-chat, chat?
Yo! Hey!
No, 1.2 seconds. How close there?
15 on it. I'm gonna make
628, 750. With underlines?
Yeah.
Okay, it's perfect.
Oh, see you guys.
Oh, no. I have. Do you want iron? I have a bunch of iron. Oh, you want stats juice? This is just not optimal. This is not skibidi saucy, bro.
I see him.
Wait, you have a shield! We both have a shield! Okay, now, bye! It's bye, chat! Goodbye!
81
Sneak 100! Oh, no.
What is it?
Yeah, see,
there's so much iron, bro.
Guys, if any of you get an enchant table, please do. I have
enchant table?
like 2 stacks of enchant.
I see you. Never mind.
Wait, hold on. I can see my life. No.
Where's he going, bro? Boys, I have everything. Okay, wait, I just made it for him. So,
I need to go in a second. Go! I have a medic.
I need food, bro.
Oh, I see someone. Where's this? James.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Okay, I have full iron. I have iron.
Yeah.
I just have
I'm going to rob it.
Get my food back, give me that.
Take a look at with you guys. Here's something I wanted to take a look at with you guys. A man is suing Chinese game developer after being slapped with in-game items over 4,800 times. Every time I'm hit with X, I feel my self-esteem is harmed and I get depressed. I'm just like, this is such a ridiculous title. It demands my full attention. The highest ranked Three Kingdoms kill online player is suing the game's developer, claiming being slapped with over 4,800 in-game items ruined his life. According to the reports, the player using the pseudonym Kyoben has been playing strategy game Three Kingdoms Kill Online for 15 years. But his victories over opponents were met with backlash. After matches, players can throw in-game items like eggs and sandals at opponents' avatars with an animation resembling a slap. That is so funny. That is so incredibly funny. Kyoben claims that over a 6-month period, he had over 4,800 items thrown at him. In one extremely humiliating instance, he says that the slapping lasted over 90 seconds. Okay, but he received backlash for his strategies. Man sues China gaming firm for depression after being virtually slapped 4,800 times. It's the same stuff. Man takes legal action against Three Kingdoms Kill Online. Kyoben believes that because these in-game items players can use to step plays with can be purchased using real money, the game developers is profiting off of these humiliating actions. I mean, of course they are! I mean... my brother in Christ, he can dish out, but he can't receive. He can deal, but no one can deal against him. After customer service ignored his complaints, Kyoben opted to take legal actions. Bro, imagine, chat, imagine in League of Legends, you play a match, you lose, and the enemy is BMing you, and you decide to sue League. Because the enemy is just spamming the love emote. Or like doing like question mark or whatever. No, you can only do question mark to your teammates. Like, this guy has lost the plot. What kind of game is this anyway? Kingdom Kill Online. Free Kingdom Kill Online. Free Kingdom Kill Online.
Oh shit.
Okay. So it's a card game. Okay, it looks that looks like a card game to me. Yeah, that's a card game. After customer service ignored his complaints, Kyoben opted to take legal actions by filing a lawsuit and seeking compensation. What are you seeking compensation for? People used in-game mechanics that they were able to pay for. How?
That avocado tastes like clean dick. And I always think about that when I eat avocado, because it's true. If you ever want to know what clean dick tastes like, avocado. Somebody told me that avocado tastes like clean dick.
Bro, although the exact amount he wants hasn't been disclosed, as reported by NewsX, the developer claims it will cooperate with the courts in this legal case. Yeah, because they're just gonna win! Meanwhile, legal experts believe Kyoben has a legitimate case. How? Noting that being slapped with X is insulting and that it's in-game harassment? There's no way. There's no way. It could violate players' personal rights. Players in China have expressed mixed opinions on the lawsuit, but some pointed to how throwing eggs after losing helps them save face. Yeah, because, you know, it's stress relief. Because usually, chat, like, I swear to God, most of you guys know this. Most of you guys are gamers, or used to be gamers. Right? If not all. Like, if you ever played like any competitive game, be it like an FPS game, a MOBA, whatever, right? A Battle Royale. If you lose in a tilting way, you wanna rage. You know how hard I raged? I raged so hard, I stomped on my ground, but instead of stomping in the ground, I stomped on my printer and broke my printer! Like, I think being able to actually throw in-game items at the enemy is such a smart idea. And bro, this company is so smart. This company is so incredibly smart because you pay for these in-game items. You pay for them. And this guy has been thrown at 4,800 times. Bro. No matter how strong a player is, they can still be crushed by X and Straw and Sandals, one set. Just Alter 4! Just Alter 4, brother! Kyoben is somewhat pitiful, yet also a bit funny. It is time for him to quit this game, another chanted. The lawsuit is already affecting the game. The developer says it plans to implement restrictions on the items in order to regulate their use. Boo! Boo! Free the eggs! I wanna see if we can find this. Kingdom Come online throwing items. No. Eggs. Ew!
What the fuck is that? Ew! Ew!
Ew! What a weird bug! This dude is a rare example of an actual... yeah. Oh bro, imagine you're playing League of Legends and suddenly You're being sued because people are BMing each other. Also, you just gotta think about this guy played this game for 15 years straight. He's lost his mind at this point. Like, it's a card game. He wouldn't survive a card lobby? Yeah, he wouldn't. Sing Riot is always valid. Imagine playing alone is bad enough, that is true. That is very true. I can't believe that they actually think that there is a case. Like, I get the company then being like, okay, we'll reduce the max amount per stuff, which, imagine if it was just unrestricted. Didn't he say, well, someone was doing it for 90 seconds straight somewhere? He says the slapping lasts over 90 seconds.
Let's get out of here.
Why do you just sit there? Why do you just sit there and take it? Why don't you just Alt F4, man? Like, I just can't fathom it. Like, just... And especially, why do you take it personal? This... And I bet, chat, I bet you, like, guaranteed the same guy does the same thing to other people. Like, guaranteed. He's been playing this game for 15 years. But no. It's not okay when people do it to him. Like, what a loser. Genuinely, what a loser, man. Like, thank you for the recommendation, chat. If you don't know YouTube, you can join the Discord and recommend YouTube videos for me to react to. Although it's not a guarantee, just because it's approved by the mods doesn't mean I'm interested in the video. But if I am, well, then I'll watch your video. One explaining man to woman compilation 1 to 11. It sounds funny, so let's go.
I want to keep explaining male behaviors to women, but y'all did not like it when I called it mansplaining, so today I'm gonna husband-splain something real quick.
Okay.
So I think I just experienced positive mansplit.
I actually think I've seen some clips before.
So I open up the fridge and I see egg. And I'm like,
why is it there?
So I ask the kids, I'm like, did you guys leave this egg here?
Why is that
And
egg?
they're like, nope. So I'm like, only one more suspect. I'm the husband. But I want to give my man the benefit of the doubt, so I text the boys. And I'm like, why egg? And my one guy immediately goes, oh, you got a second carton. Yeah, he must have gotten down to the last egg, and instead of leaving it there to be all off balance the next time someone picked it up, or take up a bunch of extra space, you just put it there as the priority egg.
You know what? That does make sense. You know what? That actually makes... Damn.
It's just like fronting at the supermarket when employees make sure that the quickest to expire items are at the front, and the longer lasting items don't get used first. And I'm just like, that is exactly what happened. Priority egg. Like, he mansplained that so perfectly. What else are they doing that makes sense, and we're just not asking? I want to keep it...
Man, what else are you doing? Teach me your ways, man!
Explaining male behaviors to women, but y'all did not like it when I called it mansplaining, so today I'm gonna husband-splain something real quick. Today's topic, some of you are already mad, the sink cup. There's room in the dishwasher, room in the sink. Why does he leave it there? This is...
I don't think I ever had a sink cup issue because I'm leaving the cup on the sink. That is me. I'm leaving the cup there.
The big one. There was a viral article where a woman left her husband over it.
I'm guessing... Oh yeah, I actually heard about that one. I actually heard about this. Either way, my guess is that men just leave it there because they might use it again. That's what I do too. I just leave it out and I'm just like, I just drank out of this once or twice. It's not dirty enough yet. You know, I'm gonna rinse and use it. Yeah, correct, yes.
Here's what sink cup comes down to. Ladies, we have got to stop trying to pigeonhole men into commitments they are not ready for. He's not ready to settle on either idea of being done drinking for the day or continuing to drink for the day. And the craziest part is he's trying not to piss you off. Because he knows if he makes the wrong decision and he's not done drinking for the day, he's gonna have to dirty another dish and that's gonna make you mad. He's thinking, worst case scenario, I am done drinking for the day, but the cup is gonna be right there reminding me to put it away because it's there. It's right by the sink. It's the sink cup. Typical shelf life of a sink cup is about the same as jeans. It could last 35 days. I am slowly cracking the nail Da Vinci Code.
3 to 5 days? So it's just gonna be a cup at this point. That's way too long.
More male behaviors explained, so I'm gonna speed run husband-splain 2 things to you because I'm getting real good at this. The laundry chair. But the basket is right there. Yeah, he knows, but to understand the laundry chair, we must first understand the purgatory jeans. They can also be hoodies. The point is that these are clothes that are too...
That they're not dirty enough yet. Yeah, that one I know. It's just, they could wear it again. It's not stinky enough yet. There's no sweat on it yet. That one's
too dirty to be with the other drawer clothes. That one's too clean to be in the basket. No one knows how long purgatory jeans last, but something bad has to happen for them to transition from chair to basket. He knows he's gonna piss you off if these clothes touch the floor, so they do not touch the floor.
Damn!
He's also trying to save the planet and reduce your laundry labor. Next up, the sink knife. Guess the spicy cup. Why isn't it just in the sink?
That's because you might use it again. Simple. That one's also easy.
This may look weird, but it's math. You see the perfect balance of the handle on the counter, juxtaposed by the light residue just above the sink's contaminable surface, makes this the perfect knife for making another sandwich with later. Laundry chair, sink knife. Follow for more discoveries.
Yep.
Explaining male behavior to women, part 5. Alright, so whatever random ass place he left his keys, just leave them there. Do not move them.
Yeah, because they will remember that they left them there. Simple.
To the key dish. Do not. That is only going to confuse him more. You will seriously fuck up this guy's whole day. See, he knows he didn't leave them in the key dish, so that's what...
Okay, that's fair, but why not just put it on the key dish? Why not just put it in the place where the keys go? That one, I'm just like, why not just put it there though? My boss said dress for the job you want, not for the job you have, so I went as Batman. I had that one before. That's so funny. Someone quoted, I'm sorry! Despite popular belief, I do not have penis.
Only going to make him check 5 to 10 other really stupid places that are not the key dish before he finally starts thinking the way that you would instead of the way that he would.
Actually, I have a solution for this. Move it and tell him you moved it. Let him know that you moved it.
Next up, if jeans are in a questionable place that are not the basket or the floor, but they have a belt on, that is
that means he's gonna use it again.
We'll use it again. Don't throw them down. Maybe have like little ass switch games and shit in them. The sense of fun.
Doesn't work, you'll forget. But tell him twice, not just one time. Okay, you know what? To be sure, tell him 3 times actually. Are you trying to anger the elder gods? Yes. Yes, I am. I'll just move it back. That's the key spot.
Bonus. See, he lost the Folgers coffee lid, so he made his own. Good for him. Awesome. If you are like me and you find half-drunk body armors in every room of the house, if it really bothers you, just combine them all into one and they'll just go with it. Follow for more. We have made it to episode 6 of Womansplaining Men to Women. I'm just gonna come out and say it. If he has folded the towels, don't refold them. Stop it. Bad. What?
Yeah. Wait, do
Come out and say it. If he has folded the towels, don't refold them. Stop it. Bad. What?
Yeah. Wait, do women do that? Do women refold the towels?
Is the absolute worst thing that could happen. If you opened your cupboard.
Wait. I just had an epiphany. Guys don't want it to be refolded because they know which part they use for their balls. And they don't want the same part of the towel to go on their face. Am I right? Am I right? Hell yeah! My balls ass, same shit, man. You fold a wet towel? Yeah, right? That's also weird. The towel forgets after 24 hours. Also, we feel like we just wasted time. That's true. That is very fair. Why refold it? I don't get it either. If it's folded, it's folded. Just leave it. It's folded. It's done.
Bad. What is the absolute worst thing that could happen? If you opened your cupboards and saw this. Still with me? You good, babe? Every day in America, there's a well-intentioned husband who's just spent 15 minutes folding laundry. And there's an irritated wife who's about to spend 20 more refolding them because he didn't do it good enough.
That's so dumb, you know? Chet, I barely ever fold my clothes. I'm a menace. I'm such a menace. I just throw my clothes around non-stop. I don't have a laundry chair. I have a laundry bed.
And that's just one example. If you are in a heterosexual relationship, there's a 100% chance that after he did a chore, your first reaction was, yeah, that chore's not done. And then some of you will redo the whole chore, others will get mad and scold him for his half-assery. I've done come on. Both have wasted my fucking time. You redo the whole chore, you're wasting your life. You reprimand him for helping, and now he's going to dread doing that chore. Because if he doesn't do them, you're mad. And now if he does do them, you're mad.
Because he do them, yeah, this
he wants to make you proud. He really does. He dreads fucking telling your friends how bad he is at laundry.
Here's one thing I learned. Guys are puppies. Guys legitimately are just puppies. They want to impress you and they would like a compliment. They would like the praise and maybe a treat if they done it correctly. Guys are just puppies. Cute and lovable, yes. Some even want the collar. I like belly rubs. Okay, Joe. Jeez, Amani.
Because he knows you do. Ladies, do what you both want, you gotta flip the script. This is a 2-part plan. Part 1, let go of what you can. If you were not traumatized by Gemini cover, try it. You might not hate it. And part 2, trick him by presenting your chore preferences as noble tasks that yield rewards.
Oh yeah, make it a quest. Yeah, that is. Make it a quest with a quest reward.
It'd literally be like, I have a daring quest for you. Should you choose to accept it? A maiden is in search of a rare knight who dares load the dishwasher from back to front instead of front to back, so that she will know which rooms left. Do you dare accept this quest? Dude, guarantee you he will be down as it's not about rewarding him for something he's supposed to be doing already. It's about making your differences fun again and easing up icky chore conversations. It's about being a silly goose. Seriously, host your discussions of labor division like a Knights of the Round Table council meeting. Pop off shit.
Hey, Ozzy, I'm good. How are you?
Campaign when you finally come to a resolution. Recognize each other as autonomous and competent partners and let's go! Womansplaining Men to Women, part 7. You've made it this far. I feel you may be prepared for one of the final truths. Make sure you're sitting down. I do not reveal this lightly. Ready yourself? He does not care about chores as much as you, and he never will. You felt it in your heart and you feared it to be true.
What does that mean? Like, what's that supposed to mean? Huh? I don't care about chores either, really? Huh?
It is. Deep down you've been dreaming of the day you don't have to tell him what to do because he just knows. Now this will happen sometimes. It's on accident. But let's examine why. You two have experienced 2 different traumas. You as a woman have lived your entire life societally conditioned to believing that your worth is directly attached to your amount of emotional labor. He has not. Is that a privilege? Maybe. But
I'm learning about women. I'm learning more about women than I'm learning about men today. Average kids to stream, man. A lot of women are more fuzzy about choice. Honestly, most of us guys have good enough mentality with choice. Yeah, so do I.
Instead, he has spent his entire life as a man societally conditioned to believing that his worth is directly derived from how much money he earns. Women deal with that.
Yeah, society.
Your priorities will always be different. To you, he is half-assing every single chore. To him, he will never understand why you fold your underwear. Why would someone waste their time like that? And you
legit! I just don't fold my clothes, chat. My dirty clothes go into the laundry, I wash them, they hang up until I use them. I don't put I'm such a failure. I'm such a failure of a human being. Moving on.
You know what? Part of the desire to get the chore done quickly is to play Fortnite faster. Just to let our makeup scattered around the sink like a hurricane went through in 3 different outfits that we decided against thrown across the floor as we fly out the door for girls' night. He will never get the same joy out of seeing the counters wiped down as you do. His joy comes from seeing you happy. Stop trying to convince him he will be happy if he wipes down counters. He doesn't give up about those counters. Convince him that you will be happy if he wipes down those counters. Men will do all kinds of stupid shit to make you happy. Take marriage, for example. Oh, that was too far?
Uh-oh. 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 Busted.
Okay, I will. Look, we've already lost all control by choosing to be attracted to someone. We might as well figure him out. Just like, you might as well hit follow. Womansplaining Men to Women, part 8. We're too far into the series to avoid this any longer. The toilet seat. Is a man to leave it up or down? Many women believe that because only a man requires both lids to be up, that a man is responsible for putting one lid down. After all, both parties require one lid down for number 2, but only the man requires both lids up.
I'll be honest. I guess that when I'm more woman coded, that I would like the guy to put the lid down. I don't want to touch that. Like, just put the lid down. The toilet lid. It's about the toilet lid. Yo, Elmira! What's up? Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. What's up? What's up? What's up? Welcome on raid. Welcome. Yes, it's supposed to be put down. Just put it back down, man. Both seats and lid up. Oh, stop it! It's nasty! That is nasty!
For number 1. However, many others believe that there's a more equitable solution. He lifts as he needs, she lowers as she needs. Each taking accountability for their own body's needs. Well, it's time you know the truth. You should both be lifting the lid because you should both be lowering the lid. Especially before you flush. Y'all, it's called the toilet plume. Every time you flush a toilet, 145,000 particles of all of the poop, pee, puke, and whatever else is gone into
Oh no. Chat, does anyone of you ever do that? Does anyone of you ever do that? Did you ever put down both? Like, do you completely close the toilet? Completely. Down.
We need to poll this. Oh my god, there's so many yeses, but there's also some no's. We need to poll this. Poll this right now, mods. Mods, poll it.
All over the bathroom, covering your hairbrushes, your toothbrushes, spreading any viruses you're shedding, you filthy animals. And if that's not the advice you want, take solace in the fact that your bathroom's got an extra chair. Woman's blading men to women, part 9. Pardon my woman spreading. Some of you ladies have been asking how to deal if he doesn't make the bed or if his side of the room's a mess. So if you absolutely need your bedmate every day, the rule is, whoever's the last one out of bed makes it. Sorry, that's just the
Yes, I agree with this. I have a rule too. Like in my house when Hexagon is living with me. Whoever gets up first feeds the cats. That's like the only rule I have. That's the only rule I have. Whoever gets up first feeds the cats. Because the cats don't care who gets up first. They just want food. Because if the person gets up and just does anything else, the cat's sad. 66% to the little. Close before 69, nice. At 31, no. Okay, but the cats get up first and they feed themselves, obviously.
Rule. So if that's all you need to settle the debate on who does it, there you go. You can probably stop the video now. But I beg you to consider the actual power move. Literal best solution is if you both don't care if the bed is made. Now keep in mind, until this episode, I have
this. Should I never make my bed? My bed is never made. Ask Hexagon. My bed is never made. Never. 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 I don't care. It's never made. I straighten it before I sleep. Exactly. Exactly. Why would I make my bed if I'm just gonna use it again? If I have visitors, sure. You know what?
Really hard. Very hard. Very hard. This suck really hard.
That's on the freaking counter straight.
Really hard.
But you can push up, right?
That's hard.
It not stuck?
Go.
Why you do that?
Very hard. Really hard. Very hard. Very hard. This suck really hard.
That's
on
I
the
push up?
freaking counter straight. Really hard.
But you can push up, right?
That's hard.
It not stuck?
Go.
Why you do that?
If I had visitors coming in, sure. But I don't know what any visitors because I'm very friends. It's good to air it out. I mean, open the fucking window and air it out.
Never ever ask you guys to simply not care about something, just how to communicate differently about it, or what it means. But for making the bed every day, why do you care? I mean, who's legit? If you don't care, and you don't care, who cares?
Exactly.
Look at all this room for activity.
Yay! No,
Simply not making the bed is so much easier than getting out of bed, remaking the whole bed. Then when you want to get back in bed, you have to take everything off again and then get back in and cover yourself back up again. When you could simply drop in bed, pull the covers up. Now, if you're having guests over and your room is like the place that guests come in to throw their coats on the bed,
then yes,
both of you clean that room. As for his side of the room, same rule. As long as neither of you are regularly having guests in there or doing HGTV home tours, let the man have his space. Quite frankly, I simply pretend I do not see it. Now, there is a difference if he's keeping like food and trash in there like a damn raccoon. Sir, if you want to be Dexter's lab and do science experiments, you also need a rotating bookshelf. Now hit follow and stay tuned because for episode 10 we're covering the man flu.
Damn, good video. That was really enjoyable. That was really enjoyable. I like that. I really did like that. Yeah. I have the link, chat, have the link if you like, even though you've probably seen it already. It has almost 500,000 views. Really enjoyable. I like that a lot. Really good, really funny. I learned a lot about women. A lot more about women than I learned about men. Yeah, thanks for watching YouTube. If you like, subscribe, do the whole stuff, the whole YouTube stuff, you know? The thing, bell button or something. Yeah, the thumbs up. Bye. Bye. Where's my post button?
Oh, I don't know anything about that. Wait, Bungie's extraction shooter? Wait, what's that? Oh, I don't know anything about that. Wait, Bungie's extraction shooter? Wait, what's that? Okay. We're on a planet. Or a moon. Mars. Terraforming Mars. I'm so confused what's happening. What the hell's happening? Is it planting stuff? Dysentery. What the fuck is happening? Ugh. Is this supposed to be just like really weird and uncomfortable?
I met a traveler from an empty land who said, two vast and troublous beds of stone stand in the desert. Near them, on the south, Harsuk, a shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip, with sneer of cold command, till that in strength to well those passions red which yet survive, stamped on these lifeless things, the hand that mocked them, and the heart that shed.
Those look like Nerf guns. Okay, we're taking some stuff now. Extraction?
Welcome once again. I'll finish your please.
I mean, it feels just like what it is, right? Like $1 trillion. Like $1 trillion.
Epigenetics sent a reminder. Your shell repayments come up and will be charged against your loan.
I know. Do you mind if we skip the formalities this time? Got a big contract waiting down there, so.
Understood. Let's proceed with your grounding exercise. Are you familiar with this item?
Yeah, it's supposed to be my lucky charm. What is happening? I'm not gonna lie, I would have already turned off the video. It's like I was watching it by myself. I'd been like, not too long.
Now, you consider this. Do you recognize this child?
I don't know.
It's you. What?
What the hell is going on?
This definitely does look like that Love, Death, and Robots thing. Like it looks like the same directing style.
What's that you're always doing into? Worth anything?
Yeah, we'll take a look at it, Saber. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm so hungry, you guys, right now. My stomach is empty.
It's not my business.
Yeah, this music is. You'll let them find a fire.
Good. It's not for sale.
You want to think about these kind of things though? These cinematic things are always cooler after the game comes out. Like I don't know, for some reason I feel that way because when the game's not out yet, what you really care about is the gameplay. Like what's my gameplay experience gonna be? Like am I gonna have a fun time playing this? And then after you play the game, you get like more and more invested into the game. Like you've sunk like, 10, 20 hours into the game, and then you see a cinematic going, oh, like that happens in the game. Yeah, I remember that. Like I did that too, and like and it's really cool, right? Like after that, it's not like introductory exactly. Like I don't know what this is about. That's true, the cinematic with the vampires, yeah, that one was better, yeah. So I still don't understand. The world is too complicated. I don't get it. I don't. Flatlined.
Let's fly down there and see if there's anything else.
And on the pedestal these words appear. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my words, be mighty and despair. Nothing beside me, nothing beside me. Round decay of that colossal wreck. Round decay of boundless ocean. Boundless, alone and level sand.
What the fuck?
Stretched far away.
Do you recognize this child?
Yo, I'm gonna be real. That shit was incredibly cringe. I don't know why you subject me to that chat, to be honest. Okay, now we're talking. Now we're talking. Okay. Environments look cool. This is actually in game. Nice outline things. Easy to see people shooting them. Okay.
The end of all things. But the dream is not over. My dream. Your.
What is marathon, by the way? I don't know. What does that mean? What does marathon mean, guys? I don't know. What is it? Is it an old boomer shooter? Okay, got it.
No. Run.
Thank you for the bits, are cool. Marathon originally was basically made for the Mac with a storyline of the surface that was just like Halo. Halo Cybernetic Super Soldier. Trying to stop an alliance of aliens from killing humans so much that it was meant to lead into the Halo meta way, but Microsoft buying lead to IP Redshift Marathon symbol is still all over Halo. I see. Okay, got it. Thank you. I appreciate it. like in game. That's sick. Like this is sick. This is real. Okay. I like PvP. I like PvP. I like PvP with like different abilities. It looks pretty cool. I don't know. That's how I feel about it. I thought the trailer was really bad. Like the cinematic that we watched, I didn't like it at all. But this I kind of like it. We'll see though. We'll see though, because as with all shooters, like what's the game? What's the gunplay like? How do the guns feel? Like are they visceral? Like all this is like really important stuff. So it's like we need to know first, right? If it's good. So I have to play it. I think I will play it actually to try it out, unless it's really expensive. Yeah, it looks really cool. There's like more videos of it. Like I guess is it something good? Are they gonna talk about it? We're gonna talk about the gameplay. Yeah, let me know how it goes, Saber. I'm not a fan of the aesthetic personally. It's a little weird.
Marathon is a team-based extraction shooter set around the mysterious and cutthroat world of Tau Ceti 4. You are a runner, a cybernetic mercenary who's given up their human form for a biosynthetic shell with unique abilities and stats, capable of both tactical and fast-paced combat. Here you'll fight in a crew of up to 3 players across a variety of zones and points of interest.
3 players, I like that. I like team games. I think of the bits Super Iron Buff. He said the big component of the story, trolling consoles and OG Marathon was rampancy where AI would go insane, power mad. The text and off-filter style. Oh, I see. Okay.
You'll face rival runners in zones of up to 18 players, countless security forces.
Honestly, the guns seem really cool. So far. They look really like they chunk, you know?
To scavenge the remains of a lost
Alright, I'm good.
Chad, why is The Last of Us trending? What is happening? Season 2 debuts with... Chad, why is The Last of Us trending? What is happening? Season 2 debuts with 93... Wait! It debuted? Wait, what? There's no way! No way the new season's already out. I think they're still working on it! The two effectively built on what was already one of the greatest adaptations ever. I love Pilots, Mountain was terrified. The show is a gift to The Last of Us fans. Pascal, where is it? No treasures. It's faithful, authentic, and fresh. Well, if it's authentic, season 2 is gonna be shit!
By the way, we don't know what we should be least worried about when it comes to infected.
No, I'm sure. We don't talk about that.
I got bit on my arm.
Terry, we don't talk about that.
I got bit, everybody!
Okay, then. They ruined whatever fans they were. I don't like Pascal's Joel. Why? Have you seen season 1? I've watched it. He did a great job as Joel. And I must say, as much as people want to hate on the actress's looks, she's a great Ellie. Unless they change the ending, I ain't watching shit. I'm gonna watch it. Because I watched the first season, I want to see what they do. Because instead of having to go with like a muscled up woman, they had to get someone skinnier for Ellie. Just a trailer, I think.
There's some things everyone thinks are just wrong. Not you don't eat.
I don't have a problem with the Yakuza, just want to witness the puddle shit called OU2. I'm scared too, man. I'm scared too. Like, I love The Last of Us. The first one anyway, right? What they did to the both plot, Bro. Season 2 reviews are reviewing. Gang, I love it here. Wow. Check out Old Latino Hidden Season 2. What? Season 2 is stunning, emotionally charged continuation, faithful to the game while expanding its story in bold new ways. Okay. Okay, chat, okay. New characters deepen... Deepen race the stake. What? The visuals are breathtaking and every moment feels earnest. Disappointment television at its finest. I don't like Neil Druckmann's writing. Yeah, I don't either. Like, you already know. Like, the mastermind behind The Last of Us was that woman that left after the first game. 1 week away. Okay, so where they was it like, I don't understand, man. What's 1 week away? Is the show 1 week away? Did it air now? What is it? Are only, like, reviewers reviewing it right now? Is it a reviewing copy that people are watching? Season 2 is a groundbreaking and masterful adaptation of the greatest video game ever made. Bella Ramsey, Pedro Pascal, the new cast embody and expand upon everything that makes The Last of Us world so special. It's terrifying, it's heart-wrenching, and a must-watch. Bro, I don't know what Brad is reading that right now. Druckmann's been at Naughty Dog for a long time, but Part 2 was the first time he had full control, and again, as it show, it does. The greatest video game adaptation. Greatest video game ever made? Bro, I'm sorry, but I don't know about greatest. I really don't know about greatest, man.
Hey, no, I'm sure. We don't talk about that.
I got bit on my arm.
Ellie, we don't talk about that.
Is that supposed to be Joel's brother?
I got bit, everybody! I got bit!
Hey!
I'm immune!
Whoa, hey!
Whoa! What? You know what's funny? Joel's voice actor said he would easily come back.
Yo, it's been a while.
Yo!
How's it going? I don't feel good this morning as I had a nightmare last night.
Oh man.
As a little treat, I might join the Discord soon whenever I'm ready.
Sure, go on, no pressure. No pressure, man, no pressure. Oh, also, in regards to The Last of Us 2, the game is finally on PC. I wonder how it's doing. let me open Steam. Steam, sorry. Oh my god, what did I do this? Steam. The Last of Us 2. Dun 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 4,000 only. Oh, wait, can I see how many players it has? Steam Shorts? Steam Shorts, The Last of Us 2. Look at this, man. This is after the weekend. 30,000 peak. The bad SSD channels has more players than that. But you gotta keep in mind, this already existed on PlayStation forever. Like, first of all. And everybody knows the game is shit. I think, for people knowing that the game is shit, this is still a decent peak. I think this is still a decent peak for people knowing that the game is shit and don't want to play it, like, generally. Like, I'm surprised. I thought it would be less. I'll be honest.
It's not even the main platform. Yeah, the main platform is the PS4. BG3 had 55.k players. Yeah, okay, but this game already existed. This existed like many years ago. Like, what's the launch? Like the original launch date of it? The original came out 25 years ago, chat. Battlefield Commercial game had already been played by its fans, and it's old. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's almost 5 years. It's almost 5 years. Yeah, I thought it would have been a little bit longer too. So compared to 2077. 2077 had a PC release.
Gameplay is incredibly solid, but in narrative-driven games, someone said narrative is hard to deliver, it's hard to get past.
That's true. What about the Last of Us, like part 1? Had a 36k. That's crazy actually, because this is a beloved one. The fact that the peak is very different. It's a remake, yes it is, but this was the first PC release. This was the first PC release. The PC release of part 1 was so bad at picking up those sets. You know what? Now that I think about it, it did have a shit PC release. It was very unoptimized. And in that fact, Cyberpunk. I can't even type, man. What Phantom Liberty? This 1 million peak.
1
but this one
million.
had a release. Holy shit! I didn't think Cyberpunk would have had a 1 million peak. No, then. Holy shit! Will be Spider-Man 2? Okay. Spider-Man 2. Okay, so The Last of Us is outperforming this. Alright. So does anyone know how to stop Dark Souls 3 starting on PC? No, I have no idea. 97% was on PC was not the issue. With it, we're not meeting the expectations. The issue for it were all consoles PS4 where it wasn't able to run on that hardware. Really? I thought it also had issues on PC. I knew Spider-Man was like heading thousands.
Oh, here we go.
One knows every angel, the other knows every angle. One kneels for salvation, the other kneels with salivation. Deep thoughts versus deep throats, the chastity and the STD. Daily bread versus daily spread. One is getting blessed and one is getting breast. Hail Mary, full of grace, versus 5 blows to the face. Bible thumper versus easy pumper. One spits out psalms and the spits on palms. One kneels for the sins of men, the other kneels for more seen men. I worship the Father and the Son, versus who is the Father of the Son. One prays with deeds, the other one plays with deeds. They do turn the other cheek, I'm winning and friendly with these. They do turn the other cheek, I'm winning and friendly. The holy and the holy. The holy and the holy. Shut it. Shut it.
Worthless hunk of junk! Hey, hold on! It's not over till I...
Thank you for tuning in, guys. Welcome. We've got a very funny start to the week here. Thank you for tuning in, guys. Welcome. We've got a very funny start to the week here. You know that game Schedule 1? You may have heard of it. Very successful indie game that launched a few weeks ago.
By the way, this game has probably sold over 5... This game has probably sold more copies than Assassin's Creed Shadows.
You get to play as a drug dealer, and yeah, it's essentially the game. Well, it's coming under fire from the activists, the modern audience activist sort of people. So that's always hilarious. We're going to take a look at a gaming journalist article on The Gamer, why they're mad at this game, and also a post over on...
I feel like they need to get sued. Because, like, how do you have a website called The Gamer, but it's all about social activism?
Oh, no, I got it, okay.
You're not a fucking gamer. That's false advertising. It's not fair.
Reddit. And really quick update on the VTuber that I mentioned a few weeks ago, maybe like a month ago at this point. Probably not a month, maybe like 3 weeks. But I mentioned I have this VTuber model that I've had for like a few years now, which I think some of you already know about, of course. But most people probably don't, because I never really use it, never get a chance to stream.
VTuber models are unnecessary for males. The only VTuber model... Now, if you want to do a VTuber model as a girl, but it has big tits, it's okay. But there's no need for a male VTuber model. I know some people do it. Even one of my mods, I think, does it. But we really just want to see the big titties.
Been in my schedule, and I want to start using for certain videos here and there. I think that would be fun and help to add more content to the channel. And so we're going to start with this one.
Beetle, that's a turtle.
see how it goes, quality assurance and all that great stuff. And the Outlet the Gamer, which we're gonna hop over to in just a second. You remember this outlet, right? Always appealing to the modern audience types. They were like constantly propping up Dragon Age the Veilguard, for example.
Of course.
Even writing an article titled, "How much of the infamous Vigil against Dragon Age the Veilguard feels manufactured?"
Enough for it to kill the game and the studio and cause layoffs.
Oh yeah, because people genuinely disliking this game. That can't be a thing, right? Like it's gotta be manufactured, it's gotta be fake. Get out of here. Yeah, that's the Gamer. So VTuber jump scare in 3, 2, 1. And there we go. Okay, wow. Definitely crazy. What a change of pace, huh? So their outlet from, excuse me, their article.
This is so embarrassing.
Great start. 6 hours ago. It's article from 6 hours ago on the Gamer.
It's incredibly racist.
Incredibly racist. Schedule 1 comes under fire for one of its achievements. I love how they picked this image to go to the very top. Like, I gotta,
because it's the black person, right? So it's the implication.
Gotta show the cop body searching the characters they call racist, huh? Social media calls for renaming or removing the Indian dealer achievement in Schedule 1. Social media, they mean like all the 5 people, right? Due to race.
No, it was 60. There were 60 people that were mad about this. Like, there were dozens of people who were unhappy about this change. I honestly, I think the whole world needs to change. There are dozens of people furious.
Its connotations. The achievement is the only one in the game specifying a race, rooted in a history of harmful stereotypes against indigenous people, an indigenous streaming group.
The first step is to look at an achievement in a video game. The second step is to laugh at the achievement, and the third step is to kill the minorities the achievement is a joke about. That's how it works, right, guys? I thought, okay, yeah, exactly.
Plans for the removal or renaming of the achievement to promote respect and inclusivity. Say that loud, excuse me.
You don't want to give away our tricks?
A little before it reaches its 1 month anniversary, calls online have begun for Schedule 1 to change the name of its achievements.
I hate these people so much because the calls online, it's 2 people. This is like saying that there's a protest at like, a different area, and the protest consists of 5 crackheads and 1 activist that paid the crackheads. That's it.
Due to one achievements due to racist connotations. The achievement was first noted by Twitter user Crow, we're gonna take a look at that in a second, who tagged the game's creator and said, "I'm loving the game, but can you remove this achievement? It's incredibly racist. The only achievement specifying a race." Oh my gosh, yeah, here's the tweet. You can see the Crow show. We already read the tweet on the article, but here's the tweet itself.
59 likes, bro. 59 likes. You write an article about something with 59 likes, trying to change the entire game to push a fucking narrative to get people to believe this shit. It is with 40, 60 comments. Well, yeah, every comment is calling this guy a retard. Everybody hates him.
Take a look at the comments. We got Shanna Lay saying, "Thank you for bringing attention to this. This is not someone who works on the game." Oh, jeez. Or anything, I don't think this is a voice actor. Yeah, that's English voice actor on. That's not right.
Yeah.
Pixel Kitten. Oof. What else we got here?
2 Caterpillar Karens. That's what it is. And you gotta understand what these people are. These girls, these young girls on social media that are trying to tell everybody what to do, they will one day evolve into a butterfly that screams at a Starbucks barista. Whenever they're like 47 or something like that, and like the current SSRIs they're on, they stop working, and so they have like a top off. They will evolve.
Why are people this easily offended on behalf of someone else while playing games about selling drugs to shooting people? Because I totally missed this, by the way. Look at this one. Crow responded to the person who said,
This isn't even a final
like, yeah, I'm not sure what decade we're in, but I was shocked when I saw that. Oh, I was shocked, guys. I was like traumatized. Bro.
Shut the fuck. What are you talking about? Shocked. Who is this guy?
Get over yourself. I burst out laughing when I saw this achievement. What an insufferable take. This other person also tags Tyler in Schedule 1 game saying, "Also, loving the game. Please don't cater to these fragile dorks that fall over themselves to virtue signal something that has zero impact on their lives."
But of course, I bet, this is my opinion. I think that the reason why guys make posts like this, it's like putting honey out for bees. And so like they're trying to attract these Caterpillar Karens because a lot of them are hot. And the reason why a lot of them are hot is because guys put up with their stupid bullshit. It's the same reason why hot girls are into crystals and horoscopes. It's because no guy wants to tell this girl that's like a 9 out of 10 that this crystal magic isn't real because that might hurt his chances. So it's the same thing with this stuff. A lot of the reason why these girls are hot is because nobody wants to tell them that they're full of shit. So that's the reason why these guys post it. They're like, not just being honest, right? You always say this, I do. And this is just another variation of it.
So over at the Gamer, these journalists, they definitely think this is a very serious issue. Continuing with their article, they say, Crow's tweet was then followed up by Indie Horror Squad on social media to release a lengthy statement. "We love Schedule 1 and how creative it is, but we need to address something. What if the achievements in the game?"
We need to. This has to happen. The level of like narcissism and self-importance that these people have is actually, to me, it's kind of impressive that somebody can be this fucking delusional. It's a game about, it's a game about selling weed and meth, getting people addicted to drugs, killing them, and then selling drugs as well to everybody in a town, including cocaine and methamphetamine. Like, we're not talking about just smoking weed, right? Like, I've seen those pictures of like the mugshots. Everybody, you can tell that they're on meth because they have less teeth than I do. Well, that's not true. They have about the same amount of teeth that I do. That's bad.
Indian dealer is based on the harmful phrase Indian giver. This term is rooted in a long history of racism, stereotypes against indigenous people. Even if the intent wasn't malicious, the impact still matters. Words like
it doesn't. Nobody cares.
These reinforce false narratives and cause harm, especially when,
again, the first thing you do is you read this achievement. The next thing you do is you go out and you kill people. That's right. See, the entire idea of causing harm is I think very damaging when you're referring to something that is not physical at all. There's a lot of words that you can use that are more accurate, but they refuse to use those words because they want the emotional connotation of physical violence and physical danger.
Normalizing games we love. This is the only achievement Schedule 1 tied to racist language. We're asking developers to please consider removing or renaming this achievement. And yeah, once again, we can see this tweet from Indie Horror Squad.
Well, I don't know if anybody put 2 on top of 2 here, right? But like, let's go ahead and just think about this just for a second. So, the main girl that was responding and complaining about this on the first post is the one that's making, because look, she's even got it in her name. She's the one that runs this. So it's really just 2 people agreeing with each other. Yeah, it's the same person. Like, I remember back in the day, when you get caught up, it used to be called same frogging, I think that was the term. And people would make fun of you for this. But now it's called activism.
This is the only achievement Schedule 1 tied to racist language. We're asking developers to please consider removing or renaming this achievement. And yeah, once again, we can see this tweet from Indie Horror Squad.
The same
Indigenous gamers, horror lovers, Twitch streamers, content creators reads the bio. Let's take a look at some of the responses here at the top. Reading, look at the views to likes on these tweets. They respond saying, "Your point? All I see is that more people should care about what we are saying. Indigenous issues are often less engaged with.
everybody should care about your problem. Why? Because we've decided that indigenous issues are often less engaged with. What are you talking about? What issue? What is this? It's brought to your attention. You've used the term rooted in racism. Why not remove it? It looks like a W for the people, for players that don't like it. I really don't understand. So here's what the problem is. So I want you to understand what the problem is and why a lot of people are tired of this. Because what you're talking about is you are making a good faith approach to a problem that is not being presented in the same way. So here's really what's going on here. These are people who are trying to inject their worldview, to inject their social agenda, and inject their perspective on things into another group of people and tell them what to do. On a very fundamental level, they are injecting themselves into somebody else's art and telling them that you need to change your art because we are emotionally guilt-tripping you into doing this. The fact is that I don't think that a lot of people care about this, but what I do think a lot of people care about is art being neutered, censored, and nerfed in order to prevent anybody from being offended. So what I see happening with any sort of capitulation to these people is that video games like Schedule 1 become increasingly more sterile. You no longer have people becoming addicted begging you for drugs. You no longer have sales of types of drugs that could be considered politically incorrect. And you have these people breathing down your neck and trying to add and control your creative process because it's not confiding or it's not coherent with what their worldview is. So the problem isn't necessarily in doing it. And also, by the way, what's the problem with a racist joke? I grew up in a time where we had tons of movies that had racist jokes in them all the time. And I grew up watching the Chappelle Show. Why are we acting like this racist joke is somehow a big issue when almost everybody here has grown up watching shows and watching content that has all kinds of racial jokes in it constantly? And I think that what you need to understand is that a lot of the reasons why people laugh at racial jokes is because that they're silly. It's not because they believe them. Yeah, you have some people that do that, definitely. But that's the minority. The fact is that a lot of things like that, people can get together and laugh at these jokes because of how ridiculous they are. And that's the reason why. I think that there is a dramatic pushback that people have to these self-proclaimed internet activist groups who have decided that they are now the arbiter of what's acceptable to be discussed and said on the internet, and then they want to bully people into saying what they want them to say. I think that's unfair. And so I understand your point of view, but if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile, and we're 10 miles down the road, and I'm sick of going. That's the way I feel about it. To be fair to a racist joke in the game, feel free to add some more so it looks like everybody else gets a ribbing. It doesn't matter whether a lot of people get a ribbing or not. It's just it's their option. I understand the impulse to reject people who are trying to use history as a weapon to hit you, but I don't think that that's beating a W by changing it by saying happy. Now, the messenger isn't great, but it shouldn't affect the message. There's nothing wrong with it, it's just a joke. That's the entire premise. It's just a joke. Nobody's getting hurt, it's just a joke. Why do things need to change because you don't think it's funny? Like, so now everything has to change. Like, there is somebody out there who has literally had somebody die because of meth, right? This is the same thing that happened with the coffin of Andy and Lately. People always want to censor and remove things that they don't like. No. Stop interfacing with things that make you mad and stop trying to make the world accommodate you. Jokes can offend people though? Yeah. And so that's really the difference. It's not even jokes, it's a turn of phrase. Yeah, it's just a phrase. You can literally lace people in the game. Some people cannot be taught, they're sad. Well, what I'm saying is that that's my viewpoint on a lot of this stuff. It's very exhausting. And I'm just saying the indigenous group has a point. Well, it's not super deep, but the censorship thing colors the whole situation. They have a point that it's racially termed. Of course it's a racial term. It's obvious that it's a racial term. Everybody knows it's a racial term. That was the joke. That's the whole point. I would rather live in a world where you can tell racial jokes than not. Period. Yeah, I'd rather live in a Tropic Thunder world than a tone policing Karen world. I don't want to listen to them. I don't want them telling me what to do. I don't want them anywhere near content that I'm enjoying because they ruin it. The entire premise of this is built off of division. But the truth is that every guy can come together and laugh at these racial stereotypes, and they can still be friendly with each other. Weird Karens and weird people that never had friends in high school don't understand this. If you weren't popular, you didn't have any friends, you were isolated and made fun of, you don't understand the way that people usually interact. But if you were a normal person and you, for me, there is, I can get into this. Actually, this is a whole separate. I was talking with my friend about this for an hour yesterday about how some streamers, it's so fucking obvious that you were a loser growing up, and now you're trying to make up for it. Oh my god, these people are the same way. I hate them. Is Sports here? Yes, they're so obnoxious, bro.
People would rather romanticize our culture and ignore the negatives that do affect us. How is Schedule 1 romanticizing anything? Like, what the frick? It's like an extremely...
I'll be honest, when that music hits and I'm cooking meth, I'm vibing out.
This game. And then we got the comment below.
I am.
Some of the people commenting here are clearly not Welsh. All that's being asked is potentially unaware dev. Yeah, the devs who intentionally added this are somehow unaware. Oh my gosh, look at some of the other comments. Excuse me. This is so unfortunate to learn about, because...
No, the same with the Trop... Another fucking Karen. See, this is... No, bro. Get this the fuck out of my life. Oh my god. There it is? Yes. Tropic Thunder was peaked? Yes. Do I still have the graph? No, I don't. Tropic Thunder was where humor and comedy peaked. Everything before that was building to it. Everything after that was a decline.
I'm loving the game. I hope this has changed quickly. Replace the algorithm as much
This
sharing.
needs to go. Nothing needs to happen. Nothing needs to happen at all. Because the implication with that is this, again, a narcissistic perspective that your needs need to be met. No, they don't. They don't matter. You don't matter.
Possible. Would love to see this corrected. Shared, commented, linked. Get the word out there, y'all.
And you can see also all three of these Caterpillar Karens every fucking time. It's crazy how many times... it's great. How does it happen? How does it happen? How am I right so many times? How is this news?
Whose name is
I'm not going to say the rest of the top there. Yeah.
Like, comment, save, share. David looks at the code tweets we got. This is extremely disappointing. I hope the developers learn something from this moment and change name this achievement immediately.
More like conflicted dweeb.
I hope that Tyler in Schedule 1 game can see the replies to us just bringing this up and see the types who are supporting leaving messaging like this in a game. Brings out the worst of the anonymous racist cowards who think being 47 anonymous and edgy is cool.
Yeah, it is. And all my friends think that too. We have a lot of fun. Yeah. Get mad all you want, but that's exactly it. Yeah, no, I have tons of fun talking about shit like that. Absolutely. Indian is nationality, not race. They're talking about, I don't know the details. I think they mean Native American, but yeah. Quote tweets go on and on. I think I meant this as a, yeah, bro, like, and you can see, there's also drug effects that changes a color's character, skin color, and gender. I'm not comfortable supporting someone who thinks it's okay to make jokes like that. So is this person against, like, this is Ouroboros, bro. This is an actual Ouroboros moment. Does this mean that you're against trans? Like, is this transphobic? Like, how is this? Oh my, how is this happening? Need to take back what I said earlier, actually. There's definitely more than 5 upset people. There might actually be dozens of them. Finally, Back at the Gamer, they say, the creator, Schedule 1, has yet to speak on the Steam achievement, but we at the Gamer have reached out for comments. This is how media creates the apparatus and the facade of authority, is that they create a problem, they identify the problem, and then they appoint themselves as the arbiter of the solvers of the problem. And that way, they create a need for themselves. And the way that Black Myth Wukong and Game Science handled this was a masterclass. They said, bitch, shut the fuck up, we're here to talk about monkeys. That's how you handle it. The way you beat them in this game is you don't play. Yes, this is a very serious state of activism in the current year. But are they always white kids? Because they're the only ones that are privileged and white guilted enough in order to think that they're the savior of this other group of people. That's the reason why. See, like, have you guys ever noticed, like, all of these, like, anti-racist groups and these people, like, the social justice groups, a lot of them are just, like, a bunch of white people? And then, like, these, like, big racist problems, like, every 4chan meetup is, like, 7 different nationalities. Have you guys ever noticed that? Like, because every single time, whites are coming, exactly, yes, it's total fucking virtue signaling. It's exhausting. To mention that there are also upset people over on Reddit. That takes us to this post, skill on days ago now, on R@Films, saying, little heads up about Schedule 1. Just saw a post from Mousy about there being some racist/transphobic jokes in the game. What's wrong with these people? They're upper middle class white liberals. I don't know what we can do. I think that, okay, 500 IQ strategy. We keep pushing covertly this idea of, like, I can't really say this, I'm joking, by the way, I'm joking, this is a joke, I'm joking, by the way. We keep pushing the idea of vandalism and stuff, so that way they can get charged with felonies. And then all these people will be baited into into doing this and committing felonies. That way they won't be able to vote. Guys, I think that we got it. I think we got it. Yeah, there we go. That's what we have to do. Satire, yes, exactly. Joking. Some seem to be achievement names and pretty small references. I'm not sure how far in advance the sessions have been recorded, but that might be worth a joke. Well, for Tesla, it's not. In case that's something the boys would want to edit out. So yeah, I'm not familiar with these YouTubers at all. The very first customers you get is Peter File, lowbrow humor. Seems to be the whole game's premise. Yeah. Yeah. That's right. Films, and I went to look for that post that they allegedly made. I couldn't find it. Maybe they deleted it or something. I just couldn't find it. I checked on like Twitter, YouTube community post, and also Blue Sky. And then we've got some responses here. Let's see. I mean, one of the very first customers you can get is named Peter File. Lowbrow humor seems to be almost the whole game's premise. They would be saying lowbrow is one thing, and I don't have an issue with it at all. It's just when it drifts into harmful tropes that it feels a bit off. 99% of lowbrow humor is harmful tropes. Okay, like 99%. Wait, what are we talking about? We live in the most progressive era of all time. It's about time people started to realize that intent and context is all that matters. Half films are not transphobic, so no jokes they share have no intent. And the OP was fine once again saying, my post absolutely wasn't meant as a dig at the boys. One of the things that I really appreciate about them is how inclusive they are. It was merely meant to make them aware of stuff in the game that they might not be aware of, that could put out the wrong kind of vibe.
Testing. Oh, okay, still. And then testing.
This would never happen if you could give kids swirlies in school. Like, if you could get bullied in high school, it would never happen. No, if I was putting stuff out there that I didn't realize included some 50 stuff, I'd want someone to let me know. We'll take a look at 2 more comments here. This one reading. Is that right, Indian dealer? Are these white people? Are you asking me the question if on a Reddit, a subreddit for a video game, complaining about an achievement, if these are white people? Come on. Sell something to a customer, then pickpocket it back. Isn't that referencing Indian giving? Wikipedia says it is based on cultural misunderstandings that took place between the early European colonists and the indigenous people with whom they traded. Personally, I have heard the term Indian giver, but never realized it has pejorative connotations. You're saying that was one of the examples I saw in that thread. Yeah. Okay, so it's a Reddit thread. Maybe I can find that then. We'll take a look after this if I can find it. And this response saying, who cares? It's all in jest. Yes, the OP says the people being joked about in demeaning ways might care. While intent, I don't care about them. Fuck. Yeah, fuck. Doesn't matter. Excusing stuff is just in jest. Some can lead to some pretty nasty ideas being normalized in the long run. And then we got this exchange, which also explains why they're accusing it of being transphobic. Reads, I noticed while watching YouTube shorts that there was an effect on one of the strains that said generizing. And of course it changed the smoker's gender. Because apparently, of course, Caitlyn Jenner is the first thing people think of when they think of anything trans. Well, yeah, because Caitlyn Jenner is probably the most famous trans person. Like, I bet if you think of black guy, a lot of people think of Barack Obama. Sure. Or LeBron James, somebody like that. Yeah, Kanye West, Michael Jordan. Yeah. Like, what? Is this supposed to be like... It left a bad taste in my mouth after that, and I won't be looking to engage with this, other than watching some YouTubers play it. The OP saying, yeah, that was one of the ones that I saw. Oh my god. Maybe I'm just particularly vigilant about it because of how scary things are for the trans community at the moment, but I still... What? Oh, this is... Wait a minute, I forgot. This is on Reddit. You have to understand, guys, this is on Reddit.
think it's something worth highlighting so it doesn't get too normalized. This response saying, or it's poking fun at gender because of the fact they transitioned, then turned on others who transition, and lastly, this exchange, where this comment says, I mean, is it more inclusive to also mock everyone? It's more of a celebrity reference than an outright transphobic one, though I suppose it is highlighting the gender change specifically, though it's not a negative. Caitlyn Jenner is simply the most well-known transgender person, the same way Tropic Thunder is so obviously the choice for a skin color change. But the OP says, mocking/joking about everyone equally only really works if everyone's on equal footing to begin with, really, which sadly isn't the case right now.
That's true, because I don't know if you guys know this, but in the Constitution, the 420th Amendment says that trans people don't have any rights and they can't vote and they can't drive cars. That's what it's. I didn't know that. Yeah, Trump actually, he put it in last week.
This little James McCaster bit illustrates it nicely. Oh, but look, there's actually one more response. This one got -7 downvotes and reads, lol, seriously. So ultimately I couldn't find the thread that was being referenced here. Took a look for it, couldn't find it, don't know what that's all about, but I suppose the OK explained everything in this thread anyways. We'll close by going back to the gamer. Once again, the article, it's incredibly racist. Schedule 1 comes under fire for one of its achievements. Let me know what you think about the article. Let me know what you think about all this stuff in the comments, and I hope you enjoyed this segment. Hope you enjoyed the and all that. And if you did enjoy, please consider liking and or subscribing to the channel. Appreciate you. See you in the comments and in the next one.
I cannot even express how much I hate this.
Mount clamp and the two arms.
Is the biggest movies, but to be a success. But this is really starting to take off. This movie is and because Jay is so experienced in this world, he was able to get an all-star cast.
Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that spoiler. Judas betrays Jesus. That's a twist. It's like one of Jesus' own party members betrays him. Yeah, I know, man, I know. I'm spoiling the whole movie.
For the movie, it has an incredible cast. It's an incredible story. And
I clicked off that because she kept making stupid references.
You've pretty much gone viral with, let's see, whatever podcast, now Piers Morgan. From my viewers, other than absolutely tearing the crap out of feminists and these only fools content workers on the whatever podcast, where does everybody else know you from? Because you're getting, you're being on Piers Morgan, you're kind of blowing up a little bit, which is quite awesome, to be frank, to see somebody in the kind of men's realm blowing up so big. What else, or how did you get there? Where did everybody kind of recognize you from?
Well, first of all, I messed up here somehow.
Okay.
And I'm streaming to the wrong stream. So give me a second. Let me try to un-F this, as it were. 1 second.
Sure.
Yeah.
No one said
my producer happened to be on the road when I called him. I usually blame him for everything, and I'm quite happy to do that. But I'm just really happy to blame the guy for basically anything that
I do the same thing.
wrong. But yeah, but he's not here to blame, so unfortunately I have to take the L on this one.
Well, I do the same thing, and I am the producer. That's the problem. Is I have to blame myself for absolutely everything.
Okay, they can see me fine now. All right, I think we got my revision worked out.
Two monkeys with keyboards, man. Let me tell you.
That's right.
As I'm sure you guys have noticed, I've recently been talking more about testosterone and masculinity. Well, today's men suffer from the silent epidemic testosterone and drop and use code BATCH program.
That's right. All right, go ahead, dude. Sorry.
Yeah,
we'll start over.
I'll introduce you to my guys because you've got your YouTube channel, but you're right now you've gone big on, like, there's so many clips I'm seeing online right now of you on whatever podcast calling out feminists and only fools workers, and then you go on Piers Morgan last week and blast the hell out of basically everybody. And I did a video on it actually, and
I watched it.
Well,
watched the video.
I appreciate that, man. I'm a little flabbergasted at how quickly you've run into the mainstream, and this is awesome. Like the fact that Pierce invited you on and got you on instead of the usual talking mouths, blabbing heads. Tell me a little bit about how you got to where you are now, how you joined whatever. And I'm sure your guys have heard it, so you don't have to go into too deep in detail, but just for my viewers so they kind of know where.
They may not actually know, so maybe this would be a good recap. So most of the time when people are doing content streaming, they stick with a particular field or venue that they're very comfortable with, and that's where they stay. And they kind of all their content, all of their commentary revolves around that specific field. I'm not that way. I debate a multitude of issues across the entirety of the globe with people from everywhere, from all walks of life, specifically in regards to politics. So what that did was it put me in a unique position to debate. I've debated with the anti-religious on massive venues and gone several there, right? And interestingly enough, that entire crowd mostly is completely unaware of the debates that I have inside of the manosphere. The manosphere is completely unaware of the debates that I often have, which go viral on other platforms where we're on stream. So the way I guess I've been able to get viral and out there so quickly is because my content's not regulated to one specific piece of interest, but rather it's an entire sealed worldview, which goes up against other worldviews consistently across the board. And regardless of the worldview, be it libertarian, be it anti-Christian, be it all sorts of different things, I'm usually right there to do battle with those people. So because of that, I've gotten a significant amount of reach from various platforms because I'm a skilled, well, at least apparently I guess I'm a skilled debater. So
you're a master debater.
Master debater. Yeah, I heard that one a few times.
Well, you've grabbed a lot of attention, at least in kind of the men's issue stuff, not only with the whatever podcast, but where you went online with Piers Morgan and all that stuff. And I specifically, I'll tell you what, this adolescence TV show, the UK government, for their part, our media, at least our government's getting a little bit of a reprieve and a pullback. But what drove me nuts about that interview, and I don't want to talk just exclusively about it, but it's kind of the headline that kicks off this conversation, that everything nowadays is framed from the feminist viewpoint, or the feminine,
yeah.
And that the moment that we try to push back and say, yes, but we're living in a world of your framing, and men, that doesn't work for men. This is, you're not seeing things from our eyes. And you and Tommy went at it, and I noticed that they make this link constantly between men, incel, men, misogyny, men, Andrew Tate, men. They try to tie all these terms together, but where anytime you're having a conversation about one, it's like all roads lead to, you know what I mean? All roads lead to the Austrian with a little mustache. Now all roads lead to Andrew Tate. And anytime you try to talk about anything, they use him as the
boogeyman.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
boogeyman, yeah.
So
yeah, well, the thing is like I don't even always disagree with things that Tate says. To be perfectly honest, I think that there's a lot of valuable things that the guy has to say, and I think that there's a lot of things that he says that I have to sometimes start disagreements with. But you are correct that what has happened is there's an effigy, but this happens inside of the what you would call red pill or manosphere constantly. There's a new effigy which is put up, and this effigy is supposedly the representation of this entire sphere, even though, as you know, what the entirety of the manosphere is a loose confederation of various streamers, commentators, and political men's activists, not really sourced as a single leadership top-down organization as the media would have you believe, that there's some sort of incel leader who's giving marching orders from his basement telephone and cell phone to the rest of the incel terrorists globally so that they may make women's lives miserable. So it's actually much easier to take a mainstream figure like Tate, create the effigy, attack the effigy, and therefore anybody who has similar views, this is the same thing the left does. You brought up the mustache man, right? This is the same point I think you're making. How many times have leftists called right-wingers right? They call them that constantly. Well, you have the same view that Germans have, therefore you are this thing. It's the same type of thing. I think it's completely ludicrous, but it is a tactic which tends to work on mainstream media side, or at least it did before alternative media.
Well, I think it's a very charged language and charged word. And when you think about it, if you look at fascism at its root kind of beliefs, and you look at National Socialism, which is what that beautiful little word stands for, both are leftist ideology. And so they had to wrangle the language and the ideology, at least in my opinion, to move it back around to the right. Because most of the right is saying, family, small government, at least now they're saying, family, small government, bring it back to the home, bring it back to either a religion or a religious base, bring it back to ground zero. And now the left is the ones that are, at some points pro big business, like pharma, during that portion of it. And then they're anti-big business. So it all roots down to power. If it's sorry, my dog decided. If it's business that promotes the left, big business is good. If it's business that promotes the right, same thing with millionaires. Same thing with the millionaires. Same thing with government policy. Same thing with how does this start? I mean, it's already starting to break down, but how do we ever reconcile this at this point?
With NGOs, the same way that they essentially attack us, use non-government organizations in order to basically mount a counteroffensive. So if you really want to know the truth, like take organizations like the Daily Wire, right? Why aren't they an NGO? Aren't they kind of a non-government organization which has political influence over the government and is pushing their kind of various ideologies, right? Yeah. In a way, I would say that they're an NGO, but I don't think they fit kind of the classic think tank of that. But alternative media itself is going to become these non-government organizational groups with political influence. They're going to begin the kind of counteroffensive and already have been for the last 6 years, 7 years, something like this. But now the mainstream media is just on its dying death throes. Like the amount of money these people are losing because one, the lack of entertainment, B, the production value of guys like me who have a basement studio who can pull live audiences which are larger than their anchors. Right. There's no competing with that at this point, right? So the alternative media is definitely going to be having kind of this mainstream appeal, mainstream pushback. Even Piers Morgan himself has moved from like kind of the CNN style over to a more kind of palatable, uncensored style where you get to the heart of more of these issues because it's more palatable for people to view content that way, right? It's more it's easier, it's more palatable. It doesn't have the sort of same anxiety sense that you might get from the mainstream news broadcast, and there's way less liability, right? So these things are all dying out, and good riddance, right? Good riddance.
Yeah, I mean, you think about like you mentioned, production costs. You're in a nicely decorated dungeon. I'm in a very boring dungeon so far because I just finished building my house. Our production costs combined is $4, and that's whatever moment the internet this takes up in our electric budget. Although you do have a producer, which I'm very jealous of, that you can blame your problems on them because I have to eat that myself. But with
I only got one, so I could blame my problems on them. I mean, that's, what else are they good for?
That might be worth a paycheck. Maybe I need to get a quote unquote producer for a couple grand a month. But now that I think that's we've got Elon going in and tearing out some of these NGOs now, showing the government fraud and waste, things like that. But it almost feels a little bit. Even if we let's say we go to the colleges today and we can't rip it out. Like it's the administrators, it's the teachers, it's now most of the students for the last decade pouring out of these. Now they're taking over the newest jobs, the newest government positions, the newest media, the newest teaching. So even if we cut things off today, we're looking at 20, 30 years before a fresh batch of human beings without the ideology comes in.
Yeah, half a century really. About a half a century if we're lucky. It's got to be cross generationally done, and there's no way around that. Now, if you think about it, even from the time you were in school till right now in your life. Think about everything which has changed from that cross generation, from the generation of your parents to when your dad was your age to the age you are right now. This is not the same world. Right. This is not even the same. It almost feels like it's a different universe altogether, right? The sort of meta ethics and the meta convos which happened in the United States, these were not conversations that we were having when we were younger. They were unnecessary. These were just givens, right? Nobody was confused about their gender. Nobody was particularly sexually confused, and people didn't have these sorts of kind of dynamic issues which we see right now. The whole world is a different place. It's like stepping into a different universe. You ever feel like that? Like you just have stepped into a completely different universe, and it's almost bizarre, right? You live in bizarre land, and so if you have any sanity whatsoever, I think you tend to stand out, and that is a thing which is desperately needed, I think.
Yeah, with today's society, when I was in school, I don't think I graduated a class of 200. We weren't a big school. It was upstate farm country in New York. And so the number of seniors that graduated from my high school was probably maybe 150, 200. I can't tell you one kid that was gay. Not like I can't legitimately think of one. And it's not that, they weren't allowed to come out or they didn't. There weren't any. And you look at the social contagion and everything happening today. And even if we get the money out of it, even if we get everything out of it, this next generation or two, and, so you look at millennials and Z, although even though Z's correcting itself, half of them are fried out. And now we've got 50% of our populace is just mind warped and brainwashed into this feminine, just the lens that they look at the world. And from this point, this does give you the moment of, even though we have this resurgence and this pushback, they're just two groups that are going to be larger divided. And I don't see a gulf across these two, at least for the next generation or two. I'm pulling up these videos, and at this point, I could just put every thumbnail I upload, because it's hard. The video topic's not the hardest thing. Finding the content can be tricky. How do I label this thumbnail different than the world is absolutely insane and here's a bunch of crazy people that hate you? And that could really be every thumbnail from here on out. And
they would all be accurate.
Right. And I just don't see that bridge anymore, not only between left and right, but between masculine, feminine, between men, women, between, from the Smash culture, let's just hook up on Tinder and Smash, to the let's get married. I just do not see a coming together in the next 10, 20 years. I don't know how we bridge this.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you think that when I look at millennials, right, people in my age group, there does seem like there was a sect of men who were kind of saved from a lot of this madness because they went to war. They were sent off to war. And a lot of them came back and they became very politically active and they became very mobilized once they understood that the world is really a confederation of large tribes who are constantly killing each other for resources. And everything that they had been told was a complete lie, including the justification for why they were sent off to these wars to begin with. I think that you could have a similar saving grace again, and God help us all. I think that it's even likely that the thing which will save or create this bridge, and that when people go stop worrying so much about ableism and tongue-policing, is when there's a bunch of body bags that start coming from an overseas nation from a war which was actually justified. I think that you see most of this stuff go away. And if you wonder about the disconnect, right, what can reconnect it, I think that that's a possibility. But I also think that I have some faith that Gen Alpha, as young men are moving more towards masculine religion rather than the feminine sort of religion that we've been dealing with for the last 90 years, moving towards masculine traditional religion. I think it's going to be very helpful for future generations as well. It's like it's not that there's no hope; it's just that there's not any hope for guys like you and I. Right? We're going to be fighting this war until we're dead, and there's not a damn thing we can do about it. That's our lot in life. I'm just kind of okay with that. The flip side is that we can leave the kind of roadmap behind for people who are coming, and they are coming. And I don't think that the insanity can last forever. I don't even think that it's possible because society will just break.
Well, sure, the insanity is definitely not going to last forever because men will hit the breaking point. We're here because men let women put us here. And what I mean by that is, female. There was a video I was watching today. 3 female officers that had nails, like long, pretty nails, and their hair's up in little barrettes. Were trying to arrest a guy, and he just grabbed the top of 2 fence posts that was trying to take him out of the backyard. He just grabbed the top of 2 fence posts and he said, "Well, let's talk about this." 3 women were yanking on him, and he said, "I'm not going anywhere till you explain what goes on." There's nothing they could do. I mean, at that point, yeah, they can back up and hit him with tasers or use some hole punchers on him. But we're only here because men.
But even that's by his consent, isn't it? Well, like when you really think about it, even allowing them to hit him with tasers is basically done by his consent. That there might be other actual men that he may have to contend with that become a problem, right?
Right. So, and the reason why I only push back against your war statement is look what happened in Ukraine or what is happening in Ukraine. You've got the young men, many of them did flee, but the rest of them are being put into conscription and going off and ending for their country. And the women are in Poland and they're showing pictures of nightlife and dating and dancing and these women twerking on guys' graves. And the respect for what the men have done, even in this country, for Ukraine being, even in that country, the respect for what the men are going through is nil. And I understand, the world doesn't stop when men go off to battle, but shouldn't it? If you look at World War I, World War II, yeah, the women had to take a lot of the roles in the factories and things like that to provide for the men that were overseas. But now because
they put screws in packs, I know it was a rough life.
Terrible, isn't it? Yeah. But it's always the same type of thing where you have these apologists, again, looking at the world from the feminine view, saying, well, what do you expect them to do? Nothing all the time? It's like, well, you could do something that would at least show some appreciation for the men that are out there, doing what they're doing instead of hooking up with foreigners in a nightclub in another country or even in one of your major cities. And so, were that to happen here, what stops the women from going to the clubs? What stops the women from nothing?
There's no place to flee. So, I mean, I agree with you in a sense, and then in another sense, I kind of disagree. So, the sense I agree with you is the Ukraine conflict between Russia is isolated. Now, we kind of want to make it larger than life, but Ukraine's a very tiny place ultimately, and all of the neighboring nations are available to flee to, right? So, in a way, there's like an agreement, which is this between Ukraine and Russia, and that's it. All these other places are neutral friendly zones. What happens when there's no place to flee? That was World War II. That was World War I. When the entire continent is embroiled in war, you don't get to escape. You don't get to go to neighboring Poland and enjoy the clubbing nightlife, right? There is no nightlife because they're embroiled in a war too. Global conflict is part of the nature of the 21st century. I guarantee it. Just like it's going to be it was part of the nature of the 20th century. The entirety of the world going into conflict, I think, is inevitable. So that's going to be a necessary condition of globalism. I think that eventually there's going to be global conflict that will embroil the entirety of the world. And when that happens, when, not if that happens, I think that all of these kind of subsequent nonsensical problems go away. But if it doesn't happen, you still have a cross-generational roadmap to assist with the idea that masculinity is not poisonous, that Christianity is not about the feminine, that it's a patriarchal religion, that it always has been a patriarchal religion, that we follow a patriarch named Jesus Christ who incarnated as a man, right? And that our priests are men, not women, that the entire structure of it is designed around the masculine. Not that feminine virtues aren't valued. They are. And women who have them are highly valued. Would it be nice if we had some, though? Would it be nice if we had some of them? But we don't, right? We don't have them. So I still see that men are moving in the same direction that they always have because they necessarily have the role of being protectors of society, starting at the family level, all the way up to the national level. Women are supposed to have a counter duty to this called reproduction. They're supposed to be moving in society towards the idea of family and reproduction. And they're not. There's a failure of duty, dereliction, you could call it, on behalf of perhaps a greater societal contract, which occurs. You get all the security. We get the kids. That's the way it's supposed to work, right? Well, it's not working that way, but men are still in the position of providing the security. So if that's the case, and we have a failure in this, that needs to be rooted and addressed extremely quickly, or there's not going to be a society for us to really be arguing about the future anyhow.
Well, I agree. Although I see us less. I see less the we go off to war versus whoever. Or I think I'm more of the mindset, and at least it seems to me that the next conflict, or the next real societal portion of this in its next steps would probably be more likely a continued societal split where the top 10 or 20, perhaps even 30% of guys continue to have great success. The women chase them down. The women only want to have their children. They're the success, and at first it's the top 10% or 20% of attractive guys the women all want to sleep with and have that guy's kid. Then they want to run to the top 10 or 20% of men for their resources and income, and the bottom 70 to 80% of men,
You're talking about hypergamy?
Well, yes, but the fallout from it, meaning that there's going to be a large, throughout history, if you look, the vast majority of men didn't procreate. It came
That's right, about 40%. That's right.
And so I don't think that portion of it is new. But what I think is new, the marriage, the courtship, the financial benefits to a country and a society of men that want to earn to support families. And with all that breaking down, I see guys more making enough to make themselves comfortable and or whatever they want for their own lives, and less going out and becoming the earners. Women are trying to take that position, but that's a burnout statistic. I mean, most of these women, by the time they get to 30s, 35, 40, they realize, oh, this is a trap. And I think we're just starting to see the first women that were raised in the I don't need a man, I can have anybody's kid I want, I can be the single mom, I can handle it all. Those first women are now starting to hit, not retirement age, but the window where they realize, okay, much further than this, I'm probably going to be on my own forever. These are the women yelling on X about all the handsome, good-looking, successful 35-year-olds hooking up with the 22-year-olds and not looking at the other 35. Those women are just hitting that 35 to 40 window. I believe we're going to start seeing the cascade failure of this whole movement by women. No, despite media, movies, people like Tommy Lauren and other quote-unquote conservative women saying, well, men must do this and men, I think men have seen the roadmap of this and they just have completely tapped out.
Yeah, I've heard something similar to this from proponents, MGTOW proponents, for instance, been going their own way. They kind of often cite this, but I don't see it. I don't see the evidence for this. So the millennials are past that age. They're moving into their 40s. And the screeching, harpy feminist women are still sitting there with their cats talking about how great life is, right? Screeching about how great life is when clearly it's not so great, at least for these women. I'm not sure that will be the motivating deal breaker. The motivating deal breaker right now I see from, if I take a bird's eye view and I'm trying to look at the political sphere for the next 100 years, first of all, it's really difficult to do, but I'm just going to try, just for like the sake of trying to.
Sure.
The first is that feminism has failed to fulfill its promise to women, period, anyway, right? It has not actually liberated them from anything. It's just created debt slaves out of them. They didn't used to hold any debt. The husband carried all the debt, and the husband had legal obligation to take care of their family. They went to jail, right? In the subsequent idea of the vote, or the idea of women becoming political actors, took away all their moral high ground. You have to remember, women were able to pass the 18th Amendment before they had the right to vote with the 19th Amendment, which was the prohibition of alcohol. And they had plenty of political moxie. They've just become a voting bloc now to be pandered to. But if you look at the degrees that they're getting, and it's true that they outcompete men when it comes to getting degrees. It's like 69%. I think it'll be 73% soon. That's the last stat that I took a look at. That was more modern. But they're not getting degrees in STEM. In fact, it's regressing, right? So over the last 10 years, it's been completely stagnant in STEM fields, and it's regressing further. And in trades, forget it. They just don't even exist in trades. There's a statistical anomaly. It's not to say that there's not some woman out there who's a skilled auto mechanic. I'm sure that there is, but who gives a shit? It's such a statistical anomaly that it's just not even worth discussing. They're not going to be able to take those jobs. They're not going to be able to move into those fields. So the reliance on men is always going to be there. There's not really anything that they can do about it. But what happens then when there's a security collapse? If there's a security collapse, they don't have the necessary requisite skills to go do anything with infrastructure, nor do they have the requisite skills to even defend themselves. Those are not skill sets that women have. So the over reliance on men is what happens when men say, fuck this. How about no rights for you? What's actually the possible outcome that they could do? Well, let's look at the rest of the world. Nothing. That's the outcome. They can't do anything about it. So if you look at the rest of the world, where they go, you don't have any rights anymore?
Right.
You don't. You don't have them.
But what type of collapse do you have to get there? And it is going to be catastrophic.
Population. It's going to be a population collapse.
Sure.
Well, so this is prong two. So the population collapse, we're under reproduction rate. So we have to rely on immigrants coming in. How do you have 150 million people in the United States, 60 years ago, and now you have 300 million? And you look at the 30 years of mass migration progression, it's about 1 million people a year. Well, they're not bringing in the values of feminism, right? The immigrants aren't coming in with the value of women's rights. They're coming in with the value of screw this shit. We come from a patriarchal society. We're going to continue to have a patriarchal society here. And you're moving them into a democracy. So they're able to cross-generationally vote. Yeah. It's like, what happens if they just seize the system? They just vote in the system. It's like, that's a really viable future.
I think England is going to be the test bed for that. Right now you've got this. As a matter of fact, there was a new law, not a new law, but Stammer just came out today. And in the UK, the judicial system has come out and said they will have longer, harsher sentences for everybody but people with skin color, women, and under the age of 25. And when you go down through all the demographics, really what they're saying is lighter sentence for these people, or they could have just as easily said stronger punishment for white men specifically. And and this is it's going to be several months till they get around and review it. But this is the irony, and I think this is why England's going to be the test bed for this particular idea. They bring in Muslim, they bring in many different cultures. Muslim seems to be the predominant. They're definitely the most anti all the things these feminists want, whether it's the LGBT, TV.
Do you know why they have to bring in Muslims? You know why?
Specifically, no.
Specifically, yeah, it's because the religious are the ones who reproduce. So if you're gonna be pulling from nations, you have to pull from nations which reproduce. Right? The UK can't pull from France; they don't reproduce. They can't pull from Western Europe; they don't reproduce. They can't pull from the United States; we don't reproduce. You have to pull from reproducing nations. So the Muslims say the womb is our weapon, and they're right.
True.
They're right.
Yeah, they will. I think in certain townships already, they're at 70 or 80% of the counties or townships in the counties in the UK. And I think there's going to be a tipping point where they're going to keep playing this game right up until they have enough for the majority, and then in an instant, it's going to be Sharia law, feminism's out the window, LGBT rights out the window, and the UK is going to become a Muslim territory. I mean, at that point, and ironically, the women they'll flee, they'll complain, they'll whine. There won't ever be the moment of, well, you guys did this to yourself. Like your policies did this. There will be no reflection on that.
You were the deciding vote. Yeah. So all features that I see for feminism are feminism basically brings in the bleakest future for women I could ever imagine. Yeah. So it is true that perhaps under patriarchal Christianity, they would not want you involved in political processes, right? As though that's a bad thing, right? There's a lot of men who don't want involved in political processes either because they're dumb as blocks of rocks and they nullify my very informed vote, right? Perhaps a one-vote household, something like this would be a great compromise. But all roads of feminism lead to destruction of feminism itself. So we start with the rule of empathy, which is the rule of vote by women, right? All morality comes from empathy first. Reason and logic comes second. In fact, reason and logic is only used to reinforce whatever the empathetic view is. So I feel bad, now I'll logically reconcile it. I feel bad for you, now I'll logically come up with the reasoning behind why that's actually okay. Right? Instead of starting with the reason first, we start with the empathy first. So that model leads to generally mass migration, things like this, because that's how they vote. Well, the type of immigrants you have coming in, they don't like feminism. So they destroy feminism. It's like, okay, well, that road leads to destruction. What about a transhumanist future in the next 100 years? Well, that road leads to destruction too. What happens if we do have artificial wombs? Well, traditionally what we can see in nations where there was a scarcity of children, they selected for men. Yep. Why? Because let's say you have two different types of human beings that are available to you. You can only pick one. The first type of human being has trouble regulating their emotional clarity, has trouble regulating their hormones, and is significantly up to 60% weaker than the other type of human being. Right. The other one, right, has no trouble with hormone regulation, no trouble with task of strength, things like this. Well, which one would you select for? Right? You generally select for the male. We can see this in China. We can see this in tons of other societies where there's a scarcity of children. If the option for selection was there, they selected the male almost every single time. So even if we had an artificial womb future, right? I don't see how that's good for women. That's like that takes the negotiating power away from women now and puts the selection power in the hands of men. So the very transhumanist future they wanted, with the reliance on female murder bots to enforce their rights, if we did have such a future, it's not unlikely that we would have the artificial womb technology along with the technology of the quote murder bot, which we're way far away from. Right. That puts the selection hand in the hands of men. Yeah. And it's like that doesn't do anything good for you either. So like all roads of feminism lead to women losing their rights, absent them submitting to the patriarchy, absent them actually giving a submission to the patriarchy. You always have to appeal to the patriarchy in order to get the patriarchy to give them rights, right? No matter what. Right. So it's always circular, right? I have to appeal to men for rights so that I can have rights from men. It's the wildest thing ever.
I think you're missing the one though that I think will actually happen first, which is more than likely if we keep going down this road, whether it's in Europe, whether it's here in the United States, or whatever, the feminization of men and the no masculine role models and the toxic masculinity and men fighting and arguing and hazing and bullying and all these other things is going to make such a generation of feminized, weak, emotional men that conquer would also be, if China, I don't know what China's count is up to, 1 billion what, but there could become a point where just the once you get past the drone wars, as we'd likely have on the next one, whichever one can't produce the way to defend themselves is ultimately, and it's ultimately at the mercy of its enemy. Well, you look at the sheer number of people that you've got in some place, and I use China just because they're an easy target, but they have 3 or 4 times the number we have. And on top of that, I don't know what the percentage of our items come from there, but if they turn off, if they just quickly take over Taiwan, turn off the chips, turn off the steel production, turn off all, yes, you can talk about their economy collapsing, but if they just then wait for us to deteriorate enough that they can, outproduce us during the war, which is one of the reasons why World War II, we were able to turn factories around so quickly, and we had this unlimited supply of ammos and weapons and et cetera. If they can shut that down, they'll just waltz in and there won't be a masculine man to fight them, and they will impose their masculinity in a different way, but nonetheless, it'll still...
Well, Elon Musk rightly points this out, that the crisis in reproduction of humanity is a global phenomenon. It is true that right now China has over 1 billion people, but they're actually slated by the middle of the century to have only 500 million.
Right.
Their one-child policy completely devastated their ability to repopulate their own nation. They see that error and corrected it as quickly as possible, but they're going to be feeling the effects of it. South Korea is below 1 per woman, and that's not going to change. That's going to continue to dip, and the United States will dip under the average of 1 child per woman as well, contracting its population as well. Japan, same thing. Massive reproduction crisis, can't sustain its own population. Very xenophobic people in Japan, rightly or wrongly, whichever way you want to call it. I don't think there's anything wrong with Japan want keeping their nation Japanese. I don't think there's any problem with that, but for the first time ever, they need to perhaps rely on immigrant labor. They're talking about bringing in hundreds of thousands of immigrants in order to assist with the thing that they desperately need the most, which is elder care.
Right.
And this is a big problem when you have less grandchildren than you have grandfathers, or whatever the case may be. Right. You now have a significant problem when it comes to elder care. So they're looking at that. Other nations are beginning to look at that. And where are they drafting them from? Well, they can't draft these people out of the Western nations or even the Eastern Bloc nations because they have a below reproduction rate. So where are they getting them? They get them from Muslim nations. They get them from India, right? What are we talking about here? H-1B visas for who? Indians, right? It's still a large reproduction rate there, and the propaganda is all around like, hey, these are great people. They're high IQ, blah blah blah. Bring them in. But I don't know if people are aware that in the Indian culture, the men there really misogynistic, Not big fans of this whole women's rights stuff. They're not very happy about it. It's like, so all of these roads lead to population collapse, and population collapse then being kind of you have to subsidize your free GDP and everything else on immigrant labor. What choice do you have? And women and their voting patterns basically will lead you to the very destruction of the very society that they wanted to be liberated in, and bring in a core group of people who then subjugate them. This is like the wildest, craziest thing ever. If you want to know, like, how do you fix that? Well, I think Trumpism is making some type of broad attempt to fix this. So Trumpism is like, look, no more immigration, right? But he's failed in the promise of stopping mass migration and moved over to the Musk idea of H-1B visas. That's really bad for us. The promises of the tariffs were supposed to be the same thing, put us in a more isolated format. He was supposed to do some type of structure from the top down on family dynamics. He did a good job saying there's only 2 genders, but he also needed to say things like, we need a mass propaganda campaign for the family and for respect of men, and that they have the rightful head of families because of the protector class of society, right? These are all things that we need from the government level that we're not getting. So until some of those things start happening, there's no end in sight for any of this.
And if you notice, all the countries that are struggling with repopulation, and every single one of them is westernized, and it's almost feminism. Because if you look at, I occasionally do videos on marriage and the dating events that they have in China. Feminism's leaked into China in itself. That they're requiring men to have more property, more money, be better, to be more financially giving, but also be taller, more attractive. And even that's leached into socialist China. That we're in a place where every westernized country, and to the point where, South America now, you get down into Mexico, some of the protests in Brazil that you see on a much smaller scale, maybe they're behind where we are by 10 or 15 years. But all of these countries have adopted feminism and putting women into the work world and making them not dependent on men and not see the benefits and appreciate family. And in every case, their selfishness, for lack of a better word, has allowed them to go rogue.
Well, it's not just there. North Korea. So North Korea, of all places, done out of necessity. There was a great famine there. But yeah, even in North Korea, because there was a great famine, which happened there, men were giving their food to their wives, children, things like this. The population of men decreased drastically, and the Kim dynasty was forced to make a choice. Do we have a standing military, or don't we? Because it's contracted in a major way, so they made the service compulsory. Yeah. And so feminism, in a way, even there, is leaching in. The population dynamic and collapse of these various nations, feminism is not helpful at all, but it's most often touted as some kind of solution. And it's never a good solution, and it's never been a good solution. And ultimately, it must be resisted at all levels. And there's no country who's unaffected by it, and there's no nation have the well poisoned by it before the end of feminism itself, which is going to be a requirement of finally society shrugging it off and saying, well, these ideas of egalitarianism and these ideas of equality between men and women, that's exactly what they always were, untrue ideas. Right. And ultimately, when put into practice, they don't work, and they lead to the utter ruination and destruction of the nation. So I think as the roadmap becomes a little more clear here, there's a lot to be concerned about, but there's also some things in which maybe to take some joy in the fact that it is true that the religious are the ones who are the most likely to reproduce, and it is true that the religious are moving towards more traditional forms of religiosity. That gives me great hope for the future in the numbers game for shrugging off and destroying feminism on behalf of the patriarchy. And that's a long roadmap, but still one that's very viable for humanity.
Well, I think the natural course is going to be that the more right wing, the more religious, the more people that are into family and teaching their children good moral lessons and the religious factor of it, versus the other side that wants to wipe out their own children before they're even born, and that will cause a rightward swing over time. I guess the question is going to be, I don't want to call myself necessarily conservative, but will the logic-minded, will the rational-minded have enough control and be able to will be able to control the narrative long enough to make this actually happen, or will the totalitarian or authoritarian or feminism or whatever else, because they're all almost tied together today, will that grab enough power at a various point to do enough damage that You know, I mean, just look at like we were talking about earlier.
Demographics are destiny. Demographics are destiny.
In the long
and
term,
the thing is like the demographics don't look good for women. It doesn't look good. It looks like the sex in which the religious sex which are reproducing, which you need to rely on, are the ones who have a patriarchal infrastructure and a patriarchal ecclesiastical authority that they adhere to. And it does not look good for these women. The future looks very bleak. Right? It looks very bleak for the numbers game for them.
Well, I initially might, in the long term, yes. You know, but within our lifetimes, at least you and I and everybody that's probably listening to this, you know, you take something as simple as Canada's upcoming elections. You know, you've got Conservatives ahead by a decent margin, and because Trump does some tariff things, and they get into it a little bit now, the left is ahead by 10 to 12 points. Then you look what's going on in Germany, and you look what's going on in the UK and in France and in these other countries. There is a real possibility they destroy themselves with emotional response to what they hear in the news, what they see on Twitter or X or whatever. There's a good chance that they destroy at least what we've got going on now before we get to the correction and the turnaround. Wouldn't you agree?
I'm not sure. It's it's on the edge of a knife. I want to, in many ways, agree with the assessment and say, look, you know, it's a race to who gets there first. What you're talking about is the ability of demographics to seize power, right? So which demographic seizes it first? Is it going to be the kind of conservative, traditional-minded people who seize power inside of these various democracies, or is it going to be the more theocratic types who get there first? I'm not sure, and nobody knows the answer to this very important question. But what is true is that authoritarians are going to seize power through democracy, and there's not enough numbers to stop them because the people who are, I don't know if you can call them liberty-minded or rights-minded, they don't reproduce. And if you don't reproduce, you don't have the destiny demographics that you need to keep your nation intact. And that's that. So authoritarianism is coming, whether you like it or not. There's not much that can be done to stop that at this point because it's just a people's game. It's a numbers game. You know what I mean? And they got them. We don't. It's that simple. And we're not. And until we do something about that, until we look at this as a top-down problem, and eventually the government will. Eventually the military is going to say, wait a second, we're going to have to start doing something here because we don't have the bare necessity for the defenders required in the nation. They're never hitting their goals. They're never hitting their recruiting numbers. They're always short. People are washing out constantly. And eventually they're going to have to do some kind of top-down birth rate program like Hungary has done and various other nations are attempting now to do in order to incentivize the people to even reproduce in the nation they exist in. That's something which not only has to happen, it is likely it will happen, but to your question, I don't know. Nobody knows the answer to that question just yet.
I guess I try to break things down into I try to figure out time frames. I mean, that to me is usually the most important. If X happens, what do the next 4, 10, 20, 30 years look like? And as far as I can tell right now, this next generation, while this is the first generation, I think, gosh, maybe since boomers, that have now hopped back and started to become more conservative than the previous ones. Somewhere along the line, I think men and conservative and logic and resilience and intelligence needs to have a resurgence to the point where they actually show up, they actually vote, they actually talk about the issues. They leave me alone, I just want to go into the woods and escape forever. You can't do that because the activists that want to control the system are coming out. And so, if, me personally, we often joke around about, we just go John Galt or move into a cabin in the middle of the woods. But I think that's disservicing the next generations to come because we are in a battle. This is a war, whether you want to call it the war of culture, the war of feminine versus masculinity, the war of authoritarian versus whatever they want to call it, freedom, democracy, which has been a pirated word. There's a point where you say, well, we got to fight. And I don't think anybody that's the freedom, well, not anybody, I don't think enough freedom-loving, freedom-minded people have a battle plan, have a game plan. I just think they're reactive to what the other side does, but by then, you're a step or two behind. And I don't know how we motivate and or amass to make some changes in both socially and politically.
Well, you do it through not just political participation, but by meeting the enemy on every single battleground you can possibly find them on and eviscerate them. Every single talk show where their stupid little safe spaces are, where they feel like they get the words and then you talk and then you talk. Go get right in their stupid faces. Go get right in their faces. Call them what they are, a bunch of dirty feminist scumbags who are responsible for the damnation of the West. Right. And tell them that they need to get off the program. They need to get out of here. They're worthless. They're useless. They're mouth breathers. And they're idiots on top of all of that, right? And not just me, not just you, not just, a few men. Men in mass need to do this. The Crucible, I think, has in some ways been pivotal in training the next generation of great, sophisticated, patriarchy-minded debaters who can make really great arguments designed to destroy the opposition's worldview logically and also appeal rhetorically to their emotion, right? And you need to have a combination of both. You have to reach both sets, right? Those who are emotionally minded and logically minded. So the thing is like you need to attack on all fronts all the time, nonstop with participation. The men going their own way to do what? You know what I mean? How about instead of going your own way, you get in the way? That's what I want to see. Get in the way of these people who are obvious lunatics, leftist lunatics, feminists. I mean, just monsters everywhere. And it's like, why aren't we fighting with them? Like, and by the way, that's also fun. Right? It's also fun to fight with these bastards.
Well, sure, especially on social media when your ratio into the dirt. But I think that's one of the misconceptions of men going their own way. It doesn't necessarily mean they go John Galt. It just means I've decided I'm going to live my way the way I want to live, and it doesn't mean And again, it's not necessarily a movement, but a philosophy where I'm going to live my life the way I want to live. Now, if I want to live and have a wife, I'm going to have a wife, but she's going to follow my masculine lead. If I'm going to have a girlfriend, and now many men say I'm not going to get married and put myself at the mercy of the courts by doing anything legally, but I will take a woman into my life, and if she screws around and she messes up and she's not following what I feel is best interest for me and a family unit, out you go. And so
I guess my attempt wasn't to try to straw man the position of MGTOW. Like I understand that many of these kind of proprietary definitions get used and abused and beaten up on and mischaracterized and this kind of thing. And that's not what I'm trying to do. Obviously, you're much more familiar with what the kind of core meanings of that is. But I guess I was just making like a tongue-in-cheek reference. Like, don't let them even hijack the language, right? If you're a man, not only get involved, but the men's rights activists and advocacy groups, they actually have a good push and a good leg to stand on now. We have tons of data now for how children actually need dad in a big way. We have the data now that supports the fact that women are abusers and that when the father's not at home, the results for the kid is terrible. And that the results for kids who are raised in single-father households, generally they're better. We have a big leg to stand on now to make these arguments from both my view, the Christian view, or perhaps the MGTOW view, the manosphere view. There's a lot of things which we can kind of come together on here for the purpose of a more kind of patriarchal, masculine type of society. And these ideas need to be thought about incessantly. And everywhere that these stupid feminists have their little spaces, their little talk shows and this, get in there and bait them. You know what I mean? Don't let them have a moment's rest. Don't let them have a moment's peace. Do the same thing that these bastards have been doing to us for 60 years. Don't give them a breath. Don't let them even take a breath.
I think the way the men are doing it, young men are doing it today, and I know you weren't being disparaging towards guys going their own way, because in many ways you're right, but I think the younger generation, at least when you look at Gen X, we were definitely checked out of politics, we were checked out of social issues, because everything was good. Everything made sense, everything was sane. And I think the deeper we go into this, the more that you're finding, whether it's men's content, whether it's religious content, whether it's conservative content, whether it's freedom, libertarian, whatever it is, you're seeing more and more of this pushback. But this is and I want.
Hey, nerd. Hey, nerd. How you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. I got my mic arm, and how do I sound? I'm told I sound very clear. What?
Want my honest answer? You sound a little bit boomy, but it's clear, just a little bit boomy.
Still the same?
Sounds a little clearer.
There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
I could do this. How's that?
Yeah, that's extremely boomy.
I've yet to hear myself with the difference of that yet. I'll probably record on Saturday because I got to work tomorrow at 2.
You know, I was watching like vids and stuff earlier today, and I was like, came across this video of a guy who was playing like a jump scare game.
Yeah.
It's like, man, it'd be funny to watch Diablo play one of those.
My jump scare game, and I've tried to play it, and I haven't recorded it, or I think I did try to record it a long time ago, but it's Subnautica. I fucking can't play that game to save my life. Because I have, I think it's Thalassophobia. I think it's what it tells you.
Yeah, I'm not sure what most of them are called, but yeah, just some of the jump scares that the guys get on them, and their reactions are just, they're epic.
I'd have to find a good game to play too, because I did play like Outlast and stuff, and that was fun. Why is this not connected?
See, Outlast to me wasn't really that scary. I mean, I think there's a lot scarier, like more of a humorous scary.
What do you mean humorous?
Where it's hard to explain. Like one of them, this guy walks through a door and there's this doll sitting on the bed. And he closes the door real quick. He's like, oh shit, you know. And there's a note on the door that says, come in and play with me.
Right.
So he opens the door back up, and then all of a sudden the doll's head turns slowly around to look at him. And he's like, oh, fuck this, you know. But then he decides to go in, and the fucking doll jumps off the bed and grabs him.
I see what you mean. But again, most scary games are like not well made, in my opinion. Can break easily and stuff. And they're kind of cheap with the jump scares. Other ones, in my opinion, like Outlast, and like I didn't play in it or watch much of it, but Amnesia tend to do a good job of building the scene and everything, building the environment.
Yeah.
Did I ever record? I think I did record, actually. Some Subnautica. Let me see if I can look at my old videos.
You know, one of the best things about Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, you should check out, I think it's in general chat. I posted it for Ali because he wanted to see, but I did a clip for World of Warcraft because that was probably the fastest I ever got through the Steam vents in Mechagon.
This is the real challenge.
I got it through with like less than 20 seconds or something, or 10 seconds. It was like crazy.
I know some tricks that are not...
Right.
Ali Dan was like, how the hell did you get through it so fast? I'm like, I'll show you a clip. Yeah, I got through it in like 14 seconds. It was like so quick. I was like, holy crap.
Nice.
What were you going to say? Sorry.
One of the best things about being in Undermine and War mode was when you come across those like pre-made horde groups or whatever that are coming in for the war crate.
Right.
And then they all start rolling over there, and I pop on my Undermine Gangster's disguise, and it makes them not able to attack me. It makes me friendly to them, and I steal the war crate right out from under them.
Nice.
Pisses them off so bad.
You should also turn on or go get the thing that lets you understand what they're saying. In case there's anything shouted out in their language that you can like listen and hear what they say.
The elixir of tongues.
Yeah. I think I actually can give you some because I got some in my war bank. I don't think I have it recorded. That I did. Yeah, I'm just doing my LFR stuff because still haven't done it for the week. I want to try to get it done as fast as possible.
Right. Fucking asshole horde.
I'm killing more horde there.
Oh, I was fighting Volt Strike the Charged, one of the summoned rares out here, and fucking this horde guy came in. I wasn't able to stay alive because I was tanking the boss too.
Yeah.
Dude, you're making him evade, you fucking idiot priest.
I remember saying that once to a guy that was like, we're killing a water bear, and he pulled threat and caused the mob to evade. And I was just whispered to him, like, nice job making him evade. And he just goes unhinged, and he was just like, fuck you, you faggot. I'm just like, wow.
Just fucking made him reset because he was evading. I couldn't re-tag him when I came back.
People to understand the type of fight that is coming up, because whether you watch Charlie Kirk debating leftists, whether you watch Michael Knowles going on and arguing with these college feminists or whatever, or Ben Shapiro or whoever, or you watch my content or yours, this is a perfect example. We have proven now, and I'll just use this because it's a universal one that's very easy to understand. We have proven why the wage gap exists. Hours worked, extra shifts, overtime, men having second jobs, men having a stronger drive. We can put into actual studies and numbers, here's why there is a disparagement in pay, and it has nothing to do with equal job, this, that. We put it all out on paper, and then you have Barack Obama come out 15 hot minutes later, and mainstream news and feminists and everybody else just perpetuating the lie, even though we have the studies. I think we're in a place now where we can definitively prove that men need to be in kids' lives, and that fathers and masculinity. We can prove all of this, and then not only do you have the dummies up on the mainstream news, but people like Tommy Lauren and other conservatives coming out and fighting back against us as well. And there's a certain point you have to say, we're arguing with idiots. We're arguing with people that do not use any logic. They refuse to step back and see the nature of the world, and they will continue until everything falls apart.
Yeah, that's true. But the nature of here's the nature now in the 21st century, is that we're in an information war, massive information war. And really, when you take a step back and you think about what it is that you do, what are you doing all day? You're correcting information, right? You're correcting bad information, you're correcting bad talking points, you're correcting information. That is what you are doing. But the way in which we can engage in combat now, in the verbal age, in the data age, in the information age, is debate. Debate is the new form of verbal combat, and in the information age, it is the tool and the weapon of the man. And the more logical the man, the more likely it is that he can change the hearts and minds of the lunatics who exist. But even if you can't change theirs, you can reach their hundreds of thousands that they reach on their own platforms, and you can siphon away from the madness. And I get thousands upon thousands of messages from various people. I've done exactly that. You've done exactly that. Let me ask you this. How many emails or DMs have you gotten from people who literally just said this? I never fucking knew any of that shit. They literally just say those words like, I didn't know any of that. How did I not know any of that? How? And then they feel lied to, right? And then what happens, right? They also become part of that characterization of correcting information. And so that's the effect that you have. But it's like the more reach some of these shows that you can get to in order to correct that information, the better off we're going to be, right? That's the way you fight the fight.
You basically are speaking the war of attrition. You just keep swallowing up 0.01 or 0.2 or whatever percentage and bring them in, and then hopefully they keep disseminating the information, and then they become one that will then speak that information.
Isn't that what the communists did to us?
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
They pretty much did the exact same thing. I'm just talking about doing it in reverse. Yes, attrition. Absolutely attrition. As I often say in the middle of before I go on TikTok to do an invasion, right? Many of you may not make it in this conflict, but that's a risk I'm willing to take. Okay, that's a risk that I am willing to take. The thing is it is an actual war. The kind of dynamics for the social war have changed. It's no longer as physical as combat like this may have been in the past, but it doesn't matter. The tools and weapons at our disposal now are logic, reason, data correction, the ideas of also the humiliation that you can put and produce on lunatics like Tommy Lauren, who you ask them, what is the equivalent duty for women that men have when it comes to protection? And they say nothing. It's just innate in you. You like doing that shit. You love it. It's your favorite. You wake up in the morning and the first thing you think of is, well, I gotta go protect me some women. And like, no, we don't, lady. Not only do we not think that, lady, right? But also, nobody wants to do a bunch of objectionable self-sacrifice for a bunch of ungrateful, bratty, I hesitate to say the word. I don't know where you're screaming to, but bitches, right? Catty bitches who are like, well, you love the protection role. It's innate. You were born with it. It's like, well, what are you born with? Nothing. I just look hot. Look at me, I look hot.
And that is the crutch that these women eventually have, is that men require, and I think this is actually the battle for the soul of the country. If I had to use a word, it would be for the soul. And because what feminism has done is confuse women to the point where they not only want to be men, look like men, act like men, but they want to take the roles of men up to a point, and then they'll go no further. And what they're running into now is that they're going to ostracize themselves to such a degree that young men today, well, and even older men at this point, really, women have changed society to the point where men are now accepting to some degree that they're equal. Now, do we really think they're equal, different and equal and blah, blah, blah? Well, sure, but no. Because, again, there's the physical portion, men will do the jobs, women won't do. Men are basically at the ground level of everything. The society's built on the backs of men. And were those men to go away, everything would fall apart in an instant. But the women refuse to see that. And so I think society at the bedrock level will be fine because guys will continue to do what we need to do because we have to survive, we have to get along, no one gives us bailouts and the rest of it. But what I think is happening now is men are seeing the nature of women, and men are saying you don't bring, and this is what you were discussing on the Piers Morgan, you're not offering virtue, you're not offering virginity, you're not offering femininity, you're not offering a stay-at-home mother, you're not offering being a wife and a good mother to the kids and being a teacher and educator in the home. That's what a lot of men, a massive amount of men actually want. And instead they're getting argumentative, angry women that say, well, I bring money. Well, that does me no good because money doesn't come from the women to the masculine men. No. It only goes outwards. So
it goes down from them to the women.
Right.
Women tend not to share their wealth, and men tend to share their wealth. Isn't it interesting how that works?
And when they do share it, they bitch. 100%.
You owe them. It's like a loan. It's like a loan with interest on it. But the thing is so funny is, like what you're saying is descriptively true. But one of the things in the red pill space is I've always tried to engage in very good faith with people who advocate for red pill positions or MGTOW positions because I think that I need to really understand the arguments of what it is people are saying, why they're saying it, so I can even reason if what they're saying is true, not true, this or that. So the way I view the red pill is I view it as a set of social descriptors, not prescriptors. There's no prescriptions really. It's a data packet. It's kind of up to you what you do with this information. How it's strawman is they say, no, red pill is Andrew Tate, or the red pill is Rollo Tomassi, the red pill is this guy, the red pill is that guy. They are the red pill. The red pill is Myron Gain. It's not a sequence of individuals, but a sequence of descriptors for descriptive realities that people can take that information and do what needs to be done with that information. But what do we do prescriptively, right? That's really the question. It's like the manospheres exist a long time, but what prescriptively do we move to? Well, we move to a social crusade. The social crusade is where we need to be moving collectively, and the social crusade needs to entail, like, if there's a line that you can call that one of these feminists has for the little talk shows or the little bit, like, call them, give a piece of your mind, tell these broads what's up. Right. You don't have to take a single step back ever. And by the way, part of the social crusade, you can do it. You get off of work, you're on your way home, give the show a call, tell them what you think. You know what I mean? You don't have to take any shit from any of these people. Right. There's reasons why you shouldn't, in fact. One, they're really fucking stupid. Two, their prescriptions are terrible for society. And three, you ain't gonna have a society unless you start moving towards a prescriptive social crusade to change this stuff. And the way you're gonna do that right now is by blitzing the media. And we can do it. And they can't strawman the positions of everybody. And some of us are very articulate and can easily, with ease, slice and dice these people into nothing. And we're not. But we need to be. We need to be, and we need it in the worst way.
Well, I think, and I agree with you, and I think that, the red pill started out, red pill manosphere, etc. started out, I can't even put on a date on exactly when it started out, but even Tom Likas back on the AM radio was talking about a lot of these issues. And so many times it gets tossed out as a pejorative or a negative, and in reality, when you start breaking down kind of what men are asking for, and the men that are in manospheres, manosphere, red pill, etc., what they're really talking about is traditional and conservative, even more so than people that call themselves traditional conservatives. I'll give you a good example. You take someone like Michael Knowles, speaks quite openly about religion, speaks quite openly about family units and health and all this other stuff, and then he goes out and interviews this Nala Fitness, who's an Only Fools worker twice, who said she's converted to religion, and he platforms her. And then you've got people like myself and others on kind of this side of men's issues that says, why are you talking to her? Why are you platforming somebody that is absolutely awful instead of somebody that has some real values, that has always been a role model, and because you're trying to treat this woman as a win because she's somehow converted, yet is still doing thirst stuff on TikTok? When you
Revenge.
Well, sure.
You realize it's revenge. So the idea, so one of the things, I called the Daily Wire out for massive platforms and told Knowles and these guys, I'm happy to do a 1v1 debate. My live viewer count's way bigger than your guys' anyway. It's like, you're not losing anything by doing this.
Right.
So why not, let's have a table, let's have a live debate on these issues. They refuse, they absolutely refuse to do it, but because of that kind of innate cowardice, which comes out of that organization, where they just won't refuse to engage unless they can just straw man the position.
Right.
They would rather take the effigy, hang the effigy up, yell at the effigy. That's a really safe thing to do. Really difficult, and the effigy's yelling back, right? But he's like, no, that's wrong, that's a mischaracterization of the position. Here's what's actually going on. You respond to the actual argument, then it becomes something altogether different, doesn't it? So the thing that's so interesting about this is that I think that there's forms of social revenge which various organizations do against, like, the quote manosphere, things like this. I can give you stories on this. In fact, Brian Atlas of the Whatever podcast, who has good relations with the Daily Wire, has tried a multitude of times to set up a massive red pill versus the trad conservative, kind of viewpoints. Like, let's just hash this out. Let's do a 6-hour debate like we used to do in the old times, right? Let's really get these issues on the table. Total refusal, right? The Charlie Kirks and TVUSA of the world, unless they can have a resistance-free policy. I've destroyed so many TVUSA feminists at this point on the various programs, I've lost count, right? If they can't have a resistance-free, no pushback environment, they're just not very interested. And the thing is, like, so keep pushing. Like, keep pushing until they can't ignore you. Keep pushing until they must have the confrontation, and necessarily they'll have to start changing their views. They don't have a choice because you can't argue with what's true. Right? You can't.
And you being a debater, as you stated, like, that's kind of you're famously a debater. The men's communities that kind of, whether you're doing what I'm doing or many of the hundreds of thousands of others at this point, we were born in adversity. Like, we're born, well, not literally, but you
merely adopted it.
but when you think about it, like when I started my channel and many others started their channels to start to grow in this, we were labeled everything in the world. We're called all these names, and we had to argue every single point that we have in the face of adversity, and we have to prove data that shows why our points that we say what we are, and even they get misconstrued that, well, they're just incels, they're not, where many of them are married, many of them are conservative, many of them have many other views. They're just not adopting what's being spoon-fed them. And I think because of this adversity and because of this struggle to speak out the points, I think that's where we want the debates, we want the discussions, we want the arguments, and whether it's conservative, whether it's liberal or leftist or socialist or religious or whatever, so many of them just refuse to be to have that conversation because they're going up against someone that was forged in fire, that has had those battles, had those arguments, has the data, has the knowledge, and at any point, if you start calling them out on any of it, bringing the math.
Hello. Have I told you that I love you today? That's why I have to hurt you. The harbingers of societal decay are usually very progressive women. I know you're thinking it's misogynist, but watch the video and then you decide. Today we have a Starbucks barista deciding to stage a coup against the corporate overlords that employ them. Death to the aristos! Down with the bourgeoisie! Power to the people!
At this time, the workers at this Starbucks will be walking out and going on strike.
Why is everybody cheering? We're going on strike! Yas, queen! Daisy's practically leading the coffee UN. God bless her.
Starbucks is not acting in accordance with the path forward that they agreed to last year, and we deserve a fair contract.
You're a Starbucks worker. You're not working a union line. You don't work in a steel mill. You're not a Wichita lineman. You make coffee. That's it. People can make coffee at home. I think you can make these demands when you actually perform a service that truly helps the community rather than privileged white people who really have to have that latte to get started on the day. Yes! What a hero.
Yes, now you exit the lobby alongside the baristas. Thank you.
Everybody's there waiting for their coffee. They get the notice that this Starbucks is striking. Me personally, if I was that devastated for coffee, I'd just get my car and go to Starbucks like 3 or 4 blocks down the road. Me personally, coffee, they get the notice that this Starbucks is striking. Me personally, if I was that devastated for coffee, I'd just get my car and go to Starbucks like 3 or 4 blocks down the road. If I really wanted it. Or, crazy idea, go to Dunkin' Donuts. Those people, their souls are crushed.
Look how they taking money at Dunkin' Donuts, y'all. Like, come on, man, what is this? It's crazy. Straight bulletproof glass through the whole thing, man. I mean, you can't even breathe on these people.
They'll get you your coffee and none of this bullshit. And they're not gonna give you some long-winded privileged speech and then walk out the store because that means they have to leave the safety of the bulletproof glass. You'll get your drink. I don't know if your car will still be there though. That's the problem with America as of late. Here's a hot take. Why does everybody feel like they need to strike? And most people don't perform a job that's important and they're still striking. And in time, the second automation becomes really good, these people are gonna be outside protesting. We need real people making coffee. Don't give me the baristas. Mark my words. A female streamer is popping off for her fantastic content. It's an Asian woman driving poorly. I can say it because it's in the video.
I better see all the pink. Yes, yes. What's this?
That is Make a Red Girl. Wow. No, she wasn't speaking Chinese, you racist. It's called Hit the Brake Pit.
Okay, keep going. Okay, stop it. Okay, we're good.
She had plenty of time to hit that brake. She ran that red light deliberately on video. That is wild, dog. Chad is watching a real life version of that episode of Family Guy, where the Asian chick is driving and she starts running cars off the road.
How much signal I need to cut across 8 lane? None? I turn now. Good luck, everybody else.
What is this? What the f? She's acting like she's getting stabbed with pins and needles while driving. And she got T-boned out to laugh my ass off.
Okay, no problem.
What the f? She's acting like she's getting stabbed with pins and needles while driving. And she got T-boned out to laugh my ass off.
Okay, no problem. That happens all the time. In Austin, you know, like the stoplights here are really long.
Yeah.
Did I join one already in progress?
Join one what?
Dang it. LFR.
Oh.
So usually I just go past. Thank you, Jimmer, for the pride. Appreciate ya. It's fine. It's fine. Like, people do that. You know, as long as it's yellow.
There was no yellow. Just like Emily said. For real. This chick literally sat there and in real time, you watched her completely dodge accountability and rewrite factual events. Oh my god. Oh, the light was yellow. No, it was not. It wasn't near yellow. Oh, people. Oh, in Texas. The light is a little longer in Texas. Yeah. Tell it to the judge, you won't see. Do you need any more proof that we live in an alternate reality?
But this book does not have the real rules of the road in here. There's nothing in this book about the Asians. And you go to a four-way stop and you think the rules of the road are going to apply to an 80-year-old Asian woman, you're going to get blasted.
I forgot the name of this podcast and it really doesn't matter. But you can tell by the woman in the still that it's going to be a wild ride of dodging accountability.
Then when I was 8 years old in that appointment where I remember clear as day, my doctor holding up the growth chart, she asked me what my favorite food was, and I said tomatoes. And I said tomatoes.
Right.
And my mom, bless her heart, was like, they love mac and cheese.
Yeah, your mom was telling the doctor the truth that everybody effing knew. You rolled up. I didn't mean to say rolled up. You rolled into that doctor's appointment. They're like, what's your favorite food, my chubby little girl? Oh, I eat nothing but tomatoes and vegetables. Meanwhile, you're like the size of a linebacker at 7 years old.
And then it was this whole thing of, well, cat's out of the bag or something, or whatever. Like, I'm like,
the cat's out of the bag? The doctor didn't know you were overweight till your mother said you munch on mac and cheese like a cow grazing on grass.
It happens every time.
Is the doctor blind? My mother gave it away.
So do a lot of skinny people love mac and cheese, but my favorite food is tomatoes. I eat tomatoes. To this day, I eat tomatoes basically every day. Like, why is the assumption that I was like hiding that, or why is that even really relevant?
Yeah, you had tomatoes on the side of a bowl of mac and cheese on a regular basis. It doesn't count. Holy Jesus. How are the shoes holding her feet in there? They must have got the shoes fibers from the planet of Krypton.
You asked me as an 8-year-old what my favorite food was, and I said it was a fruit vegetable. Yeah, and that's what is like so insidious in the culture in general. A, they don't believe that a fat person could be like healthy, and B, think that they have more of a right with someone that's like fat to like pick their diet apart, or just like to just involve themselves.
On no planet can you tell me this chick ate nothing but tomatoes and blew up like a balloon. It's just not possible. You see what happens with those super vegans. They look like they escaped the camp and then they drop dead because they only ate twigs and berries. Then you got the fat influencers that dropped dead because their cholesterol level was higher than the city of Seattle. Well, there you go. A couple woman moments for you. I think I'm going to do this regularly. And from now on, I'm going to save the woman moments when I find them because, you know, sometimes these clips get deleted off the internet because they offended somebody. Go figure.
and the data and the logic behind it, I think most of them fall apart at this point.
Yeah, and they do. Well, you're right. Listen, not only are you absolutely right, but I don't even think you know how right you are here. So the truth is that these trad cons, the trad conservative side, absolutely right, but I don't even think you know how right you are here. So the truth is that these trad cons, the trad conservative side, right, and the representation have been so resistant to engagement inside of these spheres. Whereas I had complete ease of access when it came to engaging with the manosphere in debate, in argumentation, and things like this. In fact, they couldn't wait. Yeah, bring it on, right? Bring it on. And now there's plenty of pickup artist scumbags and things like this who I've decimated. And there's plenty of actual feminists inside the manosphere too, male feminists, who basically, you know, they're part of the promiscuity crowd. And left-wing men benefit from feminism in a big way, right? Because they like to have sex with lots of chicks. That's like their shit. Right. And sexual liberation has been great for them. So of course they mobilize behind it and want to continue to push it up, that form of societal degeneracy. But they have been willing to like, let's do this. And by the way, if you're uninformed on something or this isn't what a thing means, like let me give you some clarity. Here's what we're actually saying, right? And if you don't strawman their position and allow them to lay it out, right? You find, wait a second, there's a lot more here than perhaps once we thought. You know what I mean? No, it's not to say all the descriptors are correct. It's not to say that everything that's coming out of these spheres is right, because it's not. But it is to say that it needs to be contended with in a big way, and they just refuse to do it. And it's because you hit the nail on the head. If that happens, the worldview shatters. It falls apart. And most of the base of this is based around egalitarianism, the ideas of egalitarianism, and this begins to shatter the picture, the perfect picture that you have of the egalitarian society that never really was.
Right. And ironically, you know, so many, whether you want to talk about communities or news or media or whatever, comes out and attacks. And I don't like the term red pill, to be quite frank with you. Nor do I like the term manosphere, but because it's been so poisoned now.
It gives you a reference for what we're talking about.
Right. And it's hard because now, you know, and this is something when you did your video there, and I keep referencing this one because it just went so viral, is because when you have people arguing with you and they say they tie the words of incel and Andrew Tate and manosphere and feminist or misogynist and all these words together so tightly, they do that as a protection mechanism, because once you really disseminate what we're discussing without, you know, doing the straw man, without propping up false idols like Andrew Tate, you realize that it's not a solid thing. It's just like saying, well, religion is X. Well, there's a whole lot of different religions out there. And here, you know, kind of red pill manosphere, whatever, has been thrown into all these different, whether it's, and like you were mentioning, the dating coaches versus pickup artists versus men going their own way versus trad cons versus, really it's a multitude of different flavors of ideas. And when you really start boiling them all down, really most of it comes to the lack of respect for men, the lack of accountability and ability for men to do what they need to do, and the feminization of everything. And that really, because if you look at the pickup artist, it was men used to ask out women, and men used to desire women, men used to want to date women, and now they've changed it into a game because the women changed the game. If a woman required an engagement ring, if a woman required a man to have a good job, if a woman required a promise for forever before she slept with a guy, boom. dating pickup artist gone instantly. It's just obliterated. And guys would be doing videos on here's how you get the best job, and here's how you find the best flowers for a girl. Like, that would all change. And so really at the heart of it, it's just a massive amount of men that are saying, I don't like society. I don't like what you've done with it. I don't think we're headed in a good direction. And here's all my problems with it. And here's how to game it. And here's how to use it against them. And that's really all it boils down to, is a bunch of disenfranchised guys that say, you've broken absolutely everything. And we're trying to figure out either how to game the system, or how to fix it, or how to change it, or how to escape from it. That's really what it all boils down to.
Yeah, how do I win or how do I escape?
Yeah.
And the escape is the win, right? And so, look, there's a lot of what you're saying here I agree with. And ultimately, I think, though, again, these are descriptors. Like, you're giving great descriptors. This descriptively is what's happening. I agree with that. What I'm looking at, I'm trying to look past that to the prescriptor, right? One guy I talked to about this, Myron Gaines, interestingly enough, he looks towards prescriptors. Now, you may not agree with any of his prescriptors, right? But he's still looking towards the prescriptor. What do we do about it, right? And I just don't see any other way than a social crusade. And the thing is like, and here's the thing, Joker, fuck these people. Why do we need to escape? Why do we need to escape? Like beat the hell out of them every chance you get verbally. I'm talking about verbally and arena ideas, but like, just kick the holy tar out of these people on all these TV shows everywhere.
But we are, and here's how we do it. Here's how a lot of the guys are doing it. How's Disney doing? How's Hollywood doing? Right.
I think Disney didn't do very well this last game up, did they?
Right. But when you look at Disney, Hollywood, HBO on stream, Paramount, these TV networks, sports shows that started talking about DEI and feminism. A lot of the ways to fight back is, and this is where I think a lot of guys have gone. And I agree with you. There are people out there that say this is what we need to do, and that's one prescriptive. But there's another prescriptive, and it's really in essence the easiest one. Okay, Marvel's went woke. I'm not gonna watch it. They need my money. I'm not gonna give it to them. Same thing with this car company. Same thing with this. Same thing with this. So what a lot of guys are doing, they're not necessarily leaving society. I think the guys going their own way or whatever. They've been, I'm just not gonna interact with this stuff anymore. We're very present. I'm one of the first ones that says I boycott just about everything, including Coke for their anti-whiteness campaign 4 years ago. Haven't accepted Coke since, right?
Pepsi's better anyway.
but I'm not sitting here having a podcast, although I have done, I talk about these topics. But there's a lot of guys today that say, well, there's many ways I can win this. I don't think I need to go out and have a protest. I don't need to go out and put a video of my own. But I'm going to save my money and not waste it on first dates with women that just want to use me for. And I'm not going to buy these products from companies that hate me. And instead, I'm going to buy some land. I'm going to buy a house. I'm going to maybe learn how to farm. And that's just one extreme example. But others are just, I'm not going to go to Hollywood movies anymore. I'm going to use my money as my vote. And they still vote. But even if it's just quietly. If it's quietly what seems to be passively not participating, that is done more in many cases than people screaming. And to give a good example is whether you look at Bud Light had a lot of screaming, but very quiet things where people just say, I'm not going to say anything about this, but I'm not going to go watch this movie. I'm not going to say anything about this, but I'm not going to spend my money with this company anymore. And
look, I totally agree with this point. That the boycott, the ideas for the boycott and various things which are going on, when people make garbage, you don't go see garbage, right? That makes complete sense to me. The idea of the kind of voting with your wallet has always been a great power that society has, right? In order to shut down social things that we don't like, we don't appreciate, this and that. But we're also dealing on the flip side of this with massive NGOs, which will fund $3 billion movies, or whatever, with the message, even knowing that they're going to flop because they don't care, right? Because these people are ideologues, they don't care. Disney took the Star Wars franchise and completely destroyed it, right? And they're going to continue to completely destroy it. And the thing is they're always going to have enough of this kind of external source money, sometimes even foreign money, who is interested in the weakness of the United States, to continue to produce this garbage. Now, maybe you don't go watch it, you know what I mean? But there's enough people who do. And so I'm not saying that methodology doesn't work. It's great. I'm like, more power to you. I'm glad that you're doing it. I'm saying that we can have a multi-pronged approach here, where some of us are great at some aspects and some aren't. But either way, it's all fighting the same fight on a social crusade for the advocacy of change on behalf of men and on behalf even of women who need to begin to adhere to their social duties, right? Like this needs to happen.
The irony is that you take someone like myself and many others that are in, again, this type of arena, whether you want to call it guys going their own way, red pill minister, whatever. Most of us that are most vocal about this absolutely love women. That's what they never understand, is that it's not that we hate women. It's what we hate what women are doing, and we hate what they've become, and we don't want them to be what they are now because now they're undesirable and they're broken.
And, you can picture yourself at the edge of a cliff, and there's an endless line of women who are jumping off of it. And the next one comes up, and you go over and you're like, look at all the bodies down there. Oh my God, they're all dead. Look for your own eyes. Terrible. Please don't jump off this cliff. At the bottom of it, you're going to be smashed into oblivion. And they go. And the next one comes up, and you say that you try to make the same arguments. You're trying to stop, and then they go. Right. And it's this kind of like ongoing revolving door. But here's the thing: it's nice. Occasionally you get to steal them out of that line. Like, grab one and go, let's get you out of here.
True. And most of the time, they don't just jump off. They look at you, call you a misogynist first, and then they jump.
Yeah. They jump halfway down. You did this. You did this.
Well, not all men are going out and getting in the faces of women. And there is an argument to be had that yes, going out and screaming in their faces. But did Tommy change her? And this is the way I think maybe is the correct framing of this. Did Tommy Lauren change her mind because of you yelling at her? No. But
100,000 people watched it.
Right, exactly. Did many of the people watching, and maybe that's the key to it. As many of these weirdos, as many times as Hollywood fails with the NGO money and all the rest of this, no matter how much we yell at them, we may not change their minds, but maybe the same people listening and the people that are on the fence, or as you call it, the knife edge, maybe we can pull them off. And that's one way to look at this. The other way, and this is something that is my contention that I think works very well, is that many men today are taking the boycott, and this was the kind of what I was bringing up before, but they're taking the boycott and they're extending it to romance, they're extending it to marriage, they're extending it to dating, they're extending it to working for companies who they don't align with. And there's, I think, going to be a renaissance of blue collar guys that can make $100 grand being the electrician, the welder, the technical guy, because so many people are going off to college and wasting their money thinking that we actually have a shortage of blue collar men. I think there's going to be a resurgence of, maybe not this generation, but the next generation of women that see these crazy women out there doing all the crazy stuff in their 30s and 40s, talking about the guys they're hooking up with and talking about hookup culture as they're 45 and overweight, realizing, well, they're not happy. I think there's going to be a large boycott by men in general of just a lot of things they don't agree with. And while that in and of itself may not be a get in your face moment, and it may take a heck of a lot longer, it's at least the minimum people can do that want to push back against this. You don't like OnlyFools? Don't subscribe to it. Shame everybody you know that subscribes to it. Call them a loser, call them out, make fun of it. Are you going to save everybody? No, because Bonnie Blue still does a video and 100 guys in balaclavas show up to masked sleep with her. You're not going to save them all. But the more we can talk about the absurdity, the more we can show it out, the more we can make women hate the market they've made by boycotting or not participating. I think all of it is battling the fight on every front we have. I think that's the big thing.
Sounds a lot like a social crusade, my friend.
It is. Not maybe
It
not
is.
so many words.
It is. It sounds an awful lot like so. And here's the thing, right? It hasn't been a long time coming anyway. Like, it's been a long time coming anyway. And if these people are going to be fruitcake, lunatic, crazies, we might as well have some fun with them while we're at it. You know what I mean? There's no reason to let them run roughshod. And like, you remember that gay dude who was on, right? This gay dude's on, and he's telling me about what masculinity is and what the dynamics are between men and women.
Right.
And
It's like, dude, you've
they
never...
don't owe you anything. And it's like, well, here's the thing, right? They don't owe them anything.
Right.
And ultimately, right, the thing that's so ironically hilarious about this is how is it that the other two social conservatives are here backing up the gay dude's opinion, right? Who's a complete leftist, among other things. And it's like, look, get real. Screw this. And the optics for you people is terrible anyway. It's awful. You might be able to point at me and say, hey, look, maybe that guy swears a little bit too much. He smokes on stream. Sometimes I like to have a few drinks on stream too. And it's awful. But you're dealing with societal destroyers here. And so it's like, maybe I'm not the kind of perfect messenger, and neither are you. But that's what we got.
Right.
That's what we got.
And the poisoning against masculinity is so strong and so ingrained in everybody that you've got conservatives now yelling at men that are in some ways more conservative than those men are, and you've got them lining up with the feminists on the left to attack us. And I think that's why we don't get the debate.
The feminists on the right. The feminists on the right who pretentiously pretend that, I heart the patriarchy. You know why I heart the patriarchy? Because you can do all sorts of shit for me, and I'm going to let you.
Right.
And that's what a real man does. You do a bunch of stuff, and you get to watch me benefit from it like a real man.
Well,
and it's like, what?
The clip, and I don't have the clip pulled up, but the part that Tommy said that really blew my mind. I was yelling at. The funny thing is, if you watch my YouTube video, it was like 30 minutes. My actual live stream was about 2 hours. It was about 2 hours on Rumble. Thank you, sir. And I edited so much out of it because I just was raging and not nonsense. It's not like I was going in gibberish. But where my anger stems from is the passive way that so many people just assume you need to do this because this is the way it's always done. Wait a minute, for men. But when we say, yeah, but what about women? This is what we want from women. You owe us something. It used to be you gave us something. Being a mom, being a stay-at-home mom, being a mother to the children, and we stayed together, taking care of a home, whatever it was, you at least gave something. And now today, no matter how conservative or feminist or whatever a woman is, you listen to some of these women on whatever podcast, they say, well, I want a man that makes good money, and he's tall and he's handsome. Well, why do you want tall and handsome? Well, he's masculine, he's protective. Okay, so he's protective, he provides for you. What are you coming with? Well, I'm funny, don't care. My dog's funny. I'm good company, so's my dog. I bring money, not my money. I'm fun to hang out. I got friends. Like, everything they bring is nothing to men. They've lost so much. They've lost touch with what men want so much they don't even understand us anymore. And the more
have you ever seen a creator named Homath? Yeah, so Homath, I talked to him quite a bit. He's a nice guy. And he had this great video where he was talking about this specific phenomenon, right? What do you bring to the table? And he's like, women say, I'm the table. They say, I'm the table. Right. Well, but here's the counter, right? It makes no sense. If you have a friendship with another man, and you do everything on one side of that friendship and they don't do anything, wouldn't you consider that a really toxic, bad friendship? Like a terrible friendship? Would you stay friends with that person? Of course not. Of course not. No, how would it be where you say, well, we're going to have a marital relationship, right? But I wouldn't even treat my friends this way. Like my friends should have higher expectations of me than my own husband has for me. It's like, what?
Well, the irony is where these young women get it twisted, and not even necessarily young-ish, even those in the 30s and now 40s, where they get it twisted is they say, yeah, but when men say, because men have always put up with women, and what I mean is, there are things about a woman that we know it just is. Women are going to cry. Women are going to be emotional. Women are going to complain. Women are going to look to you to be the entertainment director. Women are going to, you have to do a lot for women. And even in the modern era, at least we looked at women and said, you know what, but you're still pretty and I get to sleep with you a lot. I'll call it a draw. If I want someone to hang out with or understand me or know what my deal is, I'll go talk to the guys. But now women are even at this point saying, I'm going to sleep with everybody, or I already have slept with everybody, or I'm not going to sleep with you because I don't owe you anything, and I'm not going to take care of myself anymore. And on top of that, just about everything else you expected or wanted from a woman is going away. But you still need to put up with this. And then when men hear, not only all of this happens, but she can also leave and take half. That's where so many guys are just like, this is just not for me anymore. Something's broken in the system.
Well, as we wrap this stream up, before I let you shout your channel out and all that good stuff, right? I hope everybody goes and subscribes over. I want to say a couple things. First thing is that I was listening to Joker's content long before I ever became a content creator, which I had no intention of doing. It was pure happenstance that I got into this arena at all. But I used to, when I would drive between different jobs, I'd throw the YouTube videos up. I always thought that you have a pretty even keeled analysis. And then, another content creator is kind of an older one in the, manosphere, Sandman, you know who he is?
Oh, yeah.
Can I give you my Sandman impression?
Hey, guys.
Hey everybody, Sandman here. Today we're going to talk about why the woman always can't get out of bed before 8 o'clock. Sandman, but this video comes in part from a viewer, and the viewer said, hey Sandman, can you talk about why it is that women can't get out of bed before 8? That's a great idea, viewer, and thank you very much for sending that in. That guy, I always listened to him. I didn't agree with all that many of his takes, but I just thought he was hilarious, like just objectively hilarious. So I guess kind of a shout out to that guy. I always thought it was pretty funny.
Well, I'm glad that maybe I had a small influence in you actually yelling at the crazies out there. Yeah, Sandman, I've done some actual interviews and live streams with him. He doesn't talk like that at all in a live stream. It's just whenever he gets into a video, he gets this very unique cadence but he was one of the ones that actually, he's been doing it. Him, a guy named Turd Flinging Monkey, that has now escaped to the far corners of the web because he, like you, just yelled at everybody, and he had some very interesting takes, shall we say. He got chased off of YouTube, and Rumble didn't exist at the time. There's so many guys out there that if you want to go deep into the rabbit hole and just be angry about the situation and yell, there's guys for you. And then if you want to come all the way up to the surface level where you're like, well, I like women. I actually appreciate them, and I just want them to be different, and I'm going to, instead of yelling at the world, I'm just going to make fun of them because we're in such a, then you've got other content creators. So there's all
you
this.
do both.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Well, and you shouldn't, and I know you don't mean characterization this way, but I'm really yelling as much as I'm just having an argument, like trying to have a logical argument with people. And oftentimes they actually start yelling, which is hilarious. And I just got to point out, like, what you're saying doesn't make any sense, and it's silly. And how can we possibly have this as a tenable position in society? Like, what are you thinking?
But let me break in real quick before you go, because I do have one thing that you probably heard it since you watched my video on this that I was yelling about, but I do want to reemphasize it. Anytime they bring up a Mott and Bally or a strawman argument and they try to bring up all these buzzwords and they throw in Andrew Tate, next time tell them, okay, Andrew Tate is a figurehead only. He's not what a lot of guys, a lot of guys have a lot of different issues. Leaving Andrew, because it's almost like what's wrong with Republicans, they say Trump, okay, don't argue for Kamala. you know, or argue for Kamala, not against Trump. Next time they try this, when they start saying Andrew Tate, massage, okay, take the bad guys out. Now what about the good men, the good young men, the people that want to fix this? What about them? That's what we want to talk about today.
You know, I did hear the commentary. I don't know if you've been on like shows like this where there's narrow time windows. But the only problem that comes up when you do that, when you say, okay, we're not talking about Andrew Tate, he's only a figurehead or he's this, or it actually shifts the conversation over to now we're having a meta argument about Andrew Tate. Now I have to listen to the response about no, actually he's in charge of things, and then we end up in a debate over Tate. I can't get to any of the damn points I want to get to.
All it ended up being is everything referenced to Tate anyway.
Yeah, well, that's true, but I was able to use my time wisely to dive into the points I wanted to get to as quickly as possible, just ignore the nonsense. Sure. Let's get to the points as quick as possible. So I think, while I agree with you, totally agree with you, I'm just saying that inside of these kind of opportunistic windows where you only have so much time, you got to make it really count. I have to be very choosy about what things I address or don't address and what things I ignore or don't ignore, because otherwise I'll actually bog the points down. I can't get to the things I want to talk about.
3 words, and this is always a great thing to throw into your repertoire, is blah, blah, blah aside. Okay, Andrew Tate aside, bang, and go right to your point. And then if they keep referencing you said, no, I'm not talking about him. Andrew Tate aside, Kamala Harris aside, Democrats aside, whatever. Just throw in those 3 words and then move past it. And what it does is if they keep referencing that person you said, I'm not talking about that person, it makes them look like idiots. Not that they need help. But
that's true.
Then they keep trying to reference what you've already said, I'm not talking about. Everything gets exposed and they just collapse.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. You know, it's there's never even if you have the perfect viral clip, it was never actually the perfect conversation. Right. You always have to make sure that you pick and choose what it is that you're saying for the purposes of the constraint of time to try to make it as effective as possible. Not every decision you make with your words is going to be the perfect one, but all I can do is kind of assess the situation as quickly as possible based on the opponent's.
Damn you, internet.
I have no idea. They don't ever tell me, and I don't care. I'm just like, bring them on. But I have to make the assessments very quickly. So that's kind of what I'll say there.
No arguments. You're such a master debater.
Master debater. By the way, for your audience who's watching and for mine, I only had this up on YouTube. It'll be off of YouTube as soon as I'm out of here. You can only get this exclusively, this interview, then from Joker on his channel. You're going to be able to watch it over here. So why don't you tell them where they can find it?
Well, I will put it on YouTube, highly edited and redacted because fuck YouTube. You can go to Odd Man Out on Rumble, and you can go to, just go there. I've got a locals community as well, but that's usually for the people who want to go deep into the weeds. Just go to Odd Man Out on Rumble. All my live streams, all my content goes there unedited, and then it gets chopped and diced up for YouTube, and I hate YouTube. So I'm doing everything I can to dissuade people from going there.
And a little shameless plug on my part for your audience, I definitely want all of your money. And the best way that I feel like I can do that is with what I have. It's called Debate University. I put out a course on if you do my arguments, debating, things like that. There was such a huge interest in it. It's $200. That's it. It always, essentially, I'm going to continue to add addendums onto it. If anybody's interested in that, you're welcome to go check that out. You can also find me over on YouTube at The Crucible. You can find me on Twitter at PaleoChristCon. And you can usually find me rumbling with idiots all over the internet if you just search Andrew Wilson. And really appreciate the conversation, man. It's very good.
Yeah, man, keep in touch. I'll watch your escapades fighting the great debates and the good fights out there while I silently protest everything in the world. And keep in touch. We'll touch base again.
Let's get back into the madness. Well, I appreciate it, man. I enjoyed the convo very much. You have a wonderful day.
All right, brother. Take care. Thanks, man.
Yeah, for non-Hall of Fams, this is like if Goku retired from fighting. Yeah. What happens when an Oshi graduates? What now? I don't know, man. The Dodgers won't win another World Series for 100 years. You guys made me laugh, dude. Someone was saying that on Twitter, and I thought that was the funniest thing ever, even if it's kind of sad to think about. It's like, damn. They won their first World Series in like 80 years or some shit? Yeah. Oh. And chat, this was astounding to me. Look at what happened, man. Holy shit. Look, man, the power that Gura holds at 3:20. I don't know, GMT 9, I don't know what that is. I guess it was probably close to when she announced what happened, but yeah. It's like, boom! It tanked. It's normal, it's gonna go back up soon. Yeah, they said that about Niji too. I'm just saying, when you lose a massive talent like that, it does hurt a lot. And I hope that Gura knows that she has a lot of power and a lot of influence. Ume is also left and leaving, yes. That's market open for a new day, the whole stock market was down. Yeah, but, I mean, wouldn't it be, like, a little bit less down? This is kind of a sharp decrease. Within, like, what is it? Yeah, this is market open, you're right. 3:20 and then 9 a.m., that's still pretty bad. Yeah, I've never seen a stock to go straight down like that. Gora caused the 2008 fucking Cover Corporation crash. She did this! No, jokes aside, I do think that, Gora has had a massive impact on English VTubing. And I really hope that she's doing okay and she doesn't beat herself up about it. I was very, very sad. Like, when I heard her, like, tearing up, I legitimately, like, tore up a bit. I was, like, full-on bawling. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not that parasocial, but, like, it kind of, like, it just stings, like, a lot. I hope she comes back, but if she doesn't, then, you know what, I hope she's happy, man. I'm gonna be one of those fans that's like, no, she's a piece of shit, ah! Like, don't be like that, chat. Like, remember that person is just, like, that person's happy, and you should be happy for them. Have you seen Callie talk about it? She really fucked me up. She partially blames herself. Oh, that's so sad. Right after graduating, when GP stocks were not up and available to be day traded, that is the market's reaction. The market opened as soon as it was able, as they do the stock market being down. Yeah, 3:20, it closed, and then it opened at 9. No, she announced before. Yeah, didn't she announce before? It closed, yeah. But then the JP stocks were not up. Oh, this is a JP stock! You're right. Yeah, because it's a Japanese publicly traded company. Damn, that's fucked up. Holy shit. Hopefully she's happy as an indie. If she wants to be an indie, again, I don't want talents to feel pressured like they have to like keep streaming or like keep going forever. Yeah. I feel bad for Kelly, she's gonna be live and there's a ton of people who should talk about it. Well, you can't really talk about it, you're part of an agency. Yeah. You just want to take a break too? Yeah, of course you're allowed to do that. And again, it's all about the health of the person behind the scenes. Of course everyone's sad, and I know there's gonna be a lot of schizos. They're gonna probably be freaking out and saying like, oh my god, I can't believe this is happening. Gora's gonna abandon me. And it's like, bro, like if she stopped streaming forever, you should just be happy that you had the time you had. I know it's gonna be sad. You're gonna be okay. She didn't, guys, it's acting. You're acting like she died. Nothing happened, man. You're gonna be okay. Yeah. Hololive having 7 graduation in less than a year is crazy to me. Yeah. Aqua, Amelia, Fauna, JP. I forget what her name is. She's one of the more famous ones. I forget. Another JP, Mume, and Gura. Chloe, yes. You'll be streaming forever though, right? You know, I hope so. I hope so. I hope I last more than 5 years, chat. Yeah. I want to be old in a retirement home at the same time as my Oshi while she streams. Right, Alana? Yes, yes. I'll be like 1,000,000 years old and I'll be streaming, chat. I promise. Yeah. Smug granny Alana. Guys, we're gonna knit today. We're gonna be knitting some very cute VTubers. It is a bummer. It is very much a bummer. I wonder how many graduations they had in 2023 to 2024. I don't remember seeing that many. Not like 7. Yeah, like 2. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there was that many, even like on the Japanese side. Sadly. I know Chloe had that health issue with her throat, I'm pretty sure, and she said she can't take it anymore. Aqua said it was management. And again, it worries me that people say like, oh shit, it's management. Oh no. Oh no.
I'm reaching my limit. I'd like to die, please. I want to die.
Me too.
I think I'm gonna kill myself soon. I think I'm gonna kill myself. I think I'm gonna kill myself. I am going to kill.
I'm reaching my
I'm gonna kill myself. I think I'm gonna kill myself. Oh god. No, not Crowdy! But guys, chill. Just enjoy what you can have right now. I was very sad. I took a bath after the graduation and I just kind of laid in the water and just was like, damn, dude. God damn. Yeah, I just soaked in the tub for like 30 minutes, scrubbed myself, and then I felt really kind of, like, almost like numb. Show the bathtub tweet. Yeah, no, like, actually, this is me. I drew it after, obviously, but like, I thought it was really funny. This is me. No. Show your other tweet. No! No! No, you're not gonna stream me into showing my other tweet. Shut up. No. No, no. No, stop. Stop it. Do it. No! Who the hell is Gargora? People tell me this VTuber was LeBron. I'm so sorry for all y'all lost. I cried too. Who is this guy? Does he have a sense of humor? Feels unworthy to compare Gura and LeBron. Can't compare some favorite basketballer to an actual talent. Whoa, this guy's savage. Saturo? Jesus, man. Damn, you're kind of fucking strong. True though, you guys are fucking mean. Do they follow you? Oh yeah, they do. Based. LeBron needs to retire, starting to the flop. Okay, prime time LeBron. Let's just say prime time LeBron James, like fucking in the 90s and 2000s. Yeah, let's think about it that way. All right, like he's permanently retiring and he's like the GOAT, you know? Drafted in 2003. Bro, how the fuck do I not fucking follow basketball? MJ was better. True. Michael Jordan! Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant. What else? What else is there that could make me possibly feel bad? How many more graduations do people start acknowledging that something's terribly wrong with cover? There's rumors out there all EN have to move to JP by a certain time. I expect my Bebo and Bay are moved. Man, people are fucking doom posting. Holy shit. Yeah, damn, bro. The doom post is real. Yeah, real doomer hours. I mean, literally the second she posted that, people were dooming already, so. It does look really sad when, like, the GOAT graduates, man. And not just any talents graduating. Aqua fucking graduated, too. She was one of the first JP talents, if I remember correctly. Yeah, one of the OGs. They're not falling, chat. There's not there's not less people watching them. No. No more VT, so no Twitter's gonna get affected with schizos. Oh yeah, I mean, it's always been like that, to be fair. Hope she finds her happiness. Me too. I hope that Gura, if she retires permanently, then that's cool too, man. If Fubuki graduates next, you know something fucked up happened? Why? Why specifically Fubuki? I know she's one of the first too, but I'm just saying, like, is it just because she's one of the first? She's one of the OGs. Fubuki said as long as she was there, Hollow's okay. Oh yeah, I remember seeing a clip of that! Yeah, wait! I do remember that. She said she wanted to leave when something really, really fucked up happens. Damn, dude. Okay. Alright, people keep your eyes and ears open, you know? Yeah, I remember that clip. Hold on, let me find it. Fubuki leaving Hololive. Where is it? Chat! I do want to say something though. I want to go over the positives for just a second. I'm gonna schizo post right now, it might be cope, but this is what I gathered. Number one, Gura cited her reason for leaving as disagreements with management. This sucks. Corporals like took another one from us very likely. We don't know that, and it's just speculation. But the fact that the reason is not that she's sick or has health issues or is tired and burned out from streaming, that's a good thing. It means that there's hope she'll come back as an indie. That's not a guarantee, obviously, but I'm just saying. Let's have some positivity in the stream. And number two, she said she's optimistic for the future, her words. Which again, I'm the dude pointing at the wall with the crazy eyes and like fucking tapping on the wall. Maybe that means she's planning to come back and doing something that would make her happy. Like being an indie. We don't know, chat. I'm just speculating and I'm inhaling the hopium. I'm inhaling copium and hopium and copium. Yeah. Maybe she will join Niji. Are you out of your fucking mind? What the fuck is wrong with you? Don't ever say that. Don't ever say something that horrible in my chat ever again. Don't inhale too much. I will keep coping, chat. I will keep coping. Cope. Deep breaths, chat. Deep breaths. Goro streams sparsely for 3 years. Anyone?
Alright, well, who can I give it to?
What?
I got some plate boots that for Warbound that are the exact same eye level I already have in my War Bank. So I'm just like, well, it's not helping boost all my tunes eye levels up. So I was like, well, who can I give it to directly? We could upgrade for.
Yeah. Well, since most of your characters are demon hunters.
That's on my second account. I got at least two play classes of everyone. 2 of every class. There we go.
Blaming cover's crazy. How are they demanding too much of her? Man.
Have you done your LFR for the week?
No, I haven't. If you can give me give me a couple minutes to finish this scrap pile, because I'm doing my last one for the quest.
Okay. How much time you got left on it?
Minute 25.
This is that's a strong statement because they went public 3 years ago. You don't think there's a correlation with that? Also, other talents are leaving as well. I don't know. You never know. I don't know. I feel like corporal bootleaking isn't the answer either. It's saying like, oh, there's nothing wrong. No, stay with me! Don't leave me! Fucking Batman's crying. 4chan and Girl on the same day. Somebody takes VT's shoelaces away. Bro, they're on suicide watch for sure. I don't know, man. There's probably a lot of schizo posting. Don't leave me! Yeah. Harry was saying go to 8chan. Is there a new refuge for hellions? Holy Essen! With their shareholders, investors want more idle-related stuff, concerts and major events, pushing management to push them more, meaning more travelers, thinking girls already do a ton of it, it's pretty darn taxing on them. Especially with health issues like Gora, women traveling so much wants to really wear them out, and plus more travel means less stream time, more time away from home, and all adding to even more stress. That's true, that is very true. You never know! Yeah. A couple of JP talents have said the disagreement is a vague catch-all company tells them to use, the company takes haters to the talent, Fawn is the only one specifically going into more detail. I don't know, again, I'm not doom posting. I just want the talent to be happy. I'm happy that Doobie gets hers. I'm happy for Nimmy. Nimmy's having a great time. She's playing Elden Ring right now. You know, like...
20 seconds.
I just want them to be happy. I feel like all the people who are doom posting and saying like, oh, fuck this, fuck that. Like, she got new cats after Snail passed away. Yeah, one of her cats is named Rev. Rev. Don't worry, Chad. I'm not graduating. I'm okay. I'm only at 2 years. That's like the halfway mark, generally speaking, for most people. Most people quit. I'm not planning to. I have a lot going for me, okay? Yeah, there's no reason to. I'm happy. You're happy. There's no reason to. Oh, yeah, this is the clip. It's not a clip, but it's an image with the subtitles on it, yeah. As long as I'm still here, you can still put your faith in Hololive. Says the white foxer. If you quit, you have to go back to a corporate job? Yeah, I'm okay. I'm alright. This was like 2 to 3 years ago? Yeah. God damn. White fox women can be trusted. Yeah, most of the time. 5 years ago! Oh shit, I didn't see that. Damn, it was a while ago. As long as I'm still here, you can put your faith in Hololive. Chad, have some faith, okay? There's schizo theories out there. She's a part owner now, knows some of the stocks. I'm sure. There's people who schizo post about everything. She's really popular, I'm not surprised.
Hello, darling. Welcome back. Today we are watching part 5 of Smitty Prediction Compilation. I think this might be the last one, at least the last one that I've found. If there is another one and I've missed it, please let me know. Also, if you're new here, please please consider subscribing. I'm illiterate. I need help. And if you're new here, please consider subscribing. It would really, really help me out, and I would appreciate it so very much. Thank you. Are you guys ready? Let's go.
We're bringing back old jokes.
Oh.
I love doing that. Yeet.
Oh no.
That was actually award of the decade, by the way. So eat my ass, Tyler.
Whoa.
Come back.
Whoa.
You're saying yeet. Yeah, yeet's making a comeback. Yeah, it is. Put yeet back on the map.
Oh my days.
Just you wait, man. It'll come back.
Dude, I've seen so many comments on my video saying that he did bring that back. Was it just like him constantly using it in like funny clips or something? How you couldn't let it die? Let's go. Whoa. I thought that was something else. I didn't see the dude. I thought it was gonna be. I thought that was. Whoa. I thought that was something else. I didn't see the dude. I thought it was gonna be, you know, like the shape. And like the shape. I'm so sorry.
So, ladies and gentlemen, after all this time, the prediction compilation part 5 is out. And
Let's
yes,
go.
there is a merch drop alongside it. I have been waiting so long to make merch based around the whole prediction concept on my channel, and it is finally here. As you may have noticed, there's a new storefront for the merch at smitty.store, so make sure you head over there and check out some of the pieces. If you like one, maybe pick one up. They'll only be available for 2 weeks.
Fuck, I'm like 2 years and 2 weeks too late. God damn it.
So you gotta act fast. It's been a long time.
Dude. This is so cool. These are like so... Dude, this one. This one is so nice. No hate to the other ones. I really like this one as well. This one. Because there's like the crystal ball and his logo in it. Like, oh, I really like this. I really like this one. That's so cool. That's so cool. Urgh.
Coming for these designs, I'm not kidding. We've been working on some of these for almost a year and a half at this point, and
They
I
look
cannot express
amazing.
how excited I am that they are officially available for you guys to purchase. I don't want
That's
to
so
take up too much
cool.
time at the beginning of this video. I know some of you have been asking and waiting for it for a long time, so I just want to say if you do enjoy it, please do leave a like on it. Also, if you are new to the channel or find yourself coming back on the regular and you aren't subscribed, why not? You're already coming back anyway. But with
Yes, definitely go check out the original. I always link the original video down below, so if you guys haven't ever seen it, or if you really, really like the video, make sure that you go and you check them out. I think a lot of people here already know Smitty or already subscribed to him, but if you aren't, he's pretty fucking funny.
without further introduction, please enjoy the rest of the prediction compilation, part 5.
Thank you. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Oh, look at him go. It's like a dinosaur Google Chrome game.
Yeah.
Except in this game, I probably died.
Forward.
That timing. That timing.
I'm gonna go kick someone in the nuts.
Okay. Oh.
Retribution, brother.
Not the Hulk Hogan. Oh. Wait. You just let that happen. Just let it happen. Whoa.
And I get sniped. I'm covered. I think it's gonna explode.
Oh. Wait, how did he know? Was it riddled with a bunch of like bullets that I didn't see? Why? Oh, I like a little knife. Oh, they're all gonna be A. Is he going A?
Alright guys, I got A, don't worry.
Yeah. Oh. I'm gonna say this as respectfully as possible. I need to change my pants. What the fuck was that? Okay, I'm so sorry. This is so fucking hot. This is so hot. I love skill in video games. And I'm so sorry if this is weird for you. I'm sorry if you've never heard me go on a tangent. This is so fucking hot.
Alright guys, I got A, don't worry.
Oh! Oh my days! Oh my god! I'm unwell. Oh, don't you dare. Don't you dare.
Maybe.
Don't you dare.
Headshot him.
Fuck! You can't do this! You can't do this to me! You can't do this to me! I already get made fun of because of the noises that I make that just happen. They just happen, okay? They just, and... Why? What are you doing? Oh.
Well, I guess I was a man of my word.
That I make that just happen. Fuck! Well... Oh, don't you dare. Don't you dare.
Maybe.
Don't you dare.
Headshot him.
Fuck! You can't do this! You can't do this to me! You can't do this to me! I already get made fun of because of the noises that I make that just happen. They just happen, okay? They just, and... Why? What are you doing? Oh.
Well, I guess I was a man of my word.
Okay. Whoa.
Yeah, fine.
Stop. Please, just... Okay, hold on.
I was a man of my word.
Is that the guy that he... No. That's not the guy he downed. He downed them. Runs around. Oh. Oh.
Okay, this one's doable. Brown wool, baby.
Oh, God, I couldn't do it earlier.
Watch me, bro. This is the sheep paradise where I am right now.
Oh, they're fucking pink. Oh, no. I don't know if I'm gonna find these, Peter. I never do shit, dog.
You're kidding. There's 2 of them. There's 2 of them. Oh, I wish I knew like the percentage. Is there like... I'm sure other colors are like more rare than others, right? Like certain ones are more rare than others. What's the percentage of brown to like spawn naturally?
It's a sheep paradise.
And there's 2. There's 2 of them. That's fucking insane.
I went
That's insane.
5 minutes looking for one brown sheep. I couldn't fucking find it.
That's crazy.
Yeah, see there? They jumped into my jump. Good. Must be one of them. Yeah, stop attacking. You're attacking them.
What? This is gonna work.
You gotta go plant the defuse it.
Are you? What? They just let him do that? They just let him do that? And a knife is an insta fucking kill? They just let him do that. Are you kidding?
I told you I was one of them. Next to medbay. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh no.
The med scan.
Oh no. It's gonna explode.
I just have that thing you have to press next. We're gonna get hit by a shell.
Up top. Spinning. Medic.
I think I'm gonna land in this hole. Let's pretend you can pick. I'm trying to manifest it. It didn't work.
No.
You know
This
what?
time for
I think
sure.
I'm just gonna take this from Anthony in front of his eyes.
Oh my god. That's me. That's me. Dude, I'd be so pissed. Dude.
Hey guys, ready my noble impression?
Guys,
I want to be imposter.
I bet he's imposter.
Pretty good. I feel like I'm dead. If he's imposter, I'm
Yep.
dead. He's gonna kill me.
Yep. And 3. Oh, not even. That was so good.
The chances.
That had to have been so like satisfying for Noble as well, though.
I think I'm gonna nut kick the first person I see this round. Now I know every time I've said that, it hasn't gone well.
I wish I'm the first person.
Same joke. Like I'm doing. Follow me, Jack. I'm gonna kick someone in the nuts.
Guys, what did the pterodactyl
Follow me.
say to the T-Rex?
Hold on, follow me. This is really important, guys. Follow. Just follow the joke.
Got him. Worth. Oh, behind. Not behind. Was that not behind him?
Oh no, that guy's gonna die.
Oh. Well, not that.
So wait, I'm just gonna.
Oh no. Oh no. Okay, hold on.
Big.
Hold on. Oh god. My eyeballs. My eyeballs. You're better looking like. Oh
shit.
Oh fuck. Oh, I lost it. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh piss. Okay. Oh, I lost it. I was trying to say you're better off looking at it as a whole than like watching the one that it was. Oh, I lost it when it like went from here all the way over, like super quick. Fuck. This one right here. That's my guess.
I think it's this one. Go all in. Everyone on the same one. Don't be bitch. How do I select it? Just hit A.
Wait, which one's Smitty?
Oh no.
I don't think so good. They don't think so
Oh.
good.
Oh.
Completely right.
What do you mean? 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 What? I'm taking that. That's a win. I don't know. Motherfucker, I can't talk. I can't read, but I can pick a little doll out of a bigger doll. What the fuck? How?
Bro, no way.
Dude.
I got it wrong anyway, but shit. Monkey clap. Oh my god.
I almost went middle on that as well. Like it ended on the same one that it started as. I was like, nah.
Right on the edge.
Oh my god,
right on the edge. Don't hang around.
Watch me go through the window.
Dude. That's so unfortunate.
You about to be a ghost in the whip.
Whoa.
Perfect. Now we're gonna tip the scales a bit. It's gonna land right in front of my face. Oh, yes it did!
Oh!
Yes! That
What's
was
this?
There was a load out there.
Oh yeah, I just got shot, but we're gonna ignore it.
Oh,
I'm becoming increasingly worried that I'm gonna die.
Yep.
I'm dead.
He's a prediction mess.
Why does this little shit introduce himself every time?
Yeah, no, I already know your fucking name.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Whoa.
Oh, shit, you got the money for
Oh.
I'm
yeah, good thing you can't steal it from me.
Take it, just take it.
Oh.
You can take it back though, that's the thing. I'll rob you. I clicked random.
Get a game picked. What? House rules.
I have a feeling I'm still gonna get fucked somehow. You know what? You know, I'm just gonna take that. Yeah, we both have 2 stars.
What the fuck?
I swear to God.
Oh no. Oh no. I think I know this clip. I think I know this video. He loses his star. He takes the star.
He's got it.
Oh no.
No way.
No. Oh no. That's crazy. Whoa, what the fuck? Oh, get out of the car. Get out of the car. Get out of the car. Get out of the car.
That's not gonna work. I need to do this. Welcome to training camp. Today I'm gonna show you how to use an assault vehicle successfully in Battle Royale, Call of Duty, Modern Warfare, Calzone.
You have 45 seconds to get a clip. Why just leave?
That is correct. I'm working on it as we speak. Wow, how did that not even get that guy?
Oh, easy.
Where are you going?
Easy. That's fucking
What's
insane.
happening? Oh look, another good hand. Can't wait till it's taken away. Oh, this one's alright. This one's okay.
Another one. Someone play 0. Someone play 0. Someone play 0.
No way.
So fucking funny. Come on.
All that.
That's why I wanted to turn 7-0 off.
Dude.
Ah, shit. I'm gonna try something.
He doesn't have a gun? What doesn't he have?
I wonder if this will work. Hey, Robius. How you doing? How you
It's
doing,
really
buddy?
loud. All your background noise.
Hey, buddy. How's it going? You like me whispering in your ear?
No, it's really boomy.
We're hard. Why does he have a gun? He's gonna play AFK. Oh. What did he just do? He pulled out a knife. What? What did he do?
So how's the wife?
You have to go. Oh, they're out there.
Yeah?
What did he just do?
Pop.
He pulled out a knife.
Shooby doobie doobie doo cue pop.
What? What did he do?
So how's the wife?
I didn't know that was a bug. That's funny. Apparently in I guess Warzone, if you pulled out a throwing knife and someone tried to do a takedown on you, it would cause you to get teleported, and then you would just immediately throw the knife, I guess, and it would kill the guy mid-animation that's trying to kill you.
Huh.
And so apparently in like the gulag where you have to verse off against someone else, the winner goes to gets a second life.
Right.
He pulled out the knife, pretended he was AFK, I guess, and someone did a takedown, and he going to kill him. And he
Apparently that monk is.
He threw the knife and instantly killed him.
You're not gonna run there. Yeah. I feel like one of them's gonna die. Yep, there it is, right there.
Oh no.
I'm going to shoot my own balloon.
Dude, they do that. They do that so often.
Really, I can't really fuck up here, can I?
No.
There's no way you fuck up.
Dude, if you guys have seen their Mario Party stuff, that happens so much, or at least they put the clips in where it happens. Like, more often than not, I feel like they just pop their own balloon.
I mean, I said, to be fair, I said I was gonna hit my own balloon, didn't I?
You didn't have to follow through. Oh no.
Oh, there's no way you can.
See?
There's no way you can fuck this one
Dude,
up. Remember that?
it happens so often. It's gonna happen again. Told you, dude. Holy.
Oh my god, go crazy!
Oh my god. Oh. Damn. Damn.
Let's go to the peak. Alright. This one decision would cost them their lives.
Oh no.
When Smitty said that it would not be a good idea. And it wasn't a good idea.
What a great fight! This one decision would cost them all their lives.
Oh, I remember this. I think the most like clips I recognize are from the Mario Party stuff because I like to put those videos on either when I'm going to sleep or if I'm just like chilling and I don't really want to always pay attention to something, but I want something to like play. And they're so long. They're normally like an hour.
Okay.
Like I just really enjoy the Mario
Running
Party
right
videos.
up there, huh? Before everyone's
Also, this
even
crazy
here.
figure work from him.
Got it.
I won 100%. I won. I won. Who's gonna fall first?
Dude.
That's making me nervous. Come on, someone fall.
Lark. Oh no. Oh, come on. Dude, and he's still going. That's crazy. Dude, that's so fucking crazy. Like, I've not played Mario Party, but anytime you have to button mash, like, he went so much farther. So what kind of fucking macro-esque thumbs does Smitty fucking have, dude? Oh my god! Oh! Nice.
Smitty's going James Bond on him right here.
Whoa. Da-na-na.
Tom's above you. He's there.
Hold it.
Hold it.
Is that to the left?
Hold it.
Oh, they're gonna go run it.
He's dedicated to the best.
Stay on the fucking stairs.
Hold on. Just hold on. Don't come.
Perfect.
He's gonna come down. Hold it.
Oh my god, they're dropping like flies.
Where's he at?
Up in. Move a muscle, Smitty.
I hear him. Dude, that's so good. That's so good.
No scope.
Bink.
Alright.
Gotta do it again.
No scope.
Damn it.
No scope. No scope.
Oh!
No scope. Do it again. Do it again. Too tired.
3 for 3?
No
Nope.
scope.
Alright.
There it is. So he missed twice on that one. But still, very impressive. Very fucking impressive.
Yeah, that's 3 in a row. I something like that.
Nice. Good shit, as always. Alright, I would like to formally apologize for my one outburst of horrid down badness. I guess I'm good too. Okay, I'm sorry. I really, really like good gameplay. I love skill. I love seeing people be good at shit. And that fucking CSGO clip is going to haunt my dreams in like knowing I will never be that hot. Thank you guys so much for watching the video. Make sure you check out the original. It'll be linked down below. And if you like my video, make sure that you like and subscribe. I promise I'm not this crazy in all of my videos. Well, not maybe. Thank you guys so much. Bye!
Everyone, this is Running on Empty Food Review.
That's what I should have tomorrow. I was wondering what to have for my lunch for when I go to work tomorrow. I want to have some KFC. I haven't had that in a while.
Well, hello, ladies, gentlemen.
I love this guy. I love this guy's videos, man.
Running on MT Food Review Series. I'm your host, Report of the Week. Thank you for checking.
Okay, so this one is for the Popeyes. Is he doing Popeyes? Guys, I drank the lemonade, the new lemonade. Does anybody know what the new lemonade from Popeyes is? It's pickle juice lemonade. It's like lemonade with pickle juice flavor. That's the actual new drink. My mom said it's disgusting. I said it was okay. I thought it was alright. It wasn't like super bad, but it was kind of like, you know how like if you eat a fruit, but you put salt on it and it makes it taste better? It's kind of like that. It's okay. It's not terrible. It's not terrible, but it's not the best. It's okay. I've been looking to try this on a pickle feed. Yeah, me too. Me too. I've actually had all of the things that he's gonna eat here, and I wanted to watch it, and then I'll give you my take on it because I did eat it as well.
Guys, I think you could already tell by the tone that I used right there. You could just tell that the excitement here that I'm feeling for this one. And
I was really excited. I got the ad for it, and I went there immediately. Like they sent me like an ad, and then it showed me like, oh, try our new pickle promo, and I was like, pickle promo, you say? And I went straight there the next morning. Somebody asked something about hamburgers, like what's my favorite hamburger, my favorite burger condiment? Onion, lots of onion. Needs like double or triple the amount of onions that you would normally put on a burger. Raw onions, preferably red or sweet. Just as long as they're not super spicy. I like onions on it. And then after onions, it's probably cheese. Any cheese? Grilled or no? No, I like raw onions. Straight raw onions. Psychopathic taste? Yeah, true. Lots of onions. Lots of pickles. That's what I like on it.
Optimism is off the scale. It's truly in
mustard.
words immeasurable.
My favorite burger is Culver's, and it's like not even close. Like Culver's is like out of the fast food burgers, Culver's is elevated like to such a high level that all of the other burgers might as well not exist.
Yeah, Popeyes is one of these classic establishments, and I was going to give an analogy, and then I realized, this would actually be a horrible one, so I bailed on it at the last second. I was going to say, think of a fast food company that it seemed like they had it all, that they were doing really good years ago, and then I thought to myself, well, actually, that's pretty much every single fast food company in existence, so that's a horrible example. What I was trying to get at, though, regardless of that, is the fact that Popeyes, a few years ago, especially 2019, so think back just a couple years, they were at the top.
Culver's is all the way to Arizona now. Arizona has Culver's, it just hasn't crossed into California. But you can get Culver's in a lot of places now.
2019.
They're rare though, for sure.
Was the zenith for Popeyes.
Serious question, IHOP or Waffle House? I think that they're both.
What's the bets on how high you think it'll get?
Good question. I don't know. How high what'll get, Tom?
The attempts before I finally get the mount off Gallywix.
I don't think it'll be that high, honestly. Seems to be that a lot of people have been getting it. What was your queen attempts before you got that one?
Let's see if it will show. Mounts. What was the queen mount called again?
Sareki something. Oh, fuck, I want that hammer. Well, buddy, sorry. If I win it, I'm keeping it because I want the T-Mog.
Unless you can offer gold for it.
Nope.
No?
Nope.
Crap. What's the name of the item called? Is it Rain to the Sareki?
I believe Sareki... Yeah.
Is it Rain to the Sareki?
Surekei.
Is that the list of it? And no, I need the actual item.
Sareki Skyraiser. Sureki.
It is Reigns of the Sareki. Okay.
On the log, it says Sareki Skyraiser.
Yeah, but if you go to /rarity, you'll look at the mounts. It's the actual item, not the not the one in the listing.
Yeah.
Where is it here? There it is. Oh, it doesn't tell me. Oh wait, no, it does. Obtained in 191 attempts.
Nice. I love when people just leave without rolling.
could stay awake a little longer. But I need to be up by noon.
Long enough to knock out one Mythic Plus?
No, I'm good. You can do that on your own.
No.
Or Bug Quinn. He's probably still around.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Quinn ain't ever around. He's rarely around.
It's 1 a.m. right now. Watch, I wish I could do this. Let's see. Dang it,
He's not even on. Told you.
I usually check Discord. I don't check WoW because he always is playing that other game. Still, he might be invisible, trying to hide from his girlfriend or something. Oh yeah, I was going to check. I can check it on this too. Check the black market and see what we got.
Good, but I've only had Waffle House like once. Yeah, once.
They released their chicken sandwich.
Was
They
pretty
had a
good,
good thing going. They knew they had a good thing going. They milked it as much as they possibly could, and they emerged victorious. They kicked off the whole chicken sandwich craze, the chicken sandwich wars, and a literal societal phenomena that even lingers on to this day. And what was it sparked by? It was sparked by Popeyes, one of the greatest contemporary fast food successes, at least one can recount.
The original chicken sandwich and the spicy chicken sandwich, I like the spicy one more, at Popeyes is like one of the best chicken sandwiches. And I actually think it's like really toe-to-toe against the Chick-fil-A one. And it's kind of a little bit of a toss-up depending on like what flavor you want. It's kind of like a crispy versus original sort of a difference, really. They're both really, really good. Everybody else's chicken sandwich sucks compared to those two.
They had everything.
So you said Popeyes is better than close. Like, it depends on like the flavor. For me, it depends on the flavor that you want. Like, the flavor and texture is like so different enough. The flavor profile is different enough that like I can see myself wanting Chick-fil-A on one day and wanting Popeyes on the other day. So I think that they're both good.
But
never been as Zaxby's.
All the eggs in one basket. They said, well, we got the chicken sandwich. People are going to care about that. They're not going to stop caring. So why should we care then going forward? And if they're just going to keep coming back to us for that, well, it doesn't always work that way. And now when it comes down to it, you know, it's amazing to me. Popeyes, I will say, is a remarkable example of this, though. That just a few years ago, everyone was going crazy for them, and the chicken sandwich is like the biggest thing ever.
I love Cane's. Cane's is good too.
You probably, if you've been following this long enough, remember the hype surrounding that. It was insane. Now, when there's a new release from Popeyes, number one, no one cares. Number two, that is reflected in reality. If you look at actually some of the financial earnings and all of that from Popeyes in general, it's quarter after quarter of weaker than anticipated growth. Things aren't looking good on the horizon.
Oh, if you need Reigns of the White Polar Bear, it's on the black market, and also the Sun Loot of the Phoenix King, which I am eyeballing. I probably will grab that. I'll have to wait. Shit, I won't be able to see it. Because I'll be at work, and I work until 10.
You said the what mount?
Reigns of the White Polar Bear mount.
I have that.
And then the Sun Loot of the Phoenix King.
I don't have that.
Yeah, I don't. I have the other one. I don't have that one. I'm really interested. I want to get when what's it called? When is 0.5 out yet or not yet? Can't remember when that patch is dropping again. 11.1.5 release date. Wow, I think it's the 22nd. Yeah, it's next week, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
They're going to be adding in the thing of having more experience or something like that gained.
Mm-hmm.
And
30%.
And I think it's also time walking week. Yeah. Yeah. So I'll probably try to hit up that and see how many tunes I can get done for that week. Just try to maybe just exclusively do that. I think later this week, though, I want to see if I try to push higher keys and get up into 12s. I'm feeling pretty confident. I finished off my last 11 of workshop and then pushed into 12s. Oh yeah, I also love this mic too because apparently the mute button on it is like a touch button. You can literally just tap and it will shut the mic off. You don't have to press a button.
Yeah.
I thought it was a button for the longest time. When I saw it, I was like, cool. And then I was trying to press it. And I was just like rubbing my hand, trying to push really hard. I'm like, what the fuck is this? And all of a sudden, I think I released, and all of a sudden I was like, wait, what? And I started tapping it. I was like, oh, it's one of those. Cool. Am I starting the fair still? I don't think so.
In. The earnings are just going down and down. And then anecdotally, you hear reports from person after person of local Popeyes closing down,
Thanks for the bits, brother. Worsening,
service worsening, etc., etc. Well,
bulletproof glass.
The chain has problems, and it's just amazing when they had such a peak just a few years.
The problem, I'll tell you the problem with Popeyes. The problem with Popeyes is consistency. They have like a lot of the same problems that like something like McDonald's has. It's like one McDonald's store could be like completely godlike, and then the next McDonald's store is like absolute dog water, and it's like inedible. But then like you go to like a different McDonald's, like the one that just opened, and like man, it's so good, right? And then it's the same thing with Popeyes. It's the same problem where one Popeyes is just so bad. It's like everything's cold, it's sloppy when you get it, the service isn't good, and then you go to another Popeyes, it's a complete opposite experience. It just depends on like which Popeyes you go to, also what time you go to Popeyes. So compared to a place like McDonald's that's like kind of consistent throughout the day, Popeyes, you have to go at very specific times and you have to get a good roll. And the reason why is because you don't know what time they're gonna make the chicken. The only time you can guarantee it is if you go right when they open. So you hit Popeyes like exactly like 10 o'clock or whatever time they open, you're guaranteed to get like fresh, delicious chicken at that point. If you go at any other point in the day, it's random.
So anyway, you know, I was sitting there and I was thinking to myself, just not too long ago actually, because I enjoy monitoring these trends, I enjoy looking at, you know, the financial prospects of some of these various companies, and I was actually sitting there and I was thinking coincidentally about Popeyes, you know, it's just amusing. It's like how the mighty have sort of fallen, right? I was thinking to myself, and this is like 2 or 3 nights ago, I was thinking to myself, how could they change it, right? Like a hypothetical. How could you fix it? How could you salvage it? How could you reverse the trend and make everything better for them, right? How could you take something that's in a decline and revert the course? I saw this new release of theirs, and my mind was blown. See, I was thinking...
My mind was blown too, because the idea was like actually like ridiculous. Because, is it just me? But I feel like most people think pickles are disgusting. A lot of people do. And maybe that's just because, you know, I was in California before, and like, that's kind of how it was. I wasn't really like accustomed to like, you know, kind of living like kind of like central, like south area, right? Maybe people in the south like it more. It's like more of a big deal. Like pickles are more of a big deal because I do see like fried pickles a lot on the menu. But they, like that's like a thing. Like people love fried pickles around here, and I wonder if that's the reason why. In California, it's not really that common. Anyway, so what I was saying is when they came out with the promotion, like the promotion coming out is pickles. I thought that was really weird. Like I was like, really? So I like it. Me, I personally like it. But then in my head, I'm going like, was this a good move? Right? But you want to know what? It's always fucking sold out now. Did you guys know that? It's always sold out. It's so hard to get it. Like at Popeyes, yeah. But the new pickle stuff is sold out like all the fucking time.
About maybe like trying to increase
the
quality of the...
I was just there and they were sold out like a couple days ago.
I wasn't even thinking this. I saw that Popeyes released their new pickle menu. My mind, you know...
Me too.
I was in total shock.
Exactly how I felt too.
Dropped. And I was like frozen in place for a good 30 seconds. I thought to myself, no way. This is it. This is what saves Popeyes right here. I mean, this is going to be it. This is, I think, the pickle menu, right?
No, that's not what I thought. That's not what I thought.
Yeah, the pickle.
I didn't think that. It did blow my mind, but I didn't think that it would save a menu. I thought it was like, what the fuck is this? Who came up with this?
Is going to turn everything around.
He's like freaking memeing.
Maybe it will. Maybe it will. And regardless of how good or bad it is, I'm going to review it, and we'll see how good or bad it is. You know, I'm sorry, I was trying to keep a straight face.
It is ridiculous. It's a ridiculous promotion.
The pickle menu, though, you know, pickles were a trend in fast food a couple years back, though. Credit where credit is due. They have they have a couple items. They have a pickle glaze sandwich.
Yep, I have all of
these.
these.
Features a chicken fillet with a pickle flavored glaze on it, and then it also comes with pickles on it. Price of this $6. You could get fried pickles, and you could also.
Let me tell you though that the Popeyes fried pickles are the best fried pickles I've ever had in my life. That being said, I haven't been around fried pickles very long, but the fried pickles I did have, and I've had them before, I've had fried pickles before, but the ones at Popeyes were like next level. They were amazing, amazingly delicious. The next time I went to Popeyes, I was like, give me a large of that. And they're like, sold out. I'm like, shit.
Get pickle lemonade, which is described as being sweet with pickle juice. Price for that $4.35.
Lemonade with pickle juice.
Now I got the pickle glaze sandwich and the lemonade. I wanted to get the fried pickles, but amusingly, they were out of them.
What did I say? They're sold out. Sold out again. Me too. Me too, review bro. Me too.
So, doesn't really make much sense if there's actual pickles still on the pickle glaze sandwich, but you know, I'm just going to ignore that. And
I will tell you that they were very good. The breading was like nice and crisp. Like it was good too. Like the breading itself was really good, and the pickle inside was like really. It was like if you've had like Popeyes pickles, they have really good pickles at Popeyes. Like the ones on their sandwiches, just as good as that. They were really good. Yeah, loved them.
Now, just be trying out the pickle glaze sandwich and the.
It's a nice nice. The batter on the pickles has like it maintains its shape. It's a nice thick one that like it really crusts the pickle, and it's quite nice. Like the flavor and the texture. It's like enough batter that it maintains its shape. It's not like the pickle's bleeding through it. It's like the pickle is well encased, and but then the batter's also light enough that it doesn't feel like you're biting into like a biscuit or something. Like it's nice. It's nice. If I had to rate the pickles, I'd say like out of all the fried pickles I've ever had in my life, it's probably like 9 out of 10. I think honestly, I loved it.
Lemonade, and who knows? Maybe the pickle menu will actually salvage things. Maybe you'll have lines wrapped around the block again for this. I'm highly doubtful, but you never know. Hey, if it's a good item, it's a good item. What can I say? Comes in the standard packaging, a little sleeve here for it, limited time offer. You know, it really has been a struggle, though, lately, as far as Popeyes is concerned. You know, some of these sandwiches are still good, but it's been a struggle, purely from an analytical standpoint, you know, that to try to make people care about this stuff. It really is. It's a genuine struggle. And people just don't care about Popeyes like they used to. That's how it is. Some of these sandwiches
Really, I love Popeyes.
can be underrated.
God, I love those pickles. They're so good. The Popeyes sandwich pickles. Man, they're nice and thick and fresh. It has a nice bite to it, nice crisp. Good flavor.
I'm going to have a real field day trying to come up with a title to get people to...
It does look weird, though. That it does look weird. The sandwich itself looks weird. Like, it has like glaze on it, yeah.
You know, Popeyes does have genuine problems. So that's the pickle glaze. It's supposed to taste, I guess, like pickles. Chicken fillet with more pickles there. And I suppose what I shall do now is cut it in half. And pause the camera real quick while I do that. There you can see is the cross section. Nice, decent chicken fillet though. Give them that. And we'll see what it is, how it tastes. You know, it's supposed to be like a chicken sandwich with a pickle glaze on it. So it's supposed to be very pickle-centric. And we'll see if it's any good or not. A lot of this pickle stuff from these establishments is either really good or it's disgusting.
Yes,
so we'll find out.
that is true. It is very binary. It is disgusting or delicious. That's it. There's no like this is okay. It's
yeah, pickle glaze sandwich, $6 for the sandwich by itself. It's going in.
I got a craft of 210K for each.
Racking up the monies.
I love how he takes his time eating. He just like doesn't say anything. You can see the thoughts formulating. Like if you look at his eyes, you can see it. The review is being crafted right now in real time. Professional. Yeah, he's locked in. Yeah.
Alright, so having tried a bit more of this sandwich, again, I think the cross section is pretty clear, pretty straightforward. You know, when I do these reviews, yeah, I poke fun at these establishments, I poke fun at some of the so-called trends, I poke fun at, you know, just the way that it all is sometimes. It's just how I do things. But at the same time, you know, if the item is legitimately good, it's good, and I would give it the praises it deserves. And you know what? I laughed at this. I poked a great deal of fun at this, but as a sandwich here.
Sorry, I didn't hear what the last thing you said.
I said, nice, racking up the monies.
Yeah, I'm at 22.9 million now. I think I had a dream where I actually crossed 3 million.
I need the newer version, the more within apron. Just realized I still have the Dragon Isles one.
Oh, who makes it?
Looks like Leatherworkers.
I most likely have the pattern on my Leatherworker. I need to do a check on that. See if all my tunes have all their patterns.
It's actually pretty good.
When I had it, it was very good. Would eat again.
It's way better than what I actually expected it to be, quite frankly. I saw the whole
Yup, same thing. I bought it just kind of as a meme because I was like, ooh, pickle lemonade, what the hell? Pickle chips at Popeyes and pickle sandwich? And I went there to go get it. And I was totally like just gonna meme on it, but I ate it and I was like, actually kind of good.
Sort of rolled my eyes. It seems very tacky and gimmicky to me. But the pickle glaze is actually much better than I expected it to be.
Yep,
you know,
me
you
too.
take the bite. It's a very simple sandwich. Number one.
What did my mom think? She gave a thumbs up. She gave a thumbs up from me and thumbs up from me, my mom and review, bro.
Is a good
Popeyes red beans and rice is pretty good. Every time I go to Popeyes, I buy an extra one and I keep it in the fridge. I just eat it throughout the week. If I'm gonna like have dinner or something. Yeah.
Quality. Good amount of meat, as you can see. It's tender, it's juicy, it's flavorful. I can't complain as far as the chicken quality is concerned. It's good, genuinely good. And then, of course, you have the regular pickles that are on there that are crisp, you know, flavorful, it's all fresh, obviously. No issues there. The pickle glaze, on the other hand, I didn't really know what to expect. I know that pickle and, you know, these chicken sandwiches, they always do work well, but when it's incorporated into a glaze, of course, it can go either way. And I gotta say that pickle glaze, it has, you know, like a dill pickle sort of flavor to it. You know, so it does have a little bit of a tart aspect to it. At the same time, however, it is also incorporated with almost like a sort of Cajun-style seasoning, in so much that it has a definite, defining
cooking stream
note to it.
I used to do cooking streams a little bit, not really. I used to do cooking streams a little bit, but not really. They're like pre-recorded and then I talk about it.
Well, not quite.
It's too logistically annoying to do like a cooking stream when that's not like my whole bit. It's logistically annoying and there's a lot of OPSEC issues, so that's why I don't do it.
Hot style, but there are some similarities, wherein, you know, definitely has some of those sweet notes, but also, again, this Cajun spiciness to it in every bite, along with a pronounced dill pickle flavor, and it's a combination that works shockingly well with the chicken sandwich. It's actually, I would go as far as to say, a genuinely good pairing. It's flavorful, and there's no negative characteristics to it at all. Works very well. It pairs very nicely with the chicken. It's just a good glaze, overall. So you know what? For all of the fun that I poked at this chicken sandwich, I actually would go as far as to call it underrated. I really would. Yeah, $6, but you're getting a good amount of chicken, and it tastes good at least, and all things considered, I can't complain. So out of 10, the pickle glaze sandwich from Popeyes, this is going to get an 8.7 out of 10. Unexpectedly good, in my opinion. Unexpectedly good. I didn't think it was going to be as good as it was. So, you know, I went in here, I had my expectations tempered. Way better than I thought. All right, let's wash this down now.
With that pickle lemonade.
The pickle lemonade. You can get it.
I'll probably run back if I hear the alert go off.
Out through this. Now it's trash.
Rough queue. What you doing? What the hell did my rarity get so small? There we go. Still there, buddy? What you doing?
Frozen, or just regular. I got it frozen.
I got regular on mine.
Juice with some sweetness.
It was pretty good, honestly.
This, on the other hand, isn't for everyone.
Yeah, it's not. It's definitely not. It's kind of like So if you eat fruits, like I said before, like you eat fruits, or like have you ever had like a margarita and they put like salt on the rim? It's kind of like that. It's like it's got that kind of a thing going on.
This is more what I was expecting the pickle glazed sandwich to be. This is just like straight up pickle juice.
Yeah, it's like a little bit of salt, basically. It's like you have a little bit of like the pickle juice and the salt. This one, I actually agree with this, that this one is really only for pickle lovers. If you don't like pickles a lot, you're not gonna like it. It's gonna be weird to you. It's like a salted, like, it's like a lemonade or limeade with salt on it. So it's like, yeah.
Very tight. Just it's like a pickle, you know? It's a pickle in liquid form, essentially.
And it has like lemonade too.
Not for everyone.
Like a margarita, yeah. If you like margaritas, you might have a little bit. If you like margaritas and pickles, you like both, you know what killed the astronaut? Yes. It is kind of like that. Like a Vietnamese lemonade. Yeah, you know exactly. You know exactly. Yeah, it's exactly like that.
It's a sort of drink that I think I could even find enjoyable conditionally. It's a very refreshing beverage. I will concede that. And it's the type of beverage that I think could work. For instance, if they have it available during the summertime months, or days at least where things might be quite warm, I could see myself sitting outside on a 90-something degree day and finding this to be quite refreshing.
Yeah.
I just had to go to the car and grab the groceries that were left in there.
And I'm looking for something to cool down. I can see this drink doing the trick, most definitely. Sitting right here inside.
Yeah.
It's not a good drink, I think, to drink as a thing that you drink with food. What do you know? Think about Vietnamese coffee? I love Vietnamese coffee, like Vietnamese like cold brew coffee or whatever, like iced coffee. Man, I love that stuff. I used to drink it all the time. But
I would try to take the. I would try to. What my verbal plan was is I bring home the groceries, put them on the floor. They're in like plastic bags, or not plastic bags, like reusable plastic bags, I guess is the word.
Yeah.
And I would leave them on the floor, and I would take out all the perishables and put them away. And then just leave everything else in the bags, and then take them whenever I see fit, right? There was one time where I guess I overlooked something, and there was a perishable I left, but it was in a sealed bag. I couldn't even tell what it was. It was like, it must have been from 3 or 4 grocery trips ago, because like I couldn't tell what the packaging was telling me it was. And then when I tried to look at it and like rotate it inside, because it was like a clear package, rotated around, it was almost just like sludge or something. It was like, not sludge, but like all water. Just like, I couldn't even tell what it was. I was just like, this is not good.
Just pure nastiness.
Yeah, I feel like it was maybe, I want to say, I think like green beans or something, because I think I remember buying that. Mom was like, you should get this. I'm like, okay. But beyond that, I got no clue, because I don't remember ever actually eating that when she told me or told us to get it.
Your volume keeps fluctuating.
It's because I'm turning away. But yeah, I remember buying it, but I don't remember actually eating it. And so I'm just thinking that's probably what it was. It's like a bunch of green beans or something. I'm just like, oops.
Who's your leather worker?
Twilight Fury.
What server?
Tyrannus.
No special characters, right?
Nope. I make sure with my crafters that was the case. He originally was called Night Fury with a special character on his Y. But I'm like, I can't, if I ever give that name out, I can't keep having the special character there. So I gotta have one without it.
Oh.
And so I changed it to Twilight Fury because it's similar. And no one was taking it. It's sent out?
Sending it out now.
So
Yep.
I'll quickly craft it and then go back to the tune I was on so I don't lose my queue.
It's not a drink that you drink like with food. It's something that, like it's its own drink that you don't drink it as something to chase food down, basically. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna be real with you guys though. I kind of have that feeling with almost every drink. The only drink I drink with food when I'm eating food is iced tea. I don't want Coke. I don't want any of that with food. On its own though, I do enjoy a Coke or a root beer every now and then. On its own, like as its own thing, without food. In the same way, I would enjoy this pickle lemonade as its own individual thing, like drinking it for what it is, rather than to quench my thirst as I'm eating.
Where it's not hot at all.
Yeah, I'm a water or iced tea person when it comes to like eating. I'm exclusively water or unsweet iced tea while I'm eating, and then or hot tea. Hot tea is okay too. But when I'm not eating, I open up my drink. My drink menu goes up a little bit more.
I apologize, by the way. I used up all my concentration for the last guy, so you're going to get a rank 4. Is that okay? I can try doing rank 5. Let me see.
Do you have any of those skill boosters?
I'm buying one. I don't have the big one.
Oh.
I never get lucky enough on my other tunes to get those from the patrons.
Yeah.
There we go.
I've only gotten like I think one of the epic ones.
I got like
Never gotten
on my like enchanter / inscribe.
Yeah.
On the inscribe, I get like shit tons of them. It's like weird. And of course, I never have to need to use them on him. But yeah, there you go. I got your rank 5.
Thank you. Thank you.
At all. It's not. Then it's just like you're drinking a pickle, and that's all that it is. So to me, conditionally speaking, it can be refreshing. If you like all things pickle and you like pickle juice, then you probably enjoy this. But for me personally, unless like I said, I'm drinking this for the sole purpose of cold refreshment on a hot day, I would say that it's not really my thing. But your mileage may vary. 435 for that, but overpriced as well. So not my favorite thing, but I think some would like it more than others. I would tend to for the pickle lemonade, and again, it's more just pickle juice than it is a lemonade necessarily. I would rate probably a 6.5 out of 10, but like I said, conditionally it could be better than that. Star of the show is definitely the pickle glaze sandwich, though.
Yep.
Alright, on a final note, understand that in addition to these reviews,
hot chocolate I like
a
drinking on its
podcast
own.
and a radio show. This radio show of mine is broadcast twice a week. Every week goes out for listeners all around the country and the world. In each show, I'll talk about the news of the day, whatever's on my mind, balance things out with some listener music requests. It's a fun show. A lot of people that tune in really enjoy it, and it reaches listeners worldwide. Goes streaming out online, goes out on many international shortwave frequencies on some AM stations. But the show costs a lot to maintain, to operate, and I have to pay as I go essentially. You know, I certainly don't get paid to do it. There are a lot of expenses, but it reaches a lot of people. It impacts a lot of people. Really enjoy doing it, but I do need your help to keep things going in that regard. It really does need your help. If you'd like to support my radio show or my podcast, you can send in a donation. Patreon.com/the-report of the week. The
broadcast is rolling. It means it can reach space.
in the description down below.
Is it like actual radio?
$1.
Is it actual radio or is it like online?
$5.
You say it was actual radio?
I'm gonna have to make this announcement again. And
Sorry, I was pulling my gun out. Shortwave radio. Okay. Yeah, I was pulling my gun out of the safe because I forgot to.
Anyway, it's the least I could do, just letting you know that it's out.
I realized my gun wasn't there and it made me uncomfortable.
And I just wanted to let you know. But thank you so much for lending an ear to that. That's all that I have. Until next time, I'm your host, the report of the week.
I'll leave you guys a video. I love this guy's reviews. He reviews it.
Hello everyone.
If you're interested, if you eat fast food and you want to know like the latest and like what's good in like fast food, report of the week makes videos about them all the time, and I love watching these. Ooh, what's this?
Hello.
It's like barbecue.
No.
That fucking barbecue sandwich.
The bun.
Ugh. Barbecue. Ugh. I think Popeyes won that one. Gross.
It's funny. I keep having plans and then the world keeps derailing me. I was part of my way through writing the 2-part Jewish civilization video, and I've already done the research for the Mesoamerican and ancient Egyptian civilization videos, but much like what the fuck is the left doing, the events of the outside world keep intervening in a way that I feel compelled to make more current events videos as a sort of public service to the audience. This video was pushed by the recent Joe Rogan podcast with Daryl Cooper. As a professional historian in that studying history is what I do full-time to pay my bills, and I read about 20,000 pages on history or the social sciences on a yearly basis, I felt it as a sort of moral duty to talk about this topic, to try to share what the evidence that I've seen says. There's been this whole thought meme spreading across rightist circles that Winston Churchill was the villain of World War II, that Winston Churchill caused millions of deaths due to not signing a peace treaty with Hitler in 1940, that Churchill was the main driving variable of the war, and contrary to the decades-old Anglo-Saxon tradition, which sees him as a hero. Let's unpack whether or not this is correct. It often feels like the internet gives nothing but frustration and argument, taking your time and energy while offering you nothing. Thankfully, the online world does have something to offer you in the form of YouGov, a leading internet-based market research company trusted globally. YouGov conducts polls on a variety of different topics, ranging from politics to pop culture. And the best part, you get paid for each poll. I really enjoy YouGov because they have polls on things that are relevant and interesting, things I actually care about and want to give my opinion on. It's a great way to fill time while I cook or have the TV on. I can take a few polls and earn a few points that I redeem for Amazon vouchers and cash for coffee. Joining YouGov is completely free, and the polls are easy and interesting. As a member, you'll earn points for giving your actual opinion on topics that matter. So why not turn your opinions into rewards? Click the link below, sign up for YouGov today, and start earning. Part 1, why reading books is important. One of the things that really shocks me with discourse today is it seems like no one reads books anymore. This is one of the things I've spoken about in previous videos, in which having met dozens of kids who went to the Ivy Leagues in their early 20s, and I'm Gen Z, I'm in complete shock that almost no one reads today. This is true of, as I said before, the Ivy League class of people, as well as the political pundit class for both the right and the left. I even see it with professors. The problem with this is that the internet is actually really bad at learning. I try to almost completely avoid the internet now, since it's like a closed, fetid pond in which the same water is stuck together in a pool. Whenever I go online, I find it's always the same opinions, information, and the like stuck in the same algorithms. There's almost no contact or intermixing between these different algorithmic vortexes, which means that when I periodically check in on the leftist internets for research purposes, I'm completely horrified at the things they believe. Reading teaches a certain caliber of knowledge that you can't find online, which is why I read about 70 books a year. Books offer a deep contextual frame of knowledge, which the internet lacks. The internet operates under hot takes, removing wisdom, and turns all of us into children. It's frankly disgusting to watch. This means almost no one has even a basic context of the history of the war. And as an example, these are my favorite histories of World War II. John Keegan is probably the best military historian alive today, so everything he writes is good. Little Hart is good, but he also has too many axes to grind about North Africa. The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich is too long and it needs an editor. Bloodlands is excellent, but only focuses on the Eastern Front and the social side of it. JFC Fuller's 3-volume History of Western Warfare is also excellent, with the 3rd volume mostly being about World War II. Childers also has a wonderful Great Courses series on World War II as well. When I'm talking about reading World War II history books to understand the context, I don't mean books that are written to argue clear claims from compiling or cherry-picking evidence together, such as why the Holodomor actually only killed 2.3 million people by Commie McTankey, or why America at D-Day was the chattiest country ever by Patriot McAdams. Rather, general history books, which exist to explain the entire narrative of World War II or theaters of World War II through the context of trying to understand why each side made certain decisions or how the war fits together. Because you need the latter book, because only through that will any of the details make sense. When I look at the discourse today, the people who do talk about World War II the most are propagandists. When I see people talk about this war, I see enormous gaps of knowledge which are just embarrassing. Literally reading a single major history of World War II would disprove a lot of the theories now. The thing that I see is that people are looking for certain narratives, they isolate variables with no understanding of the underlying context, and they try to rip it apart. And the most embarrassing part of it is the lack of the understanding of how these with no understanding of the underlying context, and they try to rip it apart. And the most embarrassing part of it is the lack of the understanding of how these different variables fit into the broader equation. You have my word of honor that I'm not going to do that, and that this is the most accurate narrative of the war that I can write for you. This is a video which mostly exists to provide context. When you want to lie without directly falsifying stats, you instead choose to tell a story with certain details and without others. Marxists are the most guilty of this, in that Marxist histories are normally so deceptive that it's often not even worthwhile to read them. I've read histories written by liberals, Christians, Muslims, fascists, anarchists, libertarians, rightists, and other groups, while in general the only group where you can't take it and leave it with their biases are Marxists, since their lies pervade every layer of their mental narrative. For the other authors, you can say, I can see their biases here, but then this thing seems honest. Marxists do the most work to establish a highly advanced grammar of deception. If you're interested, read the text wall here. People like to say that the victors write history, and thus the field of history itself is not trustworthy. This is true up to a certain point. Hell, I've spoken a lot about how the managerial class has rewritten history recently to fit their propaganda. However, using this to just throw away any history writing, especially so in the 20th century, a century which is absurdly well recorded, is just ridiculous. Let me frame it this way. For every major war of the last 1,000 years in the Western world, we have narratives and histories of the war written from both sides. We have English and French narratives on the 7 or 100 Years' War. We have narratives from both sides of the Civil War, and in fact, the Southern narrative in that war was the dominant one for about a century. For World War II, the Nazi narrative isn't some hidden conceit that's just been discovered. The 20th century is absurdly well recorded. We have multiple books on Hitler's private correspondences and dinner conversations. Many of his generals wrote autobiographies which have been out for decades. The Nazis had loads of movies, propaganda, battle plans, and stuff to argue their point of view. My father is a classical liberal style conservative and is an expert on Marxist political theory, having read over 200 books on the topic. This was all stuff he was reading in the 1970s. This was a less cucked society on this sort of topic, so all of this stuff was out in the open. You could buy it at bookstores. The complete foaming at the mouth leftist hatred of the Nazis was relatively recent. In other words, we have literal quotes from the mouths of the Nazis, as well as records of the trains, military formations, supplies, propaganda, communications, and anything else you could ever ask for of every major power in World War II. II. It's hard to overestimate how well recorded the 20th century is. It's impossible to hide anything for this long, as we can see with how the Western Marxists, who tried to cover up the horrifying atrocities Mao and Stalin committed, but then decades later the evidence came out like a flood that the communist atrocities were worse than anyone imagined. When you're looking at people obfuscating 20th century history, it's mostly due to removing context rather than just lying about facts. People will say that the Tsarist government that came before the communists was innately primitive and innately impoverishing and people were starving. Well, the reality is the exact opposite. The Tsarist government was having mass industrialization and wealth growth. Or people try to cover up communist atrocities, or they try to make the Kaiser a worse player than he was. So this does happen, but because the 20th century is so well recorded, it's pretty easy to fact check it, and it's nigh impossible to lie about entire historic events. So the funny thing here is that lots of the Nazi apologists don't even make the arguments that the Nazis did, and it's frankly hilarious to watch that all of the information is here and they choose not to use it. Part 2, the Nazis. It's funny hearing people today talk about the Nazis because for all of their faults, the Nazis were not apologetic. They literally
this Saturday, of course, we're doing the what's it called? You got the rest of the achievements and everything.
Okay. Hopefully I'll be available. I did tell him I was interested back when.
It's I think it'll be 3 p.m. your time. You hear me? Get that timer?
Yeah. Yep.
4 p.m. my time, 4 p.m. your time, okay?
5 p.m. my time. Got it.
said on an incredibly frequent basis that the main role of the Nazi Party was the genocide and enslavement of the Eastern European Slavs, whom they saw as subhuman. Hitler constantly said this at the time. It's writ all over Mein Kampf, part of the public Nazi state statements, and completely intermeshed with their narrative of the world. I'm going to make a video soon explaining the social structure of Nazi Germany from using my civilizational analyses, and I'm going to talk more so about that later. The Nazis were racist in a way that's so unapologetic that even modern racists would balk at it. The Nazis openly rejected Christian values, which believed in the value of the human soul. When they invaded Eastern Europe with Operation Barbarossa, they openly told their soldiers that they were encouraged to cause horrifying atrocities against the local Slavs rather than hold back. The legal charge for Nazi soldiers rape Slavic girls wasn't rape, since they didn't see the Slavs as human, rather miscegenation or race mixing was the illegal part of it. If you look at the Nazi educational system, they openly divided the world into different races. Some, like the Aryan Germans, were born to rule, and others, like the Slavs or blacks, were born to be slaves. The Nazis purposely removed educational standards among the conquered Slavs, aiming to keep them perpetually illiterate. The Nazis had one of the largest slave states ever in history, conscripting tens of millions of Slavs. The Nazis openly called Jews, Slavs, and a majority of the world's population subhuman, who didn't deserve rights of any kind. The Nazis had a plan called the Hunger Plan, in which in the drive for Lebensraum, or living space for Germans in Eastern Europe, they would need to genocide about 100 million Slavs. They implemented the Hunger Plan as they conquered Eastern Europe, purposely starving the local population, and this is partly why almost all of the deaths in the European theater of the war occurred in the East, where over 30 out of the 40 million deaths occurred. 1/5 of Poland's population had died by the end of the war. Hitler openly planned to completely level the major cities of Russia, butchering the entire population of Moscow, turning it into a lake, returning Leningrad to a swampland and giving it to the Finns, alongside genociding Kiev, turning it to the new hub of the German colony of Ostland. This is all stuff the Nazis were really proud of. In their moral code, it wasn't wrong, since it was Darwinistic common sense that the strong should consume the weak and use them to improve themselves. The Nazis had already designed the imperial structure of the coming German Empire, in which the Slavs would not survive west of the Ural Mountains, and the Volga River would become a new German Mississippi. This is all stuff that's so completely obvious, and no honest historian would disagree with. The Germans were intensely resentful that other peoples, whether the Russians or the Anglo-Saxons or the French, were able to form these large colonial empires where they could form these enormous diasporas that they could draw power from, and Hitler's goal was to turn Eastern Europe into the German equivalent for what North America was to the Anglos. The Nazis had literal pre-established death squads called Einsatzgruppen, who existed to scout out those with lower quality blood in their worldview and then murder them on the spot. This included Slavs, Jews, gays, gypsies, communists, or labor organizers. The Nazis constructed literal industrial death camps, which we have photographic proof for, train records of their supplies, their literal construction, confessions the Nazis were doing them, explanations for why they did it, and more. I challenge any Nazi apologist to go to any Eastern European country and say the Nazis weren't genocidal. You'll get into a fight with people whose grandparents were killed by the Nazis. I literally know about a dozen people who had their family members killed by the Nazis back in Europe. The Nazis openly rejected Christian morality, which they saw as making men weak. They saw the Christian belief in the soul as a blockage to their genocidal plans. The Christian church in Germany, and especially the Catholic Church, which Hitler saw as a great rival because it did resist him up to a certain point, was muzzled. Hitler openly viewed Christianity as one of his greatest enemies. Read this text well for more context if you're interested. Hitler was also economically socialist, in which he stopped entrepreneurs from making companies, created corporate monopolies with the state, shut down free speech. He made striking for higher wages illegal and kept Germany's wages artificially low. He forced all young people to spend their free time in youth groups, which had the goal of indoctrinating them. The point I'm trying to convey here is that for normal Western conservatives who believe in stuff like freedom, God, capitalism, or the Western tradition, the Nazis are our enemies on literally everything that we believe in. Hitler openly said that the classical liberal were the great ideological enemy to Nazi Germany, and that on an ideological basis they were closer to communists, in that National Socialism was the correct new form of socialism. I see so many people on the right sit for the Nazis, and I chuckle at how naive they are, given this was a society and state openly built to exclude them. I'm shocked almost no one on the right who's against Churchill talks about this, given reading a single book on World War II would teach it. I see so many rightists hand-wave the German conquest of Europe as unimportant. Churchill could have just made peace with the Nazis, who were reasonable players. The unpleasant reality, which people including Churchill knew at the time, was that allowing the Germans to take the European continent would be reconciling about half of the continents to probably the worst atrocity in human history. Even if Hitler never invaded Russia, there still would have been a lot of genocide in Poland, a rich, beautiful Catholic country going back a millennia. Furthermore, Poland was a strong British ally, which meant that they would be reconciling their honor-bound alliance to national extinction. Secondly, Hitler's entire plan was the genocide of Eastern Europe. This was literally the only thing that he really cared about. He purposely de-emphasized the Battle of Britain, Dunkirk, and the North Africa theater in order to put 80% of his forces into taking Russia. The reason Hitler pulled back from the bombing raids on Britain while he was about a week from winning air superiority was that he needed to move said air forces against the coming invasion of Russia. As a reminder, World War II in Europe was almost exclusively caused by Hitler. When you're looking at World War I, it's a significantly more complex war where it's difficult to disentangle the different variables, but World War II is more simple. You can see that the British and French bent over backwards to stop war with Germany through the appeasement that occurred at Munich after the seizure of Czechoslovakia. Hitler was pretty open about the desire to start a war with Poland, which he saw as one of the biggest parts of Lebensraum. And again, keep in mind, in the Nazi worldview, war is innately good. Hitler wanted a permanent war in the Urals against the future Slav remnant state that he would keep so that the Nazis would have to fight it for centuries in order to maintain their virility. Hitler chose to start World War II, and the British were very reluctant to fight, with the start of the war being seen as a tragedy in the Western countries. What effectively happened here is that Hitler needed to conquer Poland for Lebensraum, Britain and France were allies of Poland, and thus they stuck out their necks to help Poland, and that's what started the war. I frankly find it disgusting that the Nazi apologists don't actually follow the Nazi line of argument. You can't call a nation which openly glorifies expansionist war as the highest good a victim. You can't say genocide is bad when the Nazis didn't think that. When asked about justifying the Holocaust, he said no one talks about the Armenians anymore, showing that he thought there was nothing wrong with the earlier genocides which occurred in Turkey 20 years earlier, involving the mass murder and export of their Greek and Armenian minorities. I find it hilarious that the defenders of Nazism are actually saying that the liberal value system is innately superior by trying to prove that the Nazis fit into a liberal moral code by not committing genocide. If they were honest, they say that in the Nazi moral code, genocide is acceptable, but they won't do that since they're cowards. Daryl Cooper has said that Churchill is a monster for the atrocities he committed in World War II, which is absolutely insane, given numerically Britain killed almost no people. As a source from Matthew White, who's bipartisan and the most respected author on atrocity stats, is that in World War II, the total death toll was around 65 million, and 40 million of which occurred in Europe, 20 million occurred in Asia, and over 30 million occurred in the Eastern Front between the Nazis and the Soviets. The Western Front killed about 5 million total. The British only killed 1 or 2 million people at most, which makes Britain one of the most humane factions in the war by far. He also says Britain started civilian bombings, but let's keep in mind the Germans were doing mass bombings of civilian centers in Britain beforehand with the Battle of Britain. Keep in mind the Nazis themselves did not see atrocities as morally wrong while the British did, which just makes the argument silly. The Nazis killed something like over 20 million people total. Hitler always fantasized about making peace with the British, who he saw as ideologically dangerous but also fellow Aryan kin who were being misled by Jews in order to not realize their shared self-interest in attacking Russia. If Churchill had made peace with the Germans, it would have reconciled the Nazis to attack Eastern Europe. This was a war that the Germans nearly won as is, in which people were surprised at how well the Russians fought due to their recent loss to the Germans in World War I. My business manager is a huge World War II buff and has read every major book written on this topic in the last few decades. I've had him watch this video and add his extra analysis on top of my own reading. He agrees that no serious historian can disagree with any of this stuff. The Nazis were really, really evil, and they built genocide as the most foundational part of their worldview. The thing is that going back centuries, the British's dominant strategy was preventing the unification of the European continent, which you can either see with the Spanish, French, or Germans over the course of the modern period. Having a German empire stretching from the Atlantic to the Volga would be a nightmare for Britain, given they would be powerless against a unified Europe. As we've seen over history, Britain has done literally everything it can to stop a unified Europe, which is a wonderful transition for the next segment. Part 3, Churchill. I was completely dumbfounded when I heard people say that Churchill was the reason the British Empire fell, since it's such an insane opposite of the truth. I just find it unbelievable. For a frame of reference in the social context he existed in, Churchill was seen as so imperialistic, reactionary, and aggressive that he was practically an exile from British politics for decades as the nation became socialist. If there's literally anyone in British politics of that era who could blame for the fall of the empire, it's not Churchill. For example, let's look at the Socialist Labour Party. One of the major issues Britain hit with the loss of the empire was that before World War I, only a tiny minority of Britain's population could vote. The upper classes were the main proponents of the empire, and so when only 3% of Britons could vote, the empire made sense operating out of their self-interest. However, in order to get warm bodies into the trenches, the British had to shift over to universal suffrage, including women, due to World War I. The average lower class Briton mostly cared about improving working conditions, which is fair to a certain degree, given the average Briton lived in completely degrading poverty. Over the course of the World Wars, Britain became a socialist country. The Conservative Party was for the empire, and the Socialists were against it. Due to this process, Britain became the most socialist country in Western Europe, with a 95% tax rate, state takeover of most of the important industries, the banning of gun ownership, the increase of the bureaucracy by a factor of 100, the death of the empire, the end of the aristocracy, amongst other things. If we're blaming anyone for the death of the empire, why not blame the people who openly called for the death of the empire, or the socialists? This also doesn't talk about a variety of other factors, first of which is that the death of the empire occurred more than a decade after the end of World War II. Also, that every major West European country gave up their colonial empires, not just Britain, due to how crippled and impoverished they were due to the war. If not a single European colonial empire survived, this feels like a historic current that a single man couldn't stop, since de Gaulle in France clearly couldn't, even though he tried really hard. Same thing with Franco, the Portuguese, or apartheid South Africa, who all tried to maintain their empires by tooth and claw but failed. You could blame the US, which offered Britain and France loans in order to keep fighting the war, while heavily implying that the Europeans should give up their empires as a way to pay for it. Churchill was even seen as too radical inside the Conservative Party. Keep in mind Chamberlain, the previous Conservative PM of Britain, bent his back over to appease Germany before ultimately failing. He was widely loved for it at the time and was considered one of the greatest men of his time for appeasing Germany before the war started. Churchill was seen as the far right of British politics, a figure who himself said he was born in the wrong century. Churchill was used by the British people to win the war, in that he was only placed in power after the British were terrified of German conquest in 1940, and then he was immediately taken out of power the second the war ended, and was replaced with a socialist who gave India the crown jewel of the empire, containing 80% of its population independence. The British saw Churchill as an insane crusader radical who they used for wars, and then otherwise saw him as too reactionary and stuck out of that era for modern governance. Churchill was not responsible for the general direction and decline of the British Empire. In fact, he was a lone madman screaming against it. I see a lot of the current discourse on Churchill completely ignores who he was as a person, using him as a political symbol rather than as the human being he was. This is one of the things I find inexcusable, where I think it's completely normal and healthy to have critical discussion about historic figures. And the thing I'm noticing here is that it's not actually a historical discussion. It's more so ideological game of Go, of trying to pick certain symbols to attack in order to use them for an ideological gain. And the way you notice that is by looking to see when will people use language in a way where they're not trying to understand who that person was and why they made decisions. It's a critical lack of empathy. And you say this purely independently of politics, but Churchill was a truly great man. On a scale of pure achievement, probably one of the greatest men of that century. As a story from my personal life, I was suicidal when I was 15 and I'm now 23. I was not in a good psychological place. This moment changed my life when I stood in my dad's kitchen past midnight because I couldn't sleep, holding up a giant knife against my arm. Then I thought, wait, if I have a knife, why am I using it myself? That day I realized that no matter how bad my life became, if I lived a life of honor, it would all be worth it. There were 3 books that at that critical juncture of my life made me turn things around. One was George Orwell's 1984, the second was Marcus Aurelius's Meditations, and the third was Churchill's autobiography, which he wrote when he was 24, which is my age. And the thing that I found so inspirational about Churchill as a teenager was that by such a young age, he went from a teenager who didn't do well in school and wasn't popular, and then as a young man, he became such an incredible hero. He fought in the last major cavalry charge in British history at Omdurman in the Sudan. He fought in Afghanistan, Cuba, and escaped the concentration camp by himself in the Boer War in South Africa. He wrote the autobiography right when he was running for Member of Parliament at such a young age. The thing that I found so inspirational about Churchill when I read about him as a teenager is that he was able to attain greatness in multiple different fields, being a modern Renaissance man. I realized at that age, if I could study how he attained greatness, I could reverse engineer it myself and use it for my own life. This inspired me to live the crazy life that I've had, including dropping out of college at age 18 to live as a digital nomad in 6 countries, hiking 600 miles in the Appalachian Trail alone, going on my various spiritual journeys, turning this channel into a successful business that makes 6 figures a year, how I ran a group for influencers in Los Angeles, became involved in conservative politics, and you should watch for the new projects I'll be dropping soon in the next few months, and also to study these topics and try to be intellectual. I apologize for the shameless bragging, but I am the narrator, so I will take certain liberties for self-promotion. But back to the story. Besides being a heroic figure at a young age, Churchill became one of the youngest sea lords or leaders of the British Navy, in which the failed Gallipoli campaign was his brainchild. He also helped pioneer tank warfare, which broke through the deadlock of trench warfare that made World War I such a horrifying event that killed millions. He was a best-selling author, including writing legitimate histories, of which the 4-volume History of the English-speaking peoples, which I've read, is incredible, alongside his 7-volume History of World War II. He was also an accomplished artist in several fields, whether painting or bricklaying. If this discourse was honest, there would at least be some discussion of who Churchill was as a man, since only by understanding his character could you look at why and how he made decisions. Even if you dislike him for political reasons, Churchill had so many admirable traits as a person, being one of the very last Renaissance men and adventurers in an age that prized mediocrity, conformity, and standardization. However, since none of this is really about Churchill, we don't talk about Churchill. Thus, to summarize picking Churchill as a figure who killed the British Empire is beyond insane, since he was the figure out of anyone in that time period who fought the most for it. A great irony is that before Churchill became seen as a rightist villain, he was vociferously hated by the left for being too imperialistic. They talked about his quotes where he was against women's suffrage, alternately his handling of the Bengal famine which killed millions, his imperial wars, or how he said Islam would be the most dangerous opponent of the West in the 21st century. Winston Churchill completely loathed the communists, and thus
My second account logged in first, so it's looking at pet sold for 3K. It's looking at my second account before looking at my first, so I can't queue for LFR right now.
treating him as someone sympathetic to the left is insane. The British government before the German seizure of France literally were about to attack Russia due to their alliance with Germany at the time and Russia's attack on Finland. Look this up. It would have been an absolutely terrible decision, but lots of authors like Little Hart or Carol Quigley have written extensively about it. I was just rereading Matthew White's book on atrocities as I was producing this video, and he makes a very interesting point where he said that for the isolationists who think the British and the French should have kept out of Germany's attack on Poland is that due for ideological and strategic reasons, both the Nazis and the Soviets were the natural enemies of the Western democratic countries. And so the choice wasn't fighting none of them, it was really fighting one or both, where we nearly had a timeline where the Soviets and the Nazis worked together against the British and the French, which the Nazis would inevitably double-cross the Soviets as they did, and they had no idea how things were going to work out. So when you're looking at Churchill's perspective, it's easier to start a war or to continue a war where it's just fighting against Germany than one where the situation gets worse. Hitler actively put himself out of his own way to be as dangerous for the global order as possible. Stalin killed more people, but Hitler made it his policy to destroy the current European social order and to wreak as much chaos as possible, which made him the natural enemy of everyone else in Europe. I also want to emphasize this point because I think a lot of people forget it, that Churchill did not start World War II, and in fact he was not even in power at the start of World War II, being in political isolation and exile, while Neville Chamberlain was the British Prime Minister who declared war on Germany. So what happened is that the British got involved in a war, which the Germans started by invading Poland, and then when they were worried they were going to lose, they subbed Churchill, the old war hero, into power. When asked about working with the Soviets after Hitler double-crossed his Soviet allies, Churchill openly said in Parliament, if Hitler were to invade hell, I would put in a good word for the devil. Churchill openly hated the communists more than the Nazis, but because he was Churchill openly said in Parliament, if Hitler were to invade hell, I would put in a good word for
If Hitler invaded hell, I would at least put it in a favorable reference of the devil in the House of Commerce.
the devil. Churchill openly hated the communists more than the Nazis, but because he was an old school conservative, he saw the Nazis as innately godless, tyrannical, statist, and evil. Churchill was the madman who was against the Nazis, while the whole rest of the British nation begged for appeasement to work. Hell, the earlier British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain literally received the Nobel Peace Prize for appeasing Germany and was wildly popular at the time. Churchill, alongside Patton, were trying to get the Western Allies to attack the Soviet Union after the end of the war, scheduled for July 1st, 1945, since he saw the Soviets as such a great threat. Churchill, unlike FDR, tried to actively push against the Soviet conquest of Eastern Europe after the war. He attempted to block the Soviets from taking Hungary, the Balkans, and Czechia, while sending large amounts of aid to help the Free Polish uprising against the communists and Nazis. Saying Churchill wasn't based enough is a about as ridiculous as you can get. Part 4, honor. One of the worst things in our culture is the criticism of the greatest men for not doing enough, alongside criticizing people for fields of operating in which we know nothing, both of which are incredibly immature things to do. For the first, you're taking the best people in history and saying what they did is not enough. And if that's the case, what's even your frame if the best isn't enough? And secondly, I don't criticize pilots because I don't know how to fly a plane. I don't criticize investors because I don't really know how to invest. When someone's operating in a field where I know nothing, I shut up and I try to show them some respect. Before I want to get started, I want to say this isn't about the historic event itself. I don't really care if you want to do counterfactuals about World War II to shadowbox the best decisions. I started this channel out for the first 7 years as alternate history, for example, where I think I made a literal exact alternate history where Churchill makes peace with the Nazis. That's just part of military history, and open debate makes all of us stronger. History nerds forever have loved to debate about what was the correct decision or not, and who was the best commander of a war. That's the point. I stand for open and honest debate of history, not propagandistic cherry-picking of a historical narrative to prove an ideological point. You can tell the difference from the level of rationalizing and the degree of emotional investment in the argument. It's historical narrative to prove an ideological point. Of a war. That's the point. I stand for open and honest debate of history, not propagandistic cherry-picking of a historical narrative to prove an ideological point. You can tell the difference from the level of rationalizing and the degree of emotional investment in the argument. It's the intentions that matter here, not the thing itself. For example, when historians argue about atrocities in some long-gone ancient war as an academic exercise, it's very different from people needing the numbers for the Holocaust and Holodomor to be as low as possible. In the companies I've run, I've had a policy that if someone does good work, I force everyone else to clap and thank them, and then we publicly tell everyone how much I appreciate them. This is since it's very easy to sit on your ass and do nothing, and very hard to attain greatness. The culture of cynicism and criticism is so lame. What have these people done to warrant the criticism of a man vastly greater than them? Even if you criticize him on his choices in the war, Churchill was a vastly superior man by every conceivable metric than almost anyone who criticizes him. Of course they don't like him since he's better than them. Lower forms always envy higher forms, which is why America or Rome attracted so much envy. The words of lower forms mean nothing but squawking since they do not understand the weight of responsibility, horror, duty, and history. I know Churchill is vastly superior to me, and so I give him a certain degree of respect for not understanding the things he lived through. In the same way that
I wonder how this would go. So currently, of course, I have to have it so my war bank is talking to my main account, right, instead of my second one.
Mm-hmm.
But I wonder if I log out.
You're moving too far from your mic, it sounds like.
Oh, if I what is it? If I log out and then log back in on my second account before logging in on my main account, if I can still be queued or not.
It's worth giving it a shot. Always worth it to test the theories.
Yep, looks like I still can be.
peoples in the Amazon can't be expected to understand modern society, or you shouldn't expect radical Islamists to understand.
Have it just swing back and forth.
Yeah.
The Western liberal tradition, were children to understand the responsibilities of an adult. None of us can understand the pressure Churchill was under in this situation. The weight of responsibility is something where those who don't have it cannot really understand it. I'm inferior to Churchill as a man, but as a CEO with employees and a platform, I know an inch of how hard what he did was. I constantly make mistakes and screw up. That's since the act of leading is intensely difficult. I challenge any of you to do a better job. When you're looking at a war, you have to realize there's a million different pressures, and the people at the time don't know what's going to happen. Please have some empathy with not knowing how difficult this era of history was. People are terrified today since scary things are happening. None of us know the future. People at the time had no idea what was happening in World War II. When you look at the lives of great men, they all make mistakes. We all do. I think creating a culture where we tear down the great by selectively looking at their mistakes is frankly morally disgusting and motivated almost entirely by envy. This is how the left acts, and it's a tactic they explicitly invented to tear down Western culture. Now the right's doing it. Judge the greatest men by their accomplishments, not their failures, since almost everyone fails and very few become great. It's one of those things where it's not why poor countries exist, it's why rich ones do. That's the question. Because poverty is the natural state and only a handful make above it. No other era of history would see this type of criticism as acceptable. Our ancestors see us with contempt and disgust. They see us as weak men who tolerate the collapse of our society, the dehumanization of white men in their own countries, obvious lies like trans, civilizational suicide, and the most cut society ever. No one else in history is impressed. They think this is a pathetic attempt to project our own insecurities onto men ostensibly superior to us in any conceivable way. We couldn't stand a second fight in the world wars today. Your grandfather is better than you. What's going on here is that people need a single ideological narrative that Churchill is bad for their narrative. Thus they're cherry-picking a single line of history in which they'll become children if you disagree. I know this since whenever I've pushed back I get an insane emotional response. If this was legitimate, I'd see paragraphs looking at the context of British command at that time, but I don't. The thing is that history happens for complex reasons and no one's really in control. History kind of just happens, often from complex and difficult to entangle culture, economic, and demographic reasons. No one is actually trying to understand why the British Empire fell here. This is a backtracking of our current anti-Nazi policies, decades to find a villain that can justify our current narrative. This is, as I will explain later, an attempt to escape the fact that we ultimately are responsible for our own society's collapse, not people who lived a century ago. These tactics all started with the left, who has a very immature notion that progress just happens and you should support progress whenever it does. So they draw this straight line. Well, in reality, history is insanely chaotic and difficult, and it's impossible to predict the next step because there's hundreds to thousands of factions constantly fighting each other. Drawing their straight causation lines to say that blank event like the Protestant Reformation caused modern wokeness is a super immature thing the left does since they believe in linear progress. History is actively carved out every day by millions of people. Keep in mind, every major country of this era was by today's standards racist, patriarchal, or homophobic, including the Soviet Union. The only thing even approximating wokeness showed up in the mid-20th century and was carried out by leftist academics who were trying to launch a cultural revolution. So why are we blaming Churchill for this rather than the weakness of the current regime which let the woke win? The logical answer is that due to complex reasons, the Western elites were unusually weak, which allowed their infiltration by Marxists. I'm just using Occam's razor here and we don't need to overcomplicate this. We have records of Marxists saying they wanted to do it. It's unclear that if the Nazis won World War II, for example, then America wouldn't be even more left-wing as a way to counteract them. There's no reason to put the causation in this place except emotion. I grew up in an honor culture since I grew up in rural Pennsylvania and my ancestors were from Ireland, Scotland, and Northern England. My father would tell me growing up that the only thing that matters in life is honor. He didn't care what career I got as long as I lived with honor. He said, Rudyard, there are certain hills you have to die on to be a man, and when all's said and done, did you stand where you needed to? I'm explaining this since an enormous cultural difference between our society and the one Churchill or the Nazis lived in was the rapid collapse in honor culture. You need to see this whole war through the prism of honor. In an honor culture, an insult must be fought back. You could see the start of World War I as a sort of clan honor dispute like Niall's Saga or the Hatfields and the McCoys. People treat honor as silly, but honor is in a lot of cases the same thing as masculinity. Nations which lack honor get conquered by those who have it. If you lack the will to fight over what belongs to you, you will lose it. Mocking honor is the pathetic conceit of a dying conquered society, so up its own acts in cynicism as to be committing suicide. Europe's leadership class in this time period was deeply steeped in honor, although the Nazi version was deeply abusive and evil. For the Nazis, honor meant winning, not having any real principles. The Nazis declared war on the world since the humiliation of World War I was too great. Churchill, as part of a proud aristocratic tradition, saw honor, much like my father, as the most important thing in life. Fun fact, Churchill was a direct descendant of the Duke of Marlborough, who won the War of Spanish Succession at the start of the 18th century, single-handedly saving Europe from French conquest at the Battle of Blenheim. When Germany invaded Poland, the British and French were bound by treaty to protect Poland. What happened after is that the Germans conquered the French and the British decided to keep fighting. This is the point Churchill critics dislike, that they just want him to give up. And I find this laughable, because I thought they were men. Churchill was a visionary in that he knew the British could win, and he actually did. As men, if you can win a war, you should. And with any reasonable assessment of success/fail, Churchill ended up winning. It's completely dishonorable and unmasculine just to give up. Did your dad not tell you this or something? There's something profoundly beautiful and tragic in Europe's world wars. In that tragedy was a genre invented by the Greeks, which they used for plays and writing, where the purpose of a tragedy is to show the rise and fall of a great man. And what always happens in tragedy, and Aristotle made quite advanced philosophic points based off this, is that the very same traits that let you rise to greatness are those that push you to your downfall. In that, the hero tries to push for greatness one too many times, he hits hubris, and then it all falls down. For the Europeans, their drive to honor and technology and excellence, which created the European world we now live in and brought about modernity, was also the thing that brought about Europe's downfall. In that the Europeans were so vigorous and technologically advanced that the one people who could destroy Europe were the Europeans. And you can view European history starting in 1914 as this tragic downfall of this glorious civilization that effectively committed suicide. And once you start seeing the lights go out across Europe, they didn't click back on for a very long time, and I would argue that they still haven't today. You need to emotionally process this loss, because only through doing so can you attain objectivity about it and figure out how Europe can save itself again. The world wars are over. We now have to figure out how Europe can survive and regain its glory today in a different context. The idea that we can act as if these historic figures could completely understand the entire future of the war and its outcome is just ridiculous. This is how incredibly immature and weak people view the world, since they don't understand the weight of titanic responsibility this entails. When the war started in Poland, the idea that this war would end with the Americans and Russians dividing up the European continent with the atom bomb and fighting in North Africa is ridiculous. Furthermore, the idea that we can backtrack responsibility for modern wokeness, which is really what people are talking about decades to completely unrelated events, is just insane. It's as if someone wanted to blame the American Revolution on the 30 Years' War or blame the moon landing on World War I. Keep in mind that if Churchill does make peace with the Germans, he's taking responsibility indirectly for the genocide of Eastern Europe and the creation of one of the worst slave states ever in human history. He's taking responsibility for the creation of a continental-sized power on the shores of Britain, which hates Britain. Please have empathy that at the time, he made a decision you may disagree with to achieve those goals and hoped he could keep the entire empire down the road. Britain, if it wanted to, could have kept the empire, but the British people, not Churchill, decided they didn't want to. My question is, do you want others to judge you like this? Do you think that's fair at all? Frankly, it just comes across as very abusive and judgmental. This idea that you have to read minds and predict the future to attain some impossible goal is very immature. Asking a historic figure to project decades into the future in the middle of a life-threatening national catastrophe just doesn't make sense, as well as the inability to take responsibility for the present and the need to project blame onto someone else who is better, probably out of envy. I thought you were men. Again, I repeat, I'm not against shadowboxing World War II to see different historic scenarios. If you're in that category, none of this applies to you. I am against using this to trash the reputations of historic figures for ideological goals in which people become incredibly emotionally worked up. I know most of my friends are against me on this topic. I hope that you're not taking historic disagreement this seriously. The thing I'm asking for here is rationality and respect, not really a historical outcome. If you respond to my calls for maturity and reason by being even more immature, you don't get the point. I hope you can still respect me as a thinker or a man, much as I would like you to respect Churchill even if you disagree. I had a conversation with a friend where he was trying to get me to watch Nazi apologist historic content. I gave him a hard no. He was shocked and kind of angry, saying that I wasn't being reasonable. The conversation, long story short, involved me saying that not all of life is reasonable. Our society likes to pretend every player in a game is rational and good faith, which is insanely naive, given in fact almost no players are. Only a few modern Western countries even attempted to attain good faith objectivity, and they still failed. You need to treat people as they are. I told him that if I worked with the Nazis, it would be a complete rejection of my being. As a person of Britannic ancestry, the Nazis are a complete rejection of my people's ancestral folkways of freedom, individualism, honor, and rule of law. The Nazis were against my religion, Christianity, viewing it with contempt. The Nazis openly saw my politics as a classical liberal with contempt. The Nazis also don't believe in the truth or compromise, so any concessions I give will be seen as weakness. If the Nazis won, they put me in a camp as a dissenter, so why should I work with them? Not everything is discussion. There are times for hard no's. There are people where if you compromise with them, you'll lose your identity. This is just obvious, and I don't know why others don't get it. I refuse to be a Nazi since they just take up without offering anything. Weakness is not a positive. As my father would say growing up, if you have nothing to die for, you'll have nothing to live for. I try my best to have empathy with Hitler, to try to understand why he made decisions and what his logical process is. In that empathy is the understanding of someone else's mind, whether or not you agree. However, Hitler was not a good faith player, and so although you can have empathy with him, you have to tell him no, and you have to push back, because that's how you treat bad faith players. The sheer scale of pro-Nazi arguments on the right made me realize something horrifying. The right has no identity. I've literally tested this by posting Bible quotes on Twitter without crediting the Bible, and people who claim to be Christians call me a cuck. The Nazis are a complete rejection of Western values and who we are as a people. Pushing for the Nazis as an American is silly, since Nazism is very particular to a German context. It makes no sense here. People on the right apparently don't really believe in God, freedom, truth, Anglo-Saxon values, values, or anything like that. They are consumed with hatred of the left and their own nihilism. Thus they support those who will destroy every God, freedom, truth, and silly, since Nazism is very call me a cunt. The Nazis are a complete rejection of Western values and who we are as a people. Pushing for the Nazis as an American is silly, since Nazism is very particular to a German context. It makes no sense here. People on the right apparently don't really believe in God, freedom, truth, Anglo-Saxon values, or anything like that. They are consumed with hatred of the left and their own nihilism. Thus they support those who will destroy everything they love, as long as the left still hates them. Part 5. You're being manipulated. I've stopped using Twitter for the last 4 months, and I don't intend to start using it again soon. That's since something palpably evil is happening online now. I try to avoid the internet at all costs now, since I can see people going crazy and losing their souls. I know I'm not special, and so like a real illness, I try to close off contact to the pathogen so as to protect myself. The things I see every day are a complete rejection of my values, what I was raised with, and my people's traditionally, which is scary. Let me spell this out. Values exist for a reason. People don't realize that today, since most people are stuck in permanent adolescence. They never feel real suffering or consequence. They have no idea how our ancestors, including many great men like Churchill, made a society so wealthy and stable that their descendants could degenerate to the point of complete childishness. The reason we have values is that without them, very, very bad things happen. They don't exist for no reason, and your actions have consequences. Most people see LARPing for some insane political position online as fun, since it gives them dopamine hits and a sense of community. The right today is almost entirely based off mocking the left. There's no internal values. The problem is that our civilization is committing suicide, since no one is actually willing to be responsible. Leftist childish LARPing is killing us, and I refuse to see the right succumb to it. Being a Nazi isn't cool. It's legitimately an evil political position, which, if it gains popularity, will cause unimaginable horrors once again. The thing I can't forgive is that this was all done by people who are propagandized to not be Nazis, and they're not even consistent with the Nazi code. We all know being a Nazi is morally wrong, since the society is obsessed with it. In order to spite the society, people pretend to be Nazis, even though it's still a terrible political position. You know you could pick literally any other faction of rightism, and being Nazis is literally exactly what the left wants us to be. In no logic does this make sense. Cool it with the Nazi bit, guys. Furthermore, if you are a Nazi, just commit to the bit. The Nazis would not respect you since they were completely unironic. You're still trying to justify Nazism within the liberal framework, since you know it's morally wrong deep in your soul. This is just stupid, evil, and immature by any metric. The blunt reason people care about Churchill and almost all of the political issues today is because their lives are garbage. The average American is poor, lonely, depressed, sexless, angry, and hopeless. It's funny how Churchill went from being a rightist hero 2 years ago to a rightist enemy today, right when people's lives got worse. However, rather than having an honest, mature discussion about this society, people look for scapegoats instead. This is silly. Can't we actually talk about the issues in society today, rather than blaming external events? You need to admit powerlessness, that your life sucks, and blame the current regime, whose fault it really is. Why are we blaming people 80 years ago and not those today? I've lived a very strange and difficult life. I've nearly died several times for various strange, implausible plot reasons. I can tell you with complete certainty that bad things can happen when you make decisions. Once you experience enough suffering, you realize that you have to take life seriously and not be stupid. This is why I take my civilization survival seriously. At the same time, the perspective of nearly dying so many times teaches you that most people care too much about social approval. People's entire identity is social media approval. People are becoming more stupid since they take silly things seriously, and they take serious things unseriously. I know this video is going to piss off a lot of people on the right, but also I don't really care. At this point, I'm just grateful to God I'm still here and see it as my duty to tell you the truth. And I see it as a moral duty to keep the right accountable. I'm trying to do this out of love. One of the things I see on social media is a certain degree of how the sausage gets made, or how media outlets communicate with people. I'm going to probably hurt your feelings here, but I hope you can understand why I'm doing this. A lot of you are being really manipulated and you don't realize it. It's horrible to watch as a person who helps make the collective rightist discourse, but for so many people, their entire identities are things other people made up as some kind of psyop. This is super obvious on the left, in which the DNC completely controls the minds and souls of their followers, which is something most rightists can agree with. Remember how within a day of switching from Biden to Kamala, influencer girls were making brat dances about how amazing Kamala is. Remember how the left flipped their opinions on Comey, between loving and hating him 4 times. In the mid-20th century, Marxist academics literally set up media strategy campaigns in which they would target women, blacks, homosexuals, and other groups while de-emphasizing the working classes, since they thought it would get them more power more easily. The left established a system of psychological manipulation in which they would use symbolic stories and gradual control of the institutions to take over society. Read authors like Saul Alinsky, Gramsci, or Yuri Bezmenov, and they say all this stuff in public. Meanwhile, it still worked. The reality is the differences inside the right are as great as those between the right and the left, which I talk about in this video. Monarchists, classical liberals, religious fundamentalists, and fascists have practically nothing in common except fighting against the left. The American right until very recently had almost no fascist influence, and in fact purposely kept 500 miles away from fascism. What the left did was to brand all conservatives as fascist, since it was an easy PR move. What happened is that the right grew so resentful that extremists decided to be Nazis despite the left. There were practically no Nazis even 4 years ago, and now Nazi apologia is mainstream. Do you see how this is so unself-aware? The Nazi label is literally a leftist straw man made to make the right look bad, and rightists chose to enter into it since they don't know enough of the different, better types of rightists. The right is still stuck in the left's frame, and as long as that's the case, the left will win, since they design their frames where they win by definition. Watch my video on Shatter the Glass if you're interested in how to completely destroy the left's frame. I briefly want to throw this in because when I say that there are legitimate Nazis on the right, I frequently worry that that's going to be used by the left to feed their narrative that Trump and Elon and the current Republican regime are Nazis, which is completely untrue. In no universe are they Nazis or could be construed as Nazis. I don't even want to honor the argument, but there is a demographic of people online and young men who could be radicalized, have been radicalized, who are basically Nazis, and I worry this faction is going to grow. A lot of you folks are being manipulated by the left into being Nazis and you can't realize it. American rightism has its own tradition, completely independent from the Nazis, so we have no reason to do this. I mean, if you want to be racist or sexist, you can still do that as a classical liberal. Hell, I'd take monarchism first. Secondly, the Churchill discourse only really makes sense from a fascist prism. We went through, there's basically no narrative where Churchill is responsible for the fall of the British Empire. The narrative here literally is that Churchill is bad since he didn't give up to the Nazis. That's so obviously Nazi propaganda. Imagine if we said George Washington was bad for not giving up to the British, or we should have given up to the Soviets. This is the exact same thing communists do, where they try to convince nations to give up to the commies. The people who do so are called useful idiots by the communists. When someone tells you you need to give up and lose a war for your own best interests, they're manipulating you. That should be obvious. We have a nasty tendency towards naivete and gullibility today, which is killing us. We don't take genocidal radical Islamists seriously, and we let suicidal communists gain complete dominance of the institutions without raising a finger since we're gullible and silly. I don't know why this is so hard to see. The Nazis are completely open about what they believe. I feel like I'm explaining to a female friend why the bad boy is so obviously terrible, but she's excited by how dangerous he is. Isn't it strange that so many people change their minds on Churchill overnight without reading a single book on the topic? Well, I can promise almost all of these people loved him a few years ago. People are being turned into sheep by an algorithm and don't realize it. Remember how the Trump administration invented the COVID vaccine at the time while the left was against it. Then it flipped when Biden took power with the exact same vaccine. Remember when the lab leak was a conspiracy theory and now it's the standard narrative. A few years ago, the exact same leftists who were vehemently against the Holocaust now were shouting from the river to the sea. When Trump turned the right's position towards isolationism, the left immediately became incredibly warlike and interventionists, while they hated those things before. Hassan Piker goes from saying the military-industrial complex is bad to shilling for the Ukraine war overnight. Let's not pretend we're better than children as a society. We have an issue here. We don't believe in anything. We were always at war with East Asia. I notice these traits because I see them happening to myself and I want to stop it. Why do people care so much about random shit they saw online? I care about Churchill for partly strategic reasons. I've read thousands of pages on this topic, and he's my adolescent hero. For most of you, that's not true. You just read something on Twitter about it. It's because you don't have God, your home region to take pride in, honor, family, and other stabilizers. Of course, I don't know you as an individual. I'm speaking to an indeterminate person who does not exist. Don't let your identity be clout-seeking internet shit. What I see happening here is the Nazi right is trying to invalidate a hero from the liberal right, of which I am a member. What happened was this became a useful way of virtue signal inside the right, including lots of people who don't know the context of the historic event, but just see it as based. I'm not going to blame all of them. Again, I don't think this is a big issue either. Churchill was a long-standing hero for decades by a faction of the right. They want to cow people.
Yeah.
Soundless is up.
Nice.
You want to help me out with it? It's a little difficult. I've yet to really set the groundwork for myself to invite myself on my second account. So I still need you to help me out.
Yeah, give me a sec.
No, not this time. Shit. Do it on a horde tune. Get your monk.
Fine.
Make sure you're on war mode.
Fine, jeez.
Look, if you don't want this mount. And it's a good test to see how many of my tunes can actually tag it. The only thing I'm worried about though is if I invite you to my shard, I don't know if it even is a shard, but will you
It should.
keep you here?
Leave me in it when you log?
Yeah.
Yes, it should. As long as I'm in combat with something. Alright, so Zultazar.
Can your monk even get here?
I believe so. I just gotta remember exactly where. Oh yeah, the portals are in the Great Seal, right?
Yeah, you gotta fly all the way up. That's Alliance, that's Horde. And I'm assuming you don't have the rifle, but you can taunt it and it will still count as a tag. I'll probably do this, try to get through a good amount of tunes. Hopefully no one kills it.
Alright, I'm here and flying over.
So I'm gonna give you lead.
Oh. I thought you were doing Horde.
I am. But I don't
That's an alliance.
I don't want to log. If I logged out of this
Oh.
tune and went into a Horde tune, I don't know if it'd be the same shards.
Give me a sec. Paralysis. I'm looking for my taunt. I don't really know.
Provoke. It'd be like a.
Yeah, there it is. It's on a different bar.
Okay, so if I leave group. Okay, you do stay here. Good. If you can invite. Actually, no, I'll do it. Actually, if I invite you, it probably will take you away. So. Let me just get on my other account, on my other character. Characters in Dornigal. If I have a horde one there, I do.
Somebody else just came. Zanki. Horde. Hurry up.
They're killing it?
And he killed it.
Oh, dang. I was hoping no one would be there.
Death Knight. Can't hurry any faster. I need to turn off my
I know. I tried to tell him he stopped, but then I don't know. He broke out, and then I don't.
Oh, did you get your mount?
No.
All right, let's do your dungeon, your last one, because I left my queue to do this, and the queue's getting really long late at night.
Like me, but I refuse. I refuse to work with.
Hello.
Hey, is this Scott?
Yes, it is. Who's this?
Scott, how are you, man? This is Jubal from Brook and Jubal in the Morning, the radio show.
Hi.
Hi.
I don't know why, but I'm addicted to Slim Jims.
Why is that?
I have no idea. Just the taste, I guess. It's weird.
Bad. How are you?
Okay. Can I help you?
Well, I don't even think you can help me. That's a loaded question when it comes to me, but there is somebody who you might be able to help out. We actually got an email about you from one of our listeners.
What?
Yeah, we do a segment on our show called the Second Date Update. It's where if you go out on a date with somebody and then end up not calling them back after, they can email us to get you on the phone and find out what happened. And we got an email from a woman named Krista, and you should remember going out with her because you guys play Truth or Dare, and unless you're playing Truth or Dare all over the place all the time, then I'm assuming you probably remember her.
Yeah, no, that was the first and last time I played Truth or Dare.
Oh my god, you regret it. You do regret playing that game on a first date.
I mean, like, look, Krista seems like a really nice person. I sort of messed things up initially because I suggested a movie, and I don't know, I wasn't thinking. I didn't buy tickets ahead of time.
Yeah, she told us all that. And then she told us about how you guys were hanging out and playing Truth or Dare. So she thinks that maybe you might have been embarrassed because she revealed that she had cheated on a partner in the past. That's what she really thinks.
No. That was not the issue. Like, I kind of actually appreciate it.
You do any
like,
11
being
you
upfront.
may need.
Yeah, we'll do an 11.
About it, and she said that it happened like 10 years ago or something. So I don't I'm not judging her for that.
She felt like your whole mood changed when she revealed that she had cheated on someone.
No, my whole mood changed like 5 minutes later when her mom walked in, and I was like, What is going on?
Wait, hold up. Did she live with her mom and she didn't tell you or something?
Yeah, like, what's going on? Sort of reaction.
If I was hanging out at some chick's house playing Truth or Dare and then her mom walked in, I might be like, whoa, this is about to get really interesting. Or it would be weird for me, you know? I don't know.
What kind of dares are you coming up with, lady?
Yeah, and honestly, like, it just kept getting weirder where, like, suddenly her mom's playing Truth or Dare.
No! Wait, hold up. She didn't tell us any of this. So her mom started playing Truth or Dare with you guys in your first date.
Yeah, we're, like, sitting cross-legged in a circle on the rug, and, like, suddenly it's like, how old am I? What's happening? And she seems to have no, like, lights on. It just seems as if all of this is totally
Wait, was her mom cool? Was she cool? I mean, like, after you got over the initial shock, was she a cool person to hang out with?
No, like, it's not, I'm not saying that. I'm not trying to hang out with someone's mom. Like, I mean, she seemed like a perfectly fine person if I met her in 5 months or something. You know what I mean?
But maybe it just doesn't cross her mind because they, like, live together, so it's so normal for her.
If you were on a date with a dude and that's what happened, wouldn't you be like, okay, time for me to truth my way out of here?
Yeah, you're right. I wouldn't stick around for that.
Yeah,
It must be-
exactly. And so it gets crazier because so she's playing, and then suddenly the dare for me is that I have to give them my phone for 2 minutes of uninterrupted time.
No.
So her and her mom are checking out what's on your phone?
Which, like, honestly, to be completely honest, like, I don't really have anything on there that I'm, like, that concerned with. Like, I'm not taking pictures of things I shouldn't be taking pictures of.
Hey, that is your body. You can take pictures of it if you want.
Hey, I'm with Jubal on that one. So wait, did you give them your phone?
Yes, we were already in it. I was just, like, I sort of felt like, I mean, honestly, this was, like, peer pressure. I felt like I was in, like, I don't know, middle school again or something. It was crazy.
What did they do for 2 minutes with your phone?
I don't know. I mean, really, they, like, looked through things, were mostly bored, except I'm getting texts from some number that I don't have being like, let's hang out. And it's like, oh, it's Debbie, Krista's mom.
Wait, her mom is texting you to hang out?
Yeah.
What is going
Wait.
on?
I assume that she must have either like, I don't know if she like memorized my number when they had my phone or what, but I'm like really actually very creeped out by all of this.
And you have no interest in going out with her mom, huh?
No, I mean nothing
Weird.
against her mom. It's just like this isn't how I like meet people.
Okay. You're an interesting guy, Scott.
And the mom is like hitting on you. You don't think that she just doesn't understand how friends work?
No, like she kept saying that I had nice arms or something, which was like okay.
She's hitting on
Yeah, she's definitely hitting on you. Oh, man. Hey, Scott.
Yeah.
I forgot to mention that Krista is on the phone and wants to talk to you.
What?
Yeah. Krista, you still there? Where's your mom there? Either one.
No, just me. I'm here.
How do you leave out that information?
It didn't seem like pertinent information to me. She was there for 5 minutes and then he left. Also, I don't believe my mom would be texting you. But even if it was, it's not that crazy. She's a mama bear. She's protective.
Wait, whoa.
I mean,
Okay, hold on. I mean, guys, do you see why this is problematic for me?
I still don't get it, but...
Oh, you don't
I mean,
get it, Jubal, yeah.
I mean...
I feel like you just don't have a good relationship with your parents. I mean, if you... She's
No. Look, I'm not saying that I'm perfect. I'm not saying my relationship with my parents is perfect. I'm just saying that I was definitely freaked out by the whole, like, playing truth or dare, and then, like, getting the text put me over the edge. Like, I think you really need to have a conversation with your mom. And I'm just not trying to get in between any of this.
You're not trying to get in between her and her mom?
Not.
Yeah,
Dude, not making this any easier. Okay? I'm just saying, like, honestly, Mama Bear aside, like, that's not cool.
Okay, you said something about her commenting on your arms. What was that about? What did she say?
She just kept saying, like, oh, you have nice arms. Do you work out?
Well, I mean, God, I guess that is a little weird.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like somebody who's protective.
How are you not freaking out about this? If my mom did this to me, I would be irate and embarrassed and all of the things.
I don't know. She's a fun lady. I mean, that's when she came home at, like, you know, she's walking in at 11:30 to our house that we share. I'm not going to say, like, I'm on a date, leave.
Yeah, but I would also say to my date, oh, shoot, my mom's home. Maybe we call it a night, not continue to play truth or dare with him.
Go to your place.
Well, 1 round. I don't know.
Yeah, 1 round was damage enough.
I guess so.
Really, I'm just trying to check in with you here, Krista. Like, are you hearing what I'm saying is happening? Your mom is texting me behind your back.
Okay, yeah, I'm
complimenting
hearing you
me
loud and clear.
physically.
You're being very clear. I understand. The texting that you say she's doing behind my back, I'm going to be talking to her about that, believe me, because that is crossing.
Can I ask you a question? Has this ever happened before? Like, am I the first person who's been in a situation like this?
Okay, to be honest, I played a couple rounds of Truth or Dare with my mom, with other guys before. Oh my God.
Weird.
This is the first time that she has ever texted someone afterwards.
Scott, that means you're special.
Actually, it means I'm like totally not special. Like, did you? I really need to know this. Were you setting us up to play Truth or Dare with your mom?
Oh my gosh.
What? No, that was a crazy thought. No, I was with my mom. We were playing Truth or Dare. She happened to come in.
And how many times has that happened, though?
I can hear you guys not believing me.
Yeah, because we don't. Come on, because you wouldn't date a guy who had his dad play truth or dare with you.
If he was as fun as my mom is, then definitely would be okay with me.
Okay, well, maybe you guys just have different priorities.
I'm tapping out, guys. I'm just.
Well, not yet, Scott. I got a question for you. Would you like to go out with Krista on a second date? We will pay for it. Maybe we can buy you a Twister set for her mom.
You would pay for it?
Yeah.
No, of course we're not going to go on a second date. Are you crazy? You think this is a money issue? No. So much for them. Like, yeah, no, I'm fine. I'm good.
I don't need to listen to this. Relationships are not a deposition. This is crazy.
Question: have you ever given a deposition in a situation like this? Hello?
Hi, I was looking for Rusty.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, Rusty. How are you, man?
Fine. Who's this?
This is Jubal from Brook and Jubal in the Morning.
Oh, okay.
I guess getting into 12s, we're probably going to have to do our own because no one's inviting us. You hear me?
Yeah, 12s are a little harder to get into just because people are trying to push their keys at that point.
So I think in the future we're going to have to do our own. Alright, let's just get a 10 and get it over with. Come on, what the hell?
Who's that?
That is me, and I host a radio show called Brook and Jubal in the Morning, and we're calling people who were recently in a convenience store robbery to ask them some questions.
That's actually true.
Oh,
You were just in a convenience store robbery, right?
yeah. How do you know that?
Oh, I know that because we talked to a girl named Sarah who was at the same convenience store robbery, and she mentioned your name.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, Sarah wanted us to call you because she told us all about the robbery and how you guys met when you were giving your police statement, and how you went to the bar and then went back to your place and had a really fun night.
This is weird. Why don't you tell you all that information?
Well,
a lot of information.
She's wondering why you haven't called her since then.
I figured you guys just had one crazy dangerous night and that you wanted nothing else from her.
No, I mean, it's more than that, but I don't talk about it.
Well, do you like her? Did you like her?
Yeah, she was awesome. It was a wonderful time.
So wait, so I mean, when you guys were hanging out, you didn't think that would be the last time you saw her?
No, I don't think it's going to be the last time that we hang out.
Okay, but you're not calling her. I don't know you very well, Rusty, but I can tell you this. Usually if you want to see somebody, you have to kind of like contact them.
No, and I will. It's just, I got some stuff I got to take care of first, and then I'm going to call her.
Can you tell us what you have to take care of?
I don't know you guys very well.
What do you mean you don't know us very well? We've been on the phone for like 2 minutes. I feel like you're my best friend, Rusty. Look, man, she's really confused. She liked you a lot. She thought you were really funny. And also the other things that you did, she likes too. And so it would help if we could at least tell her why you're not calling her back.
I don't want her to know why I'm not calling her back.
Are you in a relationship? I mean, I could see like you get caught up in the moment, adrenaline's going.
Look, if I tell you guys what's going on, do you promise not to tell her?
Sure.
It's just important. I'm going to talk to her. I'm going to go through this, but I don't want her to know why yet.
Okay. It's your responsibility to tell them.
Yeah, I'm in a relationship, and I'm going to break up with her, this girl that I'm dating. I'm going to break up. Things weren't good in the first place, and with everything that happened at the robbery, the started going, it was one of the craziest experiences I've ever had, and everything kind of got overwhelming, and stuff was kicked off, and it was great, and I really like her, and I want to do the right thing and not see her until the relationship is over.
So, you have a girlfriend? Did you think in the hours that we spent together that maybe you would have shared that with me?
Hey, Rusty, that's Sarah. She was on the phone listening. Sorry.
Are you kidding me?
No.
Sorry.
I told you I wouldn't tell her, Rusty.
Yeah, you didn't tell me she was listening.
I'm bad with details. I'm sorry.
Are you kidding me, Rusty? We spent how many hours at that bar? Did you even bother to tell me that you're somebody else?
I had no idea that you were on the phone.
Does that matter?
Yeah, because if you weren't listening, then you wouldn't have known about the mistake I made of sleeping with you while I was in a relationship.
I was a mistake? Are you kidding me right now?
You weren't a mistake. A mistake I made was sleeping with you.
That sounds even worse. What the hell?
No, that's not what I mean.
Really, Rusty? What do you mean?
What I mean was that whole day, everything that happened that day was wonderful and awesome, and I got overwhelmed, and I made a poor choice.
So what happened? You didn't bother me and somebody else instead of gun, you listened to somebody else? Is that how that works?
I don't think that getting in the middle of a crime scene is going to be something I can have to do.
I gotta tell you, Rusty, I'm so disappointed right now. Why don't you just tell me that night, or you could call the next day and explain yourself, instead of me having to go through all this?
Well, you didn't call me either, and I was going to take care of the situation myself and then get back to you the appropriate way, and then tell you everything that happened.
When I left that morning, I gave you my number. I said, give me a call. How much more explicit could I have been?
Well, I wanted to take care of the situation I got myself into. I wanted to do it the right way.
Right, so the situation's taken care of now.
Yeah, is it? Are you still with your girlfriend, Rusty, or?
I haven't told you yet, but I'm going to do it in 2 days.
2 days? Why 2 days, Rusty?
Do it now. My buddy's going to leave house to get some stuff out of her place, and I was going to do it all in the same day, and he wasn't able to help me out until a couple days from now, so I was just waiting for them to do it. So do it now. My buddy's going to leave house to get some stuff out of her place, and I was going to do it all in the same day, and he wasn't able to help me out until a couple days from now, so I was just waiting for them to do it so it could be all taken care of as cleanly and smoothly as possible.
So let me get this straight. You want me to wait like 2 days and 3 hours and 45 seconds so you break up with your girlfriend, and then you're going to start a new relationship with me. That sounds so promising.
I mean, yeah.
I think she was being sarcastic, Rusty.
Are you being serious right now, Rusty?
Yes, I'm being serious. That was my plan. If I can try to speed things up, like 24 hours, I will.
You know what I'll do? I'll set my timer right now. How about that?
Sarah, yeah, I don't want to say this, but I'm kind of like rooting for Rusty a little bit. We've all been, okay, granted, the sleeping together thing, not cool at all. Cheating, not cool. I get that. But he sounds truly remorseful, and he's not trying to play you, and he's actually trying to now fix it and go back to being honest, I guess.
Yeah, you should listen to her. I mean, I'm trying to be honest right now and do the right thing in the situation because I made a mistake, and I'm trying to fix it.
And he just needs 2 days, or maybe 24 hours, if you need the process sped up. Sarah, and we already know Rusty's answer. Sarah, do you want to go out with Rusty again? You called in for the second date update. We will pay for another date for you guys in maybe a day.
I guess I need to wait the 24 hours first.
I think so, yeah.
It's like a waiting period, layaway almost.
All joking aside, are you serious? Will you go out with him again if he breaks up his girlfriend?
You know, I'll give him 24 hours to get his taken care of. But if not, I'm out. I'm sorry, I can't.
Hey, Rusty.
Reasonable.
You're on the clock, Rusty. You got 24 hours.
Okay, I'm going to call my friend right now and make sure I get this right.
Okay. Well, Sarah, sort of a congratulations. We don't know yet. It's a congratulations. You got a second date based on the fact that you break up with his girlfriend in the next 24 hours. Rusty, get to work.
I'll do my best. I'm on the clock.
Okay. Well, Rusty, if your buddy falls through, you know that there's companies like U-Haul and stuff, right? You don't have to wait for him.
Yeah, but that costs money and this guy's free and reliable.
Oh, my God.
Hello?
I gotta speak to Layla, please.
Yeah, this is she. Can I speak calling?
Sure you can.
Okay, who's calling?
Oh, Jubal from Brook and Jubal in the Morning.
Who?
Jubal from Brook and Jubal in the Morning. It's a radio show.
It's always funny to me.
What's all that?
That is Brooke, and Jose,
Hi.
and me, Jubal from
We're all
Brook and Jubal
here.
in the Morning. It's a radio show.
Okay. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Still not
going
putting
on?
together, are you?
What